Collected writings. John Henrik Clarke. Collected writings of John Henrik Clarke. The elder radical John Henrik Clarke, bad boy of academe, interview with JAA. Hans, America's most fervent radical in the 1980s and 90s, was not found wearing black power symbols on t-shirts or dreadlocks or in the Nation of Islam. America's most fervent black radical did not spew forth racist expletives. America's foremost black radical was John Henrik Clarke, an 80-year-old gentleman from the Old South who lived in Harlem. He was a professor emeritus of Hunter College, who trained generations of freedom fighters to use their minds and history as weapons of liberation. Born in Union Springs, Alabama, January 1, 1915, John Henrik Clarke grew to young manhood in Columbus, Georgia. He moved to New York City in 1933, with the ambition of becoming a writer. He studied history and world literature at New York University. From his early years, Dr. Clarke studied the history of the world and the history of African people in particular. There was no voice in America during this period that spoke singularly and more authoritatively on the plight of African American people than Dr. Clarke. There were few voices that spoke as powerfully of African world history. Professor Clarke's articles and keynote addresses on African and African American history, politics, and culture have been published in leading journals throughout the world. Professor Clarke has written or edited 22 books. The best known are American Negro Short Stories, 1966, William Starnes' Nat Turner, 10 Black Writers Respond, 1968, Malcolm X, The Man and His Times, 1969, Harlem, USA, 1971, Marcus Garvey and the Vision of Africa, 1973, An African World Revolution, Africa at the Crossroads, 1991. He was a galvanizing speaker with few equals. His credits for founding organizations that deal with the protection of African and African American life alone would have been enough to enshrine him in African American history. Yet, he reached young folks and seasoned scholars alike as he traveled throughout the world enlightening people about the heritage of African peoples. Teacher, philosopher, scholar, lecturer, social activist, Dr. John Henrik Clarke was without peer in America history. I was privileged to serve as chair of the Pan-African Movement USA, PAMUSA, with Dr. Clarke as co-chair, and took the opportunity on August 23, 1995 to interview him. Knowing his advanced age and sometimes failing health, I wanted future generations to hear from him on a number of topics related to the African American and Pan-African experience. Though Dr. Clarke was legally blind, he saw with an apparelled clarity the issues that confronted African Americans, Africans, and their relationship to the world. Below is that interview, unedited. Hans, what are the central problems in American society today? Clarke, the search for definition, direction, and political orientation. Hans, what kinds of leaders do we need for today in America? In the black community? Clarke, we need leaders who will give us a new vision of ourselves and our future in relation to the search for our definition of self and our political orientation. Hans, you are in demand as a lecturer around the globe. What are the topics most requested of you to address as a public speaker? Clarke, African history, in general, followed by the African family, both at home and abroad, and the African resistance movements in the 19th and 20th centuries. Hans, since the early days of Black Studies, which you helped pioneer, how far have they come? Clarke, Black Studies has made a few steps forward, but these have not been giant steps. My personal disappointment is how researchers overlook the very rich and available material on the African people in world history, in Africa, the Caribbean island, the United States, and the impact of the African on Asia, Europe, and the Americas. Hans, what is your view of the current wave called multiculturalism? Clarke, I think it is a lot of educational fakery which has as its mission the mixing of African history with the history of other cultures to the point where the history of African people will no longer be outstanding. Hans, what is the impact of Afrocentrism, in your view? Clarke, the whole concept of Afrocentrism is overestimated. It should have been called African consciousness, because without African consciousness we will have no understanding of our history and its significance to world history. Hans, has the Black Power revolution of the 1960 s been betrayed? Clarke, the Black Power revolution was betrayed from the beginning by its creators. It was further betrayed by those that inherited it. Hans, what is the legacy of the civil rights movement? Clarke, frustration, disappointment, broken hopes, broken dreams. Hans, I will mention some of the issues that invariably characterize any discussion of African American life, whether rightly or wrongly, and ask you to comment on them. Welfare. Clarke, where black people are concerned, welfare is a sham because most of the people in this nation one way or another are on some form of welfare. Hans, drugs in inner cities. Clarke, drugs are not controlled by the victims. The victims have no way of controlling the entry of drugs into this country. The small seller of drugs are the victims in the final analysis. Hans, unwed mothers in the African American community. Clarke, numerically there are just as many unwed mothers outside of the African American community. We need to put more emphasis on this statistic. Hans, what is your opinion of historically black colleges and universities? Clarke, I believe profoundly in the existence of black colleges and universities because people rise and fall within the context of these institutions. Some of these institutions are stillborn children who never developed into manhood or womanhood, and not a single one of them is fully dedicated to teaching students about Africa from an African point of view. Hans, recently you gave some of your papers and books to Clarke Atlanta University. Why did you make this gift to Clarke Atlanta University, and what was included in the collection? Clarke, my personal library of relevant books on African and African American history will go to the Robert Woodruff Library at Clarke Atlanta University. My personal papers will be deposited at the Schomburg Center for the Study of Black Culture in Harlem. The significance of my gift to Clarke Atlanta is that I was born in Alabama, grew up in Georgia, and wanted to make this donation to one of the states that nurtured me. Clarke Atlanta has the best facilities for maintaining a library of this size. Hans, the library at Cornell University is named in your honor. What is the significance of this honor to you? Clarke, the significance of this honor to me is that the Africana Center at Cornell, like the Department of Black and Puerto Rican Studies, is one of my 2 academic homes. In my 3 years as distinguished visiting professor at Cornell, I not only did some of my best teaching, I learned to be a better teacher by becoming a better human being. Hans, can African Americans get a decent education in predominantly white colleges and universities? Clarke, African Americans can get a decent Western education in predominantly white universities that they can adapt to their own needs if they have the insight and intellectual industry to do so. Hans, what do you view as essential to the black man who would presume to be educated? Clarke, simply, a knowledge of his own people and how they relate to the people of the world. Hans, you have been critical of Islam as a religion, and Arabs as despoilers of Africa. Why do you hold these views? Clarke, I hold these views because they are true. The Arabs, like all invaders of Africa, did Africa more harm than good. They have used Islam to subjugate people instead of enhancing them spiritually. Islam has and has always been the handmaiden of Arab design. The Arabs were in the slave trade before Islam, and to some extent they are still in the slave trade today. Hans, what is your definition of racism? Clarke, race is a myth because nature created no races. Racism is a derogatory manifestation of this myth and the concept that people by virtue of race are better than other people. Hans, Du Bois said the problem of the 20th century was the problem of race. Is there the potential for man to overcome racism in the 21st century? Clarke, Du Bois actually said the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. I extend his comment by saying that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the culture line and the political line. We can overcome the problem of race by becoming enough to ignore racists or isolate them. Hans, as a writer of fiction, you have published over 50 short stories that have been distributed in this country and abroad, including your best-known short story, The Boy Who Painted Christ Black, which been translated into more than a dozen languages. Why have never written a novel? Clarke, I have written several novels. None of them have been published. My main novel, Journey to the Fair, deals with a young kid who hobos across country on his way to the Chicago World's Fair. It is somewhat autobiographical and it is some of the best writing I have ever done. For over 20 years I have been trying to get back to it. Hans, of your many published works, short stories, poems, essays, histories, etc., which of them are you most proud of and why? Clarke, Africans at the Crossroads, Notes for an African World Revolution. This is the book I have always wanted to write. Hans, some critics, like historian Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., Pulitzer Prize-winning historian, in his new book The Disuniting of America, Reflections on a Multicultural Society, sees the African-American intellectual discovery of self as a hustle by misguided and miseducated black social scientists. Schlesinger has scoffed at your view of history and implied that it is less than accurate. How do you respond? Clarke, the accuracy of my view of history is what frightens Professor Schlesinger. It is the truth of it that he cannot live with. The truth is that a bunch of frightened people came out of Europe to colonize the truth about the world. The truth of my history exposes the lie of their history. Hans, you have visited every country in Africa except South Africa. Have you deliberately avoided South Africa? Clarke, yes. I have deliberately avoided South Africa because some of the political activists have asked me to do so. They believe some whites would misinterpret my visit to their detriment. I have not visited South Africa out of respect for their wishes. Hans, what are the prospects for peace and democracy in South Africa? Clarke, there are no prospects for peace and democracy in South Africa as long as the power is held by whites and white-approved blacks. After the revolution, which must come, and it is a revolution that Africans must win, I hope you will ask me the same question again. Hans, you have been called radical often. What is your view of a radical in America? When people call you a radical, what do you think they mean by it? Clarke, I think they mean a person that dares to disagree with the norm, when the norm does not serve the best interests of the people. I believe a radical is one who dares to search for the truth, expose it, live with it, even if it is against him or herself. Hans, it is reputed that although you are 85% blind, you read about 10 books each week. Clarke, in fact I have less than 2% vision, which makes me 98% blind. I read by either having books read to me or I read them on my reading machine for the blind or from cassettes sent by the Lighthouse for the Blind. Hans, what books would you recommend as essential to read for a sound grounding in African history and African American survival issues? Clarke, for a good grounding in African history and African America survival, I recommend some simplified works first. Lerone Bennett's Before the Mayflower is well written and is good reading. They should also read John Hope Franklin's From Slavery to Freedom. I would recommend for a good overview of slavery they should read John Blassingame's The Slave Community, and the books by Carter G. Woodson should not be ignored. Especially his works, The Negro in Our History, and The Miseducation of the Negro. In African history, a few books would serve as an overview. John G. Jackson's Introduction to African Civilizations, Joseph Harris's African People and Their History. The Heavyweights in the Fields, Chancellor Williams' Destruction of Black Civilizations, and his neglected work, The Birth of African Civilization. Another heavyweight is Cheek and Tatiop. Definitely read his African Origins of Civilization, Myth or Reality, and his the last work he completed before his death, Civilization or Barbarism. For an understanding of Caribbean history, definitely read Eric Williams, The Caribbean from Columbus to Castro, and his work, Capitalism to Slavery, Documents in West Indian History. For the importance of the African in world history, they should read 3 special issues of the Journal of African Civilizations, edited by Yvonne van Sertima. Read Africa in Early America, Africa in Early Asia, and Africa in Early Europe. Reading these books will eventually lead to other books. Reading books should be like an addiction. It should take over your life and you should never let it go. Reading is the only positive addiction I know. Hans, what is your view of what is needed to get the masses of African Americans out of this self-destructive abyss they seem to be in? Clarke, first, we would have to understand that war has been declared on the African American family, and this war shows no mercy. If we are to stop the war or slow it down, we might have to break some TVs or burn some Bibles. Religion, which should be our spiritual, physical, and our financial liberation, is so large in our lives we are imprisoned by it. No people will prosper without a knowledge of their history that they can respect. This is where you start to use history to tell your time of day, wherever you are. Hans, what is the quality of African American leadership today? Clarke, as a people, we have more leaders and less leadership than other people. A lot of people we accept as leaders are showmen, some good, some bad. Hans, some names seem synonymous with leadership of African American people. Please comment on a few of them. Hans, Marcus Garvey. Clarke, Marcus Garvey was the finest leader to emerge in the African world in the 20th century. Hans, W.E.B. Du Bois. Clarke, Du Bois was an intellectual leader, emphasis on intellectual, and the finest leader of this caliber we produced outside of Africa. Hans, Martin Luther King Jr. Clarke, King was a great spiritual leader and one of America's greatest theologians, black or white. Hans, Farrakhan. Clarke, I consider Farrakhan part leader, part showman, part faker. Hans, Jesse Jackson. Clarke, I am not too clear where Jesse Jackson is leading us or if he is worthy of being called a leader. Of all the black men of the 20th century, he had the finest opportunity of becoming a leader. He sacrificed this potential to the altar of his ego. Hans, is violence ever necessary in the African American struggle for equality and freedom in America? Clarke, among all people in their struggle for freedom there is a time for violence. It cannot be avoided. Violence at the right time is right, at the wrong time, it is wrong. Hans, why haven't African Americans and Africans on the continent come together for economic and political self-help? Clarke, Africans and African Americans have not come together because both of them are still listening to the voices of their former slave masters and their former colonial master. You cannot help yourself until you know yourself. You cannot change the world until you change yourself. Hans, why does the Caribbean, with its heavy African descendant populations, continue to be exploited by white America and European economic interests? Clarke, Caribbean people have a color fascination different from other people living outside of Africa and too many of them believe white is right. Hans, what is the real threat of Cuba to the U.S.? Clarke, the real threat of Cuba, as it is conceived, is that the Cubans might develop a type of government that is viable without it being capitalist. People have a right to develop a form of government that suits their needs, but America considers this a threat in the Western Hemisphere. Hans, why has Haiti suffered so profoundly and so long? How do we end Haiti's suffering? Clarke, Haiti still suffers because the US and Europe do not want the example of a former slave state to be successful anywhere in the world. Hans, you have said that you believe white men do not like women. What do you mean by that? Clarke, their treatment of women manifest a desire to either dominate or avoid them. They consider women a threat to their manhood. Because they have a question with their manhood, they created a situation that would not have existed if they were secure. Hans, in your book African World Revolution, Africans at the Crossroads, you ask the question, can African people save themselves? Can they? What will it take? Clarke, No people will save themselves until they know themselves and are willing to make sacrifices on behalf of themselves. Hans, why is it that little is known of African peoples in Asia, in Europe, in the Polynesian and Melanesian islands? Clarke, little is known of Africans throughout the world because we live in a Eurocentric intellectual universe. The rulers of this universe intend to project the concept that the world waited in darkness for Europeans to bring the light. The exact opposite is true. Hans, is there still a crisis among African American intellectuals? Clarke, if ignorance is a crisis, then the answer is yes. I am not a believer in Harold Cruz's, author of The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, imagined crisis among black intellectuals. His crisis is more about Harold Cruz's personal intellectual crisis. Hans, who are the scholars you most respect? Clarke, the present-day scholars I most respect are Jacob Carruthers and his new work on Egypt and the Caribbean islands, especially Haiti. Sterling Stuckey, his new approach to slave cultures and the ideology of black nationalism. Anderson Thompson's new approach to the politics of the civil rights movement. Joseph Harris, of Howard University, and his approach to African world history. Among the African historians that I have great respect for are Theophile Obenga, protege of Cheikh Anta Diop, Father Mbane, a neglected Jesuit priest who writes more history than he teaches, and Joseph Gazebo, who is only second to Cheikh Anta Diop in a new approach to African history. Hans, who have been some of your proteges? Clarke, both Jacob Carruthers and Eva Carruthers of Chicago. Frank Scruggs, a young lawyer in Florida. Professor William Drake of Virginia Commonwealth University, and Professor Ralph Crowder of Purdue University, Professor Donna Richards of Hunter College, and many others. Hans, do African American writers have any obligation to the African American experience? Clarke, yes, as much obligation as all other writers and the same obligation as other African Americans. Hans, what would you want your legacy to be? Clarke, that I used my life to make a positive statement about the right of African people to be sovereign rulers of that piece of geography called Africa and to walk this earth with peace and dignity, giving the same respect to others that they would ask for themselves. C. 1995 by J. A. Hans. Copyright 2010 by J. A. Hans. Dr. J. A. Hans is a psychologist, educator, writer, and a social critic. He is a frequent columnist for numerous publications. His work has appeared in such diverse publications as the Journal of Ethnic Studies, Vital Speeches, the Journal of the National Medical Association, Ebony, The Black Scholar, Encore, Class, Black Issues in Higher Education and the Saturday Review. He was national chair of the Pan-African Movement USA. PAMUSA, with Dr. John Henrik Clarke as co-chair in 1992 and 1993. Dr. Hans has lectured throughout the U.S., in Africa, Asia, South America, and the Middle East. A Search for Identity. By John Henrik Clarke, May 1970. My own search for an identity began as I think it begins for all young people a long time ago when I looked at the world around me and tried to understand what it was all about. My first teacher was my great-grandmother, whom we called Mom Mary. She had been a slave first in Georgia and later in Alabama, where I was born in Union Springs. It was her who told us the stories about our family and about how it had resisted slavery. More than anything else, she repeatedly told us the story of Buck, her first husband, and how he had been sold to a man who owned a stud farm in Virginia. Stud farms are an aspect of slavery that has been omitted from the record and about which we do not talk anymore. We should remember, however, that there were times in this country when owners used slaves to breed stronger slaves in the same way that a special breed of horses used to breed other horses. My great-grandmother had 3 children with Buck: my grandfather Jonah, my grandaunt Liza, who was a midwife, and another child. With Buck, Mom Mary had as close to a marriage as a slave can have marriage with the permission of the respective masters. Mom Mary had a lifelong love affair with Buck, and years later after the emancipation she went to Virginia and searched for him for 3 years. She never found him, and she came back to Alabama where she spent the last years of her life. My family. Mom Mary was the historian of our family. Years later when I went to Africa and listened to oral historians, I knew that my great-grandmother was not very different from the old men and women who sit around in front of their houses and tell the young children the stories of their people, how they came from one place to another, how they searched for safety, and how they tried to resist when the Europeans came to their lands. This great-grandmother was so dear to me that I have deified her in almost the same way that many Africans deify their old people. I think that my search for identity, my search for what the world was about, and my relationship to the world began when I listened to the stories of that old woman. I remember that she always ended the stories in the same way that she said goodbye or good morning to people. It was always with the reminder, run the race, and run it by faith. She was a deeply religious woman in a highly practical sense. She did not rule out resistance as a form of obedience to God. She thought that the human being should not permit himself to be dehumanized. And her concept of God was so pure and so practical that she could see that resistance to slavery was a form of obedience to God. She did not think that any of us children should be enslaved, and she thought that anyone who had enslaved any one of God's children had violated the very will of God. I think Buck's pride in his manhood was the major force that always made her revere her relationship with him. He was a proud man and he resisted. One of the main reasons for selling him to a man to use on a stud farm was that he could breed strong slaves whose wills the master would then break. This dehumanizing process was a recurring aspect of slavery. Growing up in Alabama, my father was a brooding, landless sharecropper, always wanting to own 1. His own land, but on my father's side of the family there had been no ownership of land at all. One day after a storm had damaged our farm and literally blown the roof off our house, he decided to take his family to a mill city, Columbus, Georgia. He had hoped that one day he would make enough money to return to Alabama as an independent farmer. He pursued this dream the rest of his life. Ultimately, the pursuit of this dream killed him. Now he has a piece of land, 6 feet deep and the length of his body, that is as close as he ever came to being an independent owner of land. In Columbus I went to county schools, and I was the first member of the family of 9 children to learn to read. I did so by picking up signs, grocery handbills, and many other things that people threw away into the street, and by studying the signboards. I knew more about the different brands of cigarettes and what they contained than I knew about the history of the country. I would read the labels on tin cans to see where the products were made, and these scattered things were my first books. I remember one day picking up a leaflet advertising that the Ku Klux Klan was riding again. Because I had learned to read early, great things were expected of me. I was a Sunday school teacher of the junior class before I was 10 years old, and I was the one person who would stop at the different homes in the community to read the Bible to the old ladies. In spite of growing up in such abject poverty, I grew up in a very rich cultural environment that had its oral history and with people who not only cared for me but also pampered me in many ways. I know that his kind of upbringing negates all the modern sociological explanations of black people that assume that everybody who was poor was without love. I had love aplenty and appreciation aplenty, all of which gave me a sense of self-worth that many young black children never develop. I began my search for my people first in the Bible. I wondered why all the characters, even those who, like Moses, were born in Africa, were white. Reading the description of Christ as swarthy and with hair like sheep's wool, I wondered why the church depicted him as blonde and blue-eyed. Where was the hair like sheep's wool? Where was the swarthy complexion? I looked at the map of Africa and I knew Moses had been born in Africa. How did Moses become so white? If he went down to Ethiopia to marry Zipporah, why was Zipporah so white? Who painted the world white? Then I began to search for the definition of myself and my people in relationship to world history, and I began to wonder how we had become lost from the commentary of world history. My teachers. In my first years in city schools in Columbus, Georgia, my favorite teacher and the one I best remember was Evelina Taylor, who first taught me to believe in myself. She took my face between her two hands and looking at me straight in the eyes, said, "I believe in you." It meant something for her to tell me that she believed in me, that the color of my skin was not supposed to be a barrier to my aspirations, what education is, and what it is supposed to do for me. These were lonely years for me. These were the years after the death of my mother, a beautiful woman, a washerwoman who had been saving 50 cents a week for my education, hoping that eventually she would be able to send her oldest son to college. Her hopes did not materialize. She died long before I was 10. I did, however, go to school earlier than some of the other children. We lived just outside of the city limits. Children living beyond the city limits were supposed to go to county schools because the city schools charged county residents $3.75 each semester for the use of books. This was a monumental sum of money for us because my father made from $10 to $14 a week as a combination farmer and fire tender at brickyards. In order to get the $3.75 required each semester, my father made a contribution and my various uncles made contributions. It was a collective thing to raise what was for us a large sum of money, not only to send a child to a city school instead of to a county school, but also to make certain that the one child in the family attending the city school had slightly better clothing than the other. 2. Children. So I had a coat that was fairly warm and a pair of shoes that was supposed to be warm but really was not. As I think about the shoes, my feet sometimes get cold even now, but I did not tell my benefactors that the shoes were not keeping me warm. I grew up in a religious environment after we came to Columbus, Georgia, and after the passing of my mother. The local church became my community center and the place where most of the community activities occurred. It was here that I wondered about my place in history and why I could not find any of my people in any of the books that I read, and my concern began to change to irritation. Where were we in history? Did we just spring as a people from nothing? What were our old roots? As I approached the end of my last year in grammar school, Evelina Taylor told me that she would not let me use the color of my skin as an excuse for not preparing lessons or an excuse for not aspiring to be true to myself and my greatest potential. She taught me that I must always prepare. I think my value to the whole field of teaching history is that I have prepared during my lifetime, and I have prepared in the years when no one was thinking anything about black studies, but I kept on preparing until ultimately the door opened. I had to search, however, for some definitions of myself, and during that last year in grammar school, I began to receive some of the privileges in the school that generally went to the light-complected youngsters whom we called the Light Brigade. They were sons and daughters of the professional blacks, the doctors and the teachers, who were usually of light complexion. I was the leader of the group called the Dark Brigade, the poorest of the children who came from the other side of the railroad tracks. I received that privilege in the school, not just as the leader of the contingent of young people who came from my neighborhood, but because for once the teachers could nominate the best student to ring the bell. Mrs. Taylor, who played no favorites, nominated me. This privilege gave me my first sense of power, the feeling that I could stand in a window and ring a bell and 500 children would march out, or I could ring it earlier or later, but they were simply immobile until I rang that bell. After handling my responsibility a little recklessly for a few days by ringing the bell a little early or a little late just to prove my prerogative to do it, I realized that I was not living up to my best potential as Mrs. Taylor meant it. Then I began to exercise this responsibility in the exact manner in which it was supposed to be exercised, to ring the bell for the first recess at exactly 10:15 a.m., to ring the bell for the second recess at noon, to ring for the return of the children into the school at exactly 12:45 p.m., and to ring for dismissal at exactly 3 p.m. Thereby, I learned something about the proper use of authority and responsibility. I wanted to advance the status of my particular little group, the poorest students in the school. They were not the poorest in the way they learned their lessons, because they could readily compete with students who came from homes where they had books and some degree of comfort and who wore shoes even in the summertime, which was unthinkable to us because generally we had one pair of shoes and that pair had to last the entire year. I wanted, however, to do something to make my group look exceptionally good. I had been the leader of the current events forum in my school, and because I worked before and after school mostly for white people who had good libraries and children who never read the books, I began to borrow books from their libraries and bring them home. In Columbus, Georgia, where they had Jim Crow libraries and black people could not use the public library, I began to forge the names of well-known white people on notes that instructed the librarian to give me a certain book. I accumulated a great many books that way. This illegitimate book borrowing went on for quite some time until one day the white person whose name I had forged appeared in the library at the same time I did. That put an end to my illegitimate use of the public library of Columbus. One Friday evening when the teachers let us do whatever we wanted to do, I planned to do something extraordinary in the leadership of the current events forum. My group had always done a 3. few exceptional things because I would take the magazines and newspapers from the homes of the whites, and, rather than throw them into the garbage can, I would distribute them among our group. I also brought copies of the World Almanac once a year. My group, therefore, always had news from Atlanta, news about the Japanese Navy, and news about many different things. When they spoke in school about current events, they were able to speak with authority about international news because they had authoritative sources. I have always had a phenomenal memory. When I was a youngster, I could quote verbatim much of what I had read in almanacs and in small encyclopedias. In trying literally to outdo the Light Brigade, I decided to prepare something on the role of the black man in ancient history. I went to a lawyer for whom I worked. He was a kind man whose library I had used quite extensively. I asked him for a book on the role that black people had played in ancient history. In a kindly way he told me that I came from a people who had no history but, that if I persevered and obeyed the laws, my people might one day make history. Then he paid me the highest compliment that a white man could pay a black man in the period when I was growing up. He told me that one day I might grow up to be a great Negro like Booker T. Washington. At that time white people considered that the greatest achievement to which a black man could aspire was to reach the status of the great educator, Booker T. Washington. He had been a great educator and he did build up Tuskegee Institute, but he consistently cautioned his people to be patient with the Jim Crow system and to learn to be good servants and artisans. He said it was more important to earn $1 a day, at the turn of the century that was considered good pay for a black man, than to hope or work to sit next to white people in the opera. He was actually telling his people never to seek social equality, and later on he was challenged by W.E.B. Du Bois, who created a whole new school of thought based on the belief that blacks should aspire to anything they wanted, be it street cleaner or president. At the time of my conversation with the lawyer I had nothing for or against Booker T. Washington. I really didn't know much about the lawyer, and his philosophy of racial equality didn't mean a great deal to me. What insulted every part of me to the very depth of my being was his assumption that I came from a people without any history. At that point of my life I began a systematic search for my people's role in history. Other influences. During my first year in high school I was doing chores and, because the new high school did not even have a cloakroom, I had to hold the books and papers of a guest lecturer. The speaker had a copy of a book called The New Negro. Fortunately I turned to an essay written by a Puerto Rican of African descent with a German-sounding name. It was called The Negro Digs Up His Past, by Arthur A. Schomburg, edited by Alan Locke. New York, Albert and Charles Bone, 1925, pages 231-37. I knew then that I came from a people with a history older even than that of Europe. It was a most profound and overwhelming feeling, this great discovery that my people did have a place in history and that, indeed, their history is older than that of their oppressors. The essay, The Negro Digs Up His Past, was my introduction to the ancient history of the black people. Years later when I came to New York, I started to search for Arthur A. Schomburg. Finally, one day I went to the 135 Th Street Library and asked a short-tempered clerk to give me a letter to Arthur A. Schomburg. In an abrupt manner she said, "You will have to walk up 3 flights." I did so, and there I saw Arthur Schomburg taking charge of the office containing the Schomburg collection of books relating to African people the world over, while the other staff members were out to lunch. I told him impatiently that I wanted to know the history of my people, and I wanted to know it right now and in the quickest possible way. His patience more than matched my impatience. 4. He said, "Sit down, son. What you are calling African history and Negro history is nothing but the missing pages of world history. You will have to know general history to understand these specific aspects of history." He continued patiently, "You have to study your oppressor. That's where your history got lost." Then I began to think that at last I will find out how an entire people, my people, disappeared from the respected commentary of human history. It took time for me to learn that there is no easy way to study history. There is, in fact, no easy way to study anything. It is necessary to understand all the components of history in order to recognize its totality. It is similar to knowing where the tributaries of a river are in order to understand the nature of what made the river so big. Mr. Schomburg, therefore, told me to study general history. He said repeatedly, "Study the history of your oppressor." I began to study the general history of Europe, and I discovered that the first rise of Europe, the Greco-Roman period, was a period when Europe borrowed very heavily from Africa. This early civilization depended for its very existence on what was taken from African civilization. At that time I studied Europe more than I studied Africa because I was following Mr. Schomburg's advice, and I found out how and why the slave trade started. When I returned to Mr. Schomburg, I was ready to start a systematic study of the history of Africa. It was he who is really responsible for what I am and what value I have for the field of African history and the history of black people the world over. I grew up in Harlem during the Depression, having come to New York at the age of 17. I was a young Depression radical, always studying, always reading, taking advantage of the fact that in New York City I could go into a public library and take out books, read them, bring them back, get some more, and even renew them after 6 weeks if I hadn't finished them. It was a joyous experience to be exposed to books. Actually, I went through a period of adjustment because my illegitimate borrowing of books from the Jim Crow Library of Columbus, Georgia, had not prepared me to walk freely out of a library with a book without feeling like a thief. It took several years before I really felt that I had every right to go there. During my period of growing up in Harlem, many black teachers were begging for black students, but they did not have to beg me. Men like Willis N. Huggins, Charles C. Surfey, and Mr. Schomburg literally trained me not only to study African history and black people the world over but to teach this history. My teaching. All the training I received from my teachers was really set in motion by my great-grandmother telling me the stories of my family and my early attempts to search first for my identity as a person, then for the definition of my family, and finally for the role of my people in the whole flow of human history. One thing that I learned very early was that knowing history and teaching it are two different things, and the first does not necessarily prepare one for the second. At first I was an exceptionally poor teacher because I crowded too many of my facts together and they were poorly organized. I was nervous, overanxious, and impatient with my students. I began my teaching career in community centers in Harlem. However, I learned that before I could become an effective teacher, I had to gain better control of myself as a human being. I had to acquire patience with young people who giggled when they were told about African kings. I had to understand that these young people had been so brainwashed by our society that they could see themselves only as depressed beings. I had to realize that they had in many ways adjusted to their oppression and that I needed considerable patience, many teaching skills, and great love for them in order to change their attitudes. I had to 5. Learn to be a more patient and understand human being. I had to take command of myself and understand why I was blaming people for not being so well versed in history. In effect, I was saying to them, "How dare you not know this?" After learning what I would have to do with myself and my subject matter in order to make it more understandable to people with no prior knowledge, I began to become an effective teacher. I learned that teaching history requires not only patience and love but also the ability to make history interesting to the students. I learned that the good teacher is partly an entertainer, and if he lost the attention of his class, he has lost his lesson. A good teacher, like a good entertainer, first must hold his audience's attention. Then he can teach his lesson. I taught African history in community centers in the Harlem neighborhood for over 20 years before I had any regular school assignment. My first regular assignment was as director of the Heritage Teaching Program at THIRD-WORLDISM, an anti-poverty agency in Harlem. Here I had the opportunity after school to train young black persons in how to approach history and how to use history as an instrument of personal liberation. I taught them that taking away a people's history is a way to enslave them. I taught them that history is a two-edged sword to be used for oppression or liberation. The major point that I tried, sometimes successfully, to get across to them is that history is supposed to make one self-assured but not arrogant. It is not supposed to give one any privileges over other people, but it should make one see oneself in a new way in relation to other people. After 5 years in the THIRD-WORLDISM project, I accepted my first regular assignment at the college at which I still teach. I serve also as visiting professor at another university and as an instructor in Black Heritage during the summer program conducted for teachers by the history department of a third major university. I also travel to the extent that my classes will permit, training teachers how to teach about Black heritage. The Black Power explosion and the Black Studies explosion have pushed men like me to the forefront in developing approaches to creative and well-documented Black curricula. Forced to be in the center of this arena, I have had to take another inventory of myself and my responsibilities. I have found young Black students eager for this history and have found many of them having doubts about whether they really had a history in spite of the fact that they had demanded it. I have had to learn patience all over again with young people on another level. On the college level I have encountered another kind of young Black student much older than those who giggle, the kind who does not believe in himself, does not believe in history, and who consequently is in revolt. This student says in effect, "Man, you're turning me on. You know that we didn't rule ancient Egypt." I have had to learn patience all over again as I learned to teach on a level where students come from a variety of cultural backgrounds. In all my teaching, I have used as my guide the following definition of heritage, and I would like to conclude with it. Heritage, in essence, is the means by which people have used their talents to create a history that gives them memories they can respect and that they can use to command the respect of other people. The ultimate purpose of heritage and heritage teaching is to use people's talents to develop awareness and pride in themselves so that they themselves can achieve good relationships with other people. 6. Portrait of a Liberation Scholar. By John Henrik Clarke. Almost from the beginning as a child I started to raise essential questions inside myself about the things I observed, and about the things people declared true and literally dared me to question. These who would impose the truth on me had no control over me when I was alone. I would question their truth and keep my conclusions to myself. I did not argue with them about what I thought or felt because I never told them. I lived inside myself seemingly forever and hoped for the day when I could speak my mind. Essential questioning. The earliest and most persistent question that came to my mind while growing up in a strict Baptist household and a very religious family was, why do we use God to excuse so many man-made things, so much man-made misery? People in my family, community, and race attribute to God a lot of things which are ungodly, and then claim that God will straighten them out in the by and by. We seem not to want to understand that God did not mess things up in the first place. We have made a folklore out of this limited view of God and out of God dependency as a spiritual necessity when we gave up on ourselves or others. We say that we have done all you can for them and then leave them alone. God will fix it by and by. Why must God fix something that God did not initiate and did not cause? What kind of God is this, or, more precisely, what kind of faith is this? I believe that if God was merciful enough to give you a brain, 2 functioning hands, and 2 legs where you put one in front of the other, then God has given you the facility to take care of yourself, to be responsible for your actions and for what happens to you. This is as self-evident to me as abilities to taste and to distinguish between a flower and an ear of corn. We use God as an excuse for not taking responsibility for our lives. This was not an anti-God argument. We have drawn the wrong conclusions from religion. Instead of being a source of liberation, our religions have become psychological traps. It is ironic that people have to leave religion as it was, and still is, practiced in order to understand and appreciate its meaning and to enjoy its benefits. While in Baptist Sunday school, I began to look at the images they presented of God, that God was all-loving, and that God was universal. If these claims are true, why do some people work very little and have so much, and why do others work so hard and have so little? If He is merciful, show me the mercy in this case. As a child, I could not ask these questions externally because I would be slapped down and it was impolite. I would be called child of the devil. Something grew in me early that I would have to grow to adulthood to understand. I am as religious as any person on earth, and I had something that was above religion: spirituality. I was spiritual, and that spirituality is the big umbrella under which religions function and out of which religions came. To be truly spiritual makes you a part of all religions without having to adhere to the mythology in any of them. But while growing up I had to brood and keep these impressions to myself. I had not worked out the images of all those white angels, a white God and white saints. I could not understand how of all the people who died down through the years, why not a single black or brown person got into heaven. Heaven was snow white and even the devil was red. What I grew up brooding over and confused by were the millions of impressions, ideas, and beliefs. 1. That see myself and my people outside the context of history. It appeared that we had no place in history, no place in religion, had contributed nothing to civilization and, therefore, could not exist or be acknowledged as of value as human beings in the present. This is what drove me to study history seriously and at an early age in my life. After reading the Bible, my curiosity led me to encyclopedias, almanacs, and out-of-town newspapers. I used to even read movie magazines. Since I had good memory, I could remember the names of all of the movie stars, as well as the names of the stars' wives. This was pure nonsense and rubbish of no meaning to black people or to anyone else. Devoting my mind to nonsense occurred in school as well. Because I was a good student, I had to memorize all of the state capitals. I had to ask essential questions inside myself amidst a clutter of irrelevant information that those around seemed to think important. When it became apparent to me that I wanted to do more serious reading, I left Jim Crow Columbus, Georgia, when I was 18. There was very little to hold me since my mother had died in 1922 when I was about 7. She was from the Mays family, out of which came the famous baseball player, Willie Mays. My father's income was not enough for us to survive on. So she earned extra money as a washerwoman taking in white people's laundry. She did whole bundles from one white family for $1 wash and iron. Sometimes they would throw in the soap. Now, these same white people would call us lazy people on welfare. Yet for 300 years during our slavery and during Jim Crow, white people were on welfare, and we paid for it. After my mother nearly worked herself to death, I will never forget seeing her in that racially segregated hospital. The hospital was totally inadequate and it stank, literally stank. No one deserved to be put in such a place. But there she was, a beautiful woman, dying needlessly because whites denied us access to adequate hospital facilities. She died from pellagra, a disease caused by insufficient diet. It was bad enough being poor, but it was far worse being regarded as so utterly worthless as not even to deserve to be alive. My mother was a beautiful, quiet woman, who loved all of her children and tried to keep it a secret that I was her personal favorite. She told me so on her last day in the hospital. I knew that she would never come home. I hate hospitals to this day. Despite our short time together, she and 2 other women helped me to form a positive concept of myself. Besides my mother, there was my great-grandmother who witnessed the last slaves bought over from Africa, and finally there was my 5th grade teacher who taught me to believe in myself. I feel the presence of those 3 women even today. My mother's death was not the only event that prompted me to leave the South. There was my own circumstance. After my mother died, my father went back to Union Springs, Alabama, chose another wife, and returned to Columbus, Georgia. I finished grammar school, and then I had to work because my family needed my financial support. Our poverty did not care that I was a good student. My jobs were to haul wood and take breakfast to my father and his co-workers. He worked in a brickyard where the men had to go to work very early. I would go to their houses, take their breakfasts to the men, and then go to school. There were 6 men. At the end of the week, I would get 5 cents from each. So I made 30 cents a week. I was fortunate to be able to go to school at all. Only one child in each family living outside the city limits could go to the city school because you had to pay $3.75 for a book fee. My father only made $12 to $15 per week and we needed every penny of it. So I was the one chosen from my family. All of my brothers and sisters believe to this day that they should have been chosen to go to school. For example, the last time I saw my brother, Alvin, in Detroit, we were eating together and I answered a question for his wife. He said smugly, "My brother went to the city school," meaning that I had a terrible advantage over him. I read as much as I could by picking up books from the white people I worked for and by borrowing books. Most of these white people had books for decoration and had not read them. I would go to the public library as if I was on an errand for a white person. Blacks could not use the library at the time. I would forge their name to take books out. My experience just calls to mind that the story has yet to be told of what black people in the South did in order to survive. We lived in an atmosphere tantamount to Nazism right here in the US. I swore that I would get out of the South when I could. 18 years was long enough. Being taken in. Miss Rosalie took me in. She was a maid and cook in one of the white homes that I did chores in. I went to Miss Rosalie and stayed there for 4 years. She had an old boarding house that was an undeclared house of prostitution. That did not faze me because the ladies were nice to me and gave me school, lunch and church money. Taking in was a custom and substitute for adoption among blacks in the South. Taking in a young person was part of our humanity that we then took for granted and has now passed from us unnoticed. This was part of our extended family practices. But now extended families can no longer afford to do this for economic reasons. We have not discussed taking in and other indigenous customs as part of how we survived. How is it that people would just take in a child with no paperwork and raise that child as their own straight up into manhood or womanhood, ask no questions, and not be compensated in any way? The people who explain blacks to white people have ignored our customs, and the things we did to survive and, in doing so, have done black people a great disservice. Clearly, I was better off taken in at a house of prostitution than I was at home because of our poverty. While taken in, I was able to go to school where I completed the 8th grade. I traveled by boxcar to Chicago in an unsuccessful attempt to get into the World's Fair in 1932. If you did not know anyone in Chicago to stay with and had no money, the police would not let you enter the city. I found myself back on a freight train and on my way to Jersey City, a nickel ferry ride from New York City. I have lived in New York for over 50 years. What attracted me initially was the opportunity to go to WPA school at night. It did not matter then whether or not I graduated from high school. What was important to me was that I could read anything I wanted and as much as I could and could question anyone. My readings and associations led me to further questioning. Radical associations. I was immediately drawn to radical elements. They were the only ones who acknowledged our plight and attempted to do anything about it. I became active in the Young Communist League. I was never a member of the Communist Party, contrary to what many believed. As a matter of principle, if I had been a member of the Communist Party, I would have said so unashamedly. I was active with radicals who were committed to doing something. This is where those who claimed that I was a communist got mixed up. There were communist-sponsored activities where non-communists like myself were more effective and more active. For example, I was active in the Scottsboro and Angelo Herndon cases as a young street speaker and fundraiser. I was at the rallies and did things automatically. My first act with the Young Communist League was to prevent Henry Winston and family from being evicted from their Lower East Side apartment. The law was written in such a way that if you are evicted and someone put your things back in the house, the marshal had to wait another 30 days to give you another eviction notice. In 3 days you could find another place to stay. So I was head of a group of young Turks who put their furniture back in the house. Henry and I remained friends, though we had some strong disagreements about Marxism. When Henry wrote his book, Strategy for a Black Agenda, I was the only one to raise the question. 3. Of whose black agenda? I had arrived at an important position in the 1930s, a position that has been verified by events in the communist world today. Communism and socialism were not monoliths to be applied in the same way in all nations. Each country will have to approach socialism based on its own needs and character. Poland is a good example. No matter how communist Poland becomes, they are going to remain Catholic. You can say religion is the opiate of the people, and I might agree with you, but that will not change anything. Poles are going to remain Catholic. You can declare that Russia is an atheist nation all you want, but there are going to continue to be millions of religious people in Russia, including 30 million Muslims. I told Henry and other communists that they had to work from reality, not their ideological declarations. So if black people become socialist, we become Baptist socialists, Methodist socialists, Holy Roller socialists, Father Divine socialists, and Muslim socialists. That is reality. But a more telling critique of the left is in the study of African tribal societies, a study that Karl Marx missed. It is very clear that African tribal societies have successfully functioned for their people far longer than any nation devised by European thinkers. These tribal societies in their structure and administration were fundamentally socialist. They were socialist not only before Karl Marx was born, but before Europe was born. They did not wait for someone to ordain them socialist and say that they were socialist. They never said once that they were socialist. They did not have to. Examine African tribal societies before they were interfered with by foreigners. There is nothing in socialism that they did not have. Africans had the purest form of socialism that ever existed on this earth. So I have no problem with socialism if you take it from its African universal base. But if you take it solely from its European base, then I have an extreme problem with it. Then it is still based on the assumption of European dominance of the world. What European ideologies of the left and right do not understand is that they assume continued European dominance. They believe that, if the world is to be socialist, it will be socialist under European dominance. If it is to be capitalist, it is to be capitalist under European dominance. I have problems with both assumptions. In contrast, if Africa had built its own enduring socialist societies all over the continent, it would be evident by no network of jails, no psychiatrists, no orphanages, and no old people's homes. All of the social services we in the West have built outside the family would exist inside the family if the West had any kind of humanity. African tribal societies were far beyond where we in the West are right now and beyond where we say we hope to go. So it is time to examine what Africans had as a basis that we still need. Clearly we need to stop calling African societies primitive. If they were primitive, why is it that their social order came before and has outlived every form of government and social order that this alleged Western civilization has ever devised? The key to all of our salvations as a people here, in Africa, and in Europe may be in the social wisdom of African tribal peoples. Harlem Street Speakers. When I came to New York I first learned of the Harlem Street Speakers. I do not know of any other place in the country where there was this tradition. The street speakers were men who stood on street corners expounding on the topics of the day. They had to be knowledgeable, relevant, good speakers, and able to hold their own, because their audiences were not passive. People would speak up from the crowd, and boo them away if they were outdone. The speakers on Lenox Avenue were considered to be the junior or undergraduate speakers. The speakers on 7th Avenue were the senior graduate speakers, the elite. You had to speak first on Lenox Ave, and could do so for years before you could get to 7th Ave. On Lenox Ave there was R.A.S. de Killer, who I believe became the role model for the street speaker. 4. In Ralph Ellison's book, Invisible Man. On 7th Ave, Arthur Reed was king and trained a young man named Ira Kemp. He sold dresses made by his family from door to door. Ira Kemp became the king of street speakers. Also on 7th Ave there was a young Dominican named Carlos Cook, arrogant as hell and a good speaker. Unknown to the audience, Cook's people owned brownstone houses in Harlem and were slum landlords. I coined the phrase "Carlos Cook is a crook." When he saw me in his audience, he would start blasting away, "We got to get rid of the traitors in our midst." When I would say something, he would turn towards me and say that this man is a disgrace to the skin he wears. I was the only one to say that Carlos Cook was a hustler. Nonetheless, he was a very effective speaker and had a segment of the Garvey movement in his following. Unfortunately, Cook and his Garvade following misinterpreted Garvey. Carlos Cook passed on about 10 years ago. The Harlem History Club. My formal introduction to history began in Harlem in the 1930s. I was active in the Harlem History Club at the Harlem YMCA under Willis N. Huggins. I was fortunate enough to have met Arthur Schomburg and remembered reading his famous essay "The Negro Digs Up His Past" while I was still in Georgia. I can say that it was Arthur Schomburg who taught me the interrelation of African history to world history. Willis N. Huggins taught me the political meaning of history. I would go to the lectures of William Leo Hansberry on the philosophical meaning of black history. The Harlem History Club was literally a graduate-level history department with some of the most important figures in black history right there in the middle of Harlem. I learned all that I could. Some of the club's publications would include John G. Jackson's and Willis Huggins, A Guide to the Study of African History. In this work, the references on Africa alone made it an important contribution. Besides his essay "The Negro Digs Up His Past," Schomburg wrote a book entitled "The New Negro." Huggins and Jackson later wrote an introduction to African civilization. I was being introduced to material and books I had never seen or heard of before. This would lead me to read more deeply. It might surprise you that H.G. Wells' outline of history, despite its white supremacist views, is a good outline of history. It led me to read other works in history like Spengler's Decline of the West and the early works of Will Durant, the 7-volume Story of Philosophy. John G. Jackson's works still have a great influence on me, and this is evident in my inquiry into the role of religion as a force in history and the African origins of the legend of the Garden of Eden. He was one of the earliest scholars who attempted to separate myth from truth in biblical history. See his book Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth, as well as his pamphlet Christianity Before Christ, later made into a book. His writing indicates that in some cases biblical stories were not true and were not meant to be true. The Bible was meant to provide fables and myth to illustrate the truth. If you understand the truth from the illustrations, the Bible has done what it was meant to do. For example, the story of the Exodus is told to illustrate that, at a given hour, God will come to the rescue of his people. It is a story on the ultimate goodness of God to rescue his people in their most desperate time. If you have real faith in yourself and God, the story is nothing more than that and has served its purpose. Of particular value to me were William Hansberry's sources for the study of Ethiopian history and the writings of Charles Seaford, especially his unpublished Who Are the Ethiopians? In addition to the historic readings, I enjoyed a lot of good general writings such as the early fiction of Richard Wright. In fact, my writing style has been influenced by the white writers such as Sherwood Anderson, Ernest Hemingway, James Joyce, and other great writers who tried to take their writing into other dimensions that otherwise would not have been. 5. Dedication. I appreciate people with insight, white or black, who have looked for the fifth side of a four-sided square. This is what I have learned from writers who write well and thinkers who think well. Many young people, and older ones as well, have not developed the sense of challenge to seek out and find other people who do things well. We can all benefit from being exposed to the masters and respect the fact that what they do is something well done. Unfortunately, many scholars and writers today do not see the standard that they have to move up to. I am clearly partial to the works, writings, and thinking of our people's freedom movement, but I have no hesitation in going outside the movement to get any truth, idea, or theory that I think will add to what I have learned from my own people. The writers and scholars in the Harlem History Club were good writers and scholars, who were dedicated to their people and to history. They had little comfort or financial advantage. Being scholars meant that they had to pursue their work and live with economic uncertainty. There was uncertainty in their personal relations as well. They were expected to be ordinary men with ordinary interests when they were in fact extraordinary in who they were and what they did. They were not masochistic, yet many of them suffered at the hands of their wives, children, and friends. Despite lack of support and misunderstanding from those closest to them, they stuck to what they set out to do as men of dedication. The necessity for dedication was expressed some years ago by an Englishman named Edmund O'Brien. He said thinking is at its best when you make a priesthood out of duty. A writer could not do his best work before he understood the priesthood of his endeavor. You cannot express ideas well externally until you have made sense of them internally. All of the external material measures of success do not motivate or really reward the dedicated scholar. I know O'Brien's point well. My deepest disappointment has not been financial or for the years that I could not get a teaching position. My disappointment was in the lack of support from the two women I married. Teaching. For years I could not get a regular teaching job. I taught in high schools, in the community, and in oddball places in the Depression years and after I came out of the Army in 1945. I did odd jobs for almost 20 years to support myself, my family, and my historical studies and research. Finally, in 1949, the administrator at the new School for Social Research had to fund an African Studies Center and I was allowed to give courses in the community. Later, I became head of the Heritage Teaching Program for Harrio Act, the first anti-poverty program in Harlem. Then I was training Head Start teachers at New York University. All of these positions were on soft money lines. When the grant ran out, the job ran out. I could get those kind of jobs. I became known for my radical approach to teaching and as a teacher who documented things and proved my points. Sometimes I would work in the bank at night to supplement my income. Then James Turner expressed an interest in me coming to Cornell University and the Black and Puerto Rican students at Hunter College wanted me to develop their curriculum as well. I was making a little money then as a consultant for CBS and was not ready to teach yet. So I told the dean at Hunter College that I would do 2 courses for $15,000 thinking they would tell me to go to hell. They accepted. To my surprise I was hired at Hunter College and, for the first time in my life, I was paid $15,000 per year to teach 2 courses. The students told them to hire me and this was not a time when administrations ignored their students' wishes. 6. Research topics. If I were able to direct a new generation of students in historical studies, I would have them do a number of studies that are not being done. We need to see general studies as well as detailed specializations on the peoples and cultures of the world. The work on Africa, Asia, and Europe, that European scholars initiated in the 19th century, needs to be carefully reviewed. We will undoubtedly find much to redo without the assumptions and bias of European supremacy. We need to see students trained in the different periods of African history, doing studies of European peoples in the same periods. What they would look to study are the connections and interactions between Africans and Europeans. New European studies. In particular, there is a need for Africanists to study the emergence of Europe from 1400 to 1600 AD. This period was a critical turning point in the history of the world. We need studies of the 700 years before 1400 AD when Islamic Africans, Arabs, and Berbers had isolated Europe, controlling commerce in the Mediterranean. Europe was hemmed in and struggling with its own internal conflicts. The Crusades gave Europe an external reason for certain ideas and certain people to dominate. In the process, a lot of pressure was taken off the Catholic Church to reform, and Europe was forced to look at the world beyond itself. Europeans looked at the world beyond Europe and realized that they could not conquer it, not until they learned maritime skill. This maritime knowledge, primarily from China, was translated at the University of Salamanca in Spain by Arab, African and Berber scholars. The acquisition of this knowledge by Europeans in the 1400s is an essential turning point in world history. Europeans would now punish the world for what it had suffered at its own hands and because of its own failures during the period between the decline of the Roman Empire and the second rise of Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. Within this 200-year rise, they would turn to Christianity to justify their criminal assault on the rest of the world. With religious justification and at best the Church's indifference, they created and expanded the slave trade and the expansion of European people in settler nations beyond Europe. This period needs to be studied specifically with attention to the impact it had on African and Asian peoples. Consider two small points. First, Europe is really not a continent. It is a part of Asia. Europe does not qualify as a continent by the dictionary definition of a continent. Second, Europeans are multiracial. These 2 points have major implications for how we view European cultures and the European identity. We need more work which looks at the ways that European scholars used to argue that Egypt was not a part of Africa. We need to study the relationship of Egypt to the rest of Africa, especially before the European distortion of their own and Egyptian history. For students to understand the 21st century, they must understand the centuries of disruption that led us to where we are today. We really have to study the last 500 years of world history and the last 500 years of disruption in favor of Europe and the downgrading of other peoples. Once things are placed in their proper historical perspective, they might have a better idea of where the world can go tomorrow. South America and the Caribbean. We need to study South America, where the majority of the population is neither black nor white and could go either way in whom they identify with, depending on the future flow of world power. South Americans, in particular Brazilians, claim white or European preferences because they assume that blacks and African peoples will not come to power in the world community. We need to 7. Study the formation of nations in South America and the slow destruction of Indian cultures in Mexico and in Canada. There needs to be in-depth studies of the destruction of indigenous cultures in both South and North America. There have been no in-depth studies of how these people came to America since they are supposed to be of Asian descent. The Asian ancestors of North and South American Indians could have come due to curiosity, or overcrowding. They could have been cattle-raising people who needed space. By studying the Asian migration patterns, I have not been able to identify a disruptive period in Asian history that would have made that many people want to leave Asia. What happened to the indigenous people of the Caribbean? They have disappeared. We need to study the Caribbean mentality after 1850 because the Caribbeans had a rebellious mentality up until the middle of that century. They identified themselves specifically with Africa, but they lost this after 1850 and became imitation English, imitation Dutch, imitation Spanish, and now they have a color complex indicative of a confused racial identity. At what point did they lose their revolutionary attitude, and start to refer to their heritage from the viewpoint of their colonial masters? Historic Africa. Africa as a place of history, migrations, cultures, and influences on the world is older than Europe and is rich and diverse in all human experiences. Yet we still know so little about Africa as a place with people central to world history and to the future. We need studies of the migration patterns of the peoples of Africa and the impact those migrations have had on present cultures. This would mean looking at the infusion of one African culture into another, creating still another culture that had vitality. The Ashanti and the Fanti social order and world systems are examples. These people of the Upper Niger migrated and blended cultures. We need to study cultural retentions where Africans have held on to their culture through centuries of wars and all sorts of other difficulties. They have held on to their concept of nation and concept of self. A good example is the Zulu. The Zulu nation is not South African in origin. They have East African origins and were called Ngwana. They migrated to Central Africa and then down to South Africa. We need to study the marital and courtship habits of some Africans, such as the Hero who pledge to bring virginity to their wedding bed, in contrast with the Mundi who have trial marriages. Among the Mundi the couple live together and have 2 or 3 children before they are married later with a big ceremony. In cases where they do not marry, the children belong to the family of the wife because their lineage is matrilineal. Whoever later marries her becomes the guardian of the children she had by the previous man. This is a very civilized custom. We need to study Africa since 1957 with the beginning of the independence explosion when African states started to receive their so-called independence. What happened? Africa may have gone down the wrong road to freedom because we did not first have stable African states. There was no African state methodology, and we did not observe African political traditionalisms. What we adopted were European parliamentary forms. Africa should have adopted some form of African traditionalism in government. As a result, I see where so-called independence has done more harm than good. The methods and directions towards independence we took should be an issue within critical studies of neocolonialism. It would have made a great difference if there had been one African state in existence with stability and vitality. It would have been a role model for other African states. But the former colonial powers do not intend any one state to be such a role model. 8. The USA. We need to study the period between 1619 and 1776 in America history. Very little is said about what happened between the arrival in Jamestown, Virginia, and the American Revolution. Very little has been said about the contradictions of the American Revolution. In fact, the American Revolution and its proclamation of liberty and democracy was a contradiction because it was clearly not meant for African Americans. We had not been accepted as citizens. Northerners and Southerners had no difficulty in classifying us as 3/5 of a person. Southerners voted according to our presence in their political constituency. A white man could cast votes for us without our consent as though we were cattle. Liberty and justice for all did not include people of African descent. We need to study the small number of freedmen in the South who were stripped to the point of not being free. Who were they, why did they stay, what did they think, and how did they maintain their free status? Many of them were craftsmen, barbers, builders and blacksmiths. They were restricted in where they could go, and what they could do. When they went into a new town, they had to give notice. They were watched, and had to carry papers on them at all times. This was humiliating. I challenge the idea that they were free. They just had a little more ability to move about, a little more than bondsmen. We know even less about the status and experiences of New England freedmen. Asia. We need to investigate the large historic African presence in Asia, especially in India where there are 100 million people of partly African descent. We need to investigate the African presence in the Pacific Islands. There are entire nations made up of people of African extraction. We need to investigate Australia before the British destroyed its black inhabitants. Tasmania was black before the British destroyed every man, woman, and child on the island. The future. African Americans will play a key role in the new and second political awakening of African peoples. Despite our subordinate domestic status, African Americans are already the most politically active Africans outside Africa. The first political awakening was with Nkrumah in the independence of Ghana. The second will have to be based on the various nationalisms, Pan-Africanisms, and other forms of African unity that go across all religious and political lines. We can no longer discuss who is Baptist, who is Protestant, etc. If you are African, even if you are a Muslim, Being African will have to take precedence over what else you are. By asserting that there will be new African awakening does not mean that I am ignoring the declining African American domestic plight. The destruction of black communities in the US is very deliberate, and the power and responsibility for this destruction rests squarely on the shoulders of government and economic leaders. They know that, if we succeed in building sound communities after all that we have been put through, we can build and run a nation. Successful communities are small role models for a successful nation. It is from the community that you get the ideas and impetus to build a nation. Those who do not want us to come to power are intent on keeping our communities so disrupted that we will never build a sound community. And these people behind this destruction are not black. No black men or women have that kind of power, do not live in our community, and cannot succeed forever. 9. Conclusion. We have a lot of scholars, writers, and politicians doing more talking than writing and more talking than acting. We have enough actors. We have enough people to talk about us and to beg. We now need people who understand what real liberation is all about and who will act to make positive change for black people happen. Our people and scholars are focusing on their blackness as an historic and cultural value. They struggle and are confused about whiteness, which is everywhere, and everything good and of value in this culture. But this does not always mean that self-appreciation is lacking. What is lacking is a proper value on blackness. I think a lot of black scholars are misleading us with statistics and charts and examples that do not make sense. They are explaining us to whites and their explanations make no sense to black people. Their unwillingness to come before black people and explain their explanations suggests that they do not believe their own explanations. Once we solve the internal problem of who we are, we can solve the external problem of what we will be. It is understandable why I would grow up to fight Jim Crow and racial prejudice and the separation of races. I have literally risked my life fighting these things because I knew racial hatred and ignorance was so damned unnecessary. I also knew one other thing: if there is a superior race in the world, it damned well is not white people. I have always been clear on this point from early in my life. No people can do to other people what they have done to the world. European culture has produced people who are terribly insecure and frightened. No one on this earth should tremble at the sight of them. I would fear because a coward has the upper hand and not because he is brave. He is not brave. That is something I will never get out of my mind. If I ever have any influence over a state, the first thing I would build is a decent hospital someplace to care for children and old people. A civilization has to be measured by how it takes care of its old and its very young. 10. From SBA to SIA, A Great and Mighty Walk. By John Henrik Clarke, July 1998. On January 1, 1915, when I was born in Union Springs, Alabama, little black Alabama boys were not fully licensed to imagine themselves as conduits of social and political change. I remember when I was about 3 years old, I fell off something. I do not know what it was, but I remember Uncle Henry putting some water on my head, and I really do think that instead of the fall knocking something out of me, it knocked something into me. In fact, they called me Bubba, and because I had the mind to do so, I decided to add the E to the family name Clarke and changed the spelling of Henry to Henrik, after the Scandinavian rebel playwright, Henrik Ibsen. I liked his spunk and the social issues he addressed in A Doll's House. I understood that my family was rich in love but would probably never own the land my father, John, dreamed of owning. My mother, Willie Ella Mays Clarke, was a washerwoman for poor white folks in the area of Columbus, Georgia, where the writer Carson McCullers once lived. My mother would go to the houses of these folks and pick up her laundry bundles and pull them back home in a little red wagon, with me sitting on top. At the end of the week, she would collect her pay of about $3. My siblings are based in the varied ordering and descriptives that characterize traditional African diasporic families. They are Eddie Mary Clarke Hobbs, Walter Clarke, Hugo Oscar Clarke, Erline Clarke, Flossie Clarke, deceased, and Nathaniel Clarke, deceased. Together, in varied times and forms, we have known love. My loving sister Mary has always shared the pain and pleasure of my heartbeat in a unique and special way. We have sung our sad and warm songs together. But, we have all felt the warm rains of spring, and felt the crispness of the fallen leaves in fall together. As the eldest son of an Alabama sharecropper family, I was constantly troubled by a collage of North American Southern behaviors and notions in reference to the inhumanity of my people. There were questions that I did not know how to ask but could, in my young, unsophisticated way, articulate a series of answers. My daddy wanted me to be a farmer, feel the smoothness of Alabama clay and become one of the first blacks in my town to own land. But, I was worried about my history being caked with that southern clay, and I subscribed to a different kind of teaching and learning in my bones and in spirit. I am a nationalist, and a Pan-Africanist, first and foremost. I was well grounded in history before ever taking a history course. I did not spend much formal time in school. I had to work. I caddied for Dwight Eisenhower and Omar Bradley long before they became generals or president, for that matter. Just between you and me, Bradley tipped better than Eisenhower did. When I was able to go to school in my early years, my third-grade teacher, Ms. Harris, convinced me that one day I would be a writer. I heard her, but I knew that I had to leave Georgia, and unlike my friend Ray Charles, I did not go around with Georgia on my mind. Instead, my best friend, Roscoe Hester, used to sit with me spellbound, as I detailed the history of Timbuktu. I soon took a slow-moving train out of Georgia because I did not want to end up like Richard, Dick, Wright's black boy. I came to New York via Chicago, and then I enlisted in the Army and earned the rank of Master Sergeant. Later, I selected Harlem as the laboratory where I would search for the true history of my people. I could not stomach the lies of world history, so I took some strategic steps in order to build a life of scholarship and activism in New York. I began to pave strong roads toward what I envisioned as a mighty walk where I would initiate, inspire, and help found organizations to elevate my people. I am thinking specifically of the Harlem's Writers Guild, Freedom Ways, Presence African, African Heritage Studies Association, Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, National Council of Black Studies, Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization. I became an energetic 1. Participant in circles like Harlem Writers Workshop, studied history and world literature at New York and Columbia Universities and at the League for Professional Writers. And, much like the Egyptians taught Plato and Socrates what they eventually knew, I was privileged to sit at the feet of great warriors like Arthur Schomburg, Willis Huggins, Charles C. Furt, William Leo Hansberry, John G. Jackson and Paul Robeson. Before I go any further, let me assure you that I always made attempts at structuring a holistic life. My 3 children are products of that reality. My oldest daughter, who kind of grew up with me, became a warm and wonderful young woman. Unfortunately, she preceded me in her passage. Part of my life's mission has been to deliver a message of renewal, redemption, and rededication for young people all over the world, and I hope the walk has afforded me that claim. So, now, and in my traditionally fatherly way, I appeal to my 2 younger children, Sonny Kojo and Enzingha Marie, to appreciate my commitment to them and the rest of the world. Sonny, in forming your identity, I called upon the spirit of Sonny Ali, the great emperor of the Sudanic empires, to anoint you, and Enzingha, my second daughter, I reached back for the spirit of the warrior Queen Enzingha to lay her hands upon you. I have always felt blessed by the many nieces and nephews who have surrounded me: John H. Clarke, Charlie May Rowell, Walter L. Hobbs, Lily Kate Hobbs, Wanda D. McCauley, Angela M. Rowell, Maurice Hobbs, Vanessa Rowell, Calvin T. Rowell, Michael J. McCauley, Madeline McCauley, and a host of other extended family and friends. Lily, I have always loved and needed the special touches of our relationship. Without you this walk would not have been completed. I have not left you. When the European emerged in the world in the 15th and 16th centuries, for the second time, they not only colonized most of the world, they colonized information about the world, and they also colonized images, including the image of God, thereby putting us into a trap, for we are the only people who worship a God whose image we did not choose. I had to respond to this behavior. I could not live with this nonsense and contradiction, and I challenged these insidious concepts and theories. While I have not finished my work and I remain worried about who will replace Dr. Ben and me, I am not displeased of my progress of 83 years. As we all would agree, the struggle is continuous. I have utilized several avenues. I wrote songs, and while most of you are familiar with The Boy Who Painted Christ Black, I wrote some 200 short stories. I question the political judgment of those who would have the nerve to paint Christ white with his obvious African nose, lips, and woolly hair. My publications in the form of edited books, major essays, and book introductions are indeed important documents and number more than 30, Africa, Lost and Found with Richard Moore and Keith Baird, and African People at the Crossroads are among the major publication used in history and African American studies disciplines on college and university campuses. I am also honored to have edited books on Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey. Through the United Nations, I published monographs on Paul Robeson and W.E.B. Du Bois, and, to clarify the historical record, I was compelled to publish a monograph on Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust. One of my latest works, Who Betrayed the African Revolution, was a very painful project, indeed. And, when I think of William Starrin's error with Nat Turner and our response to it, I feel convinced that Nat was able to return to his rest in peace. Among the paths of my journey, I have had a chance to engage in dialogue at the major centers of higher education throughout North and South America, Africa, and Europe. I am humbled by these opportunities, and I have been blessed as the recipient of a number of honorary degrees. My professorships at the Africana Studies and Research Center at Cornell University, where my portrait hangs at the artistic genius of Don Miller, was very important for the young men and women I taught there, and the work that I did with African and Puerto Rican studies at Hunter College between 1965 and 1985 was highly significant. I have walked majestically with kings and queens and presidents and other heads of states. My special destiny with Africa, early on in this walk, afforded me the opportunity to mentor Kwame Nkrumah when he arrived in the United States as a student. The reciprocity of our relationship was manifested in my sojourn to post-independence Ghana as a young journalist. Without question, my walk has been sweeter because I have shared the path with Kwame Nkrumah. 2. Betty Shabazz and Malcolm, C. Zora Neale Hurston, Jimmy Baldwin, Martin Luther King Jr., Richard Wright, Julian Mayfield, John G. Jackson, Cheek and Tatty Opp, John O. Killens, Hoyt Fuller, Chancellor Williams, Drusilla Dundee Houston. Well, what do you know, I am transitioning with all of these giants now, and the process is much easier because all of you are here with me. This walk has been anointed by God, and the list of walkers is endless, and all of you have touched me deeply. I humbly acknowledge Dorothy Calder, Diane James, Doris Lee, Adelaide Sanford, Ruby D. and Ossie Davis, Barbara Adams, Judy Miller, Gil Noble, James Turner, Howard Dodson, Mari Evans, Haki Motherboody, Selma White, William and Camille Cosby, Irving Burgess, Pat Williams, and others too numerous to mention. As all of you must know, I made an early commitment to transfer my library to Black institutions in an effort to demonstrate my unlimited trust and respect to the Black community. So, it is to the Atlanta University Center and to the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture where I have donated the majority of my books and documents. I entrusted this task to members of the Institute for African Research, the foundation which will perpetuate those objectives for which I dedicated my life. This has really been a long marathon, and there have been caregivers at my dehydration stations that kept vigil, and in the spirit of love and devotion, I thank you for your deeds. Ann Swanson and Barbara True, your work with me has been unconditional, and I ask you now to accept my gratitude and know that my spirit will always be your protective shield. Chiri Fitzpatrick and Derek Grubb, you are very familiar with the parameters of this run, and with me, you are of long-distance caliber. Jim Dyer, Andy Thompson, Leigh Edmond, and Debbie Swire, I thank you for walking in step with me and bracing me with your strength. In you I observed the ingredients of African kings and queens. Eva Elaine Carruthers and Betty Parker Smith, I know that I have raised you the right way and you must now move with winds of my spirit wings. You know my literary agenda and you are obligated to manage that knowledge. The ancestors have stretched out their arms and I see them beckoning now at a distance. And, like Langston Hughes has known rivers, I have known love and bliss. Sybil Williams Clarke, whom I have known for over 50 years and now my wife of 10 months and my companion and friend 11 years, has made this journey with me and made my life complete. But, Sybil, your loving touch, notwithstanding, your arms were not long enough to box with the eminent moment. But, while I must make this physical departure, spiritually, I will not leave you and God will take care of you. When you feel a cool breeze blow across your face every now and then, just know that it comes from the deep reservoir of love that I hold for you. Oh, by the way, Christ is black, I see him walking at a distance with Kruma, I think they are coming over to greet me. My feet have felt the sands of many nations. I have drunk the water of many springs. I am old. Older than the pyramids. I am older than the race that oppresses me. I will live on. I will outlive oppression. I will outlive oppressors. Determination, July 16, 1998. 3. Clarke, Atlanta University. The influence of Arthur A. Schomburg on my concept of Africana studies. By John Henrik Clarke. The influence of Arthur A. Schomburg on my concept of Africana studies. The month of March, 1986, marked the 60th anniversary of the founding of the Schomburg Collection, the major repository of African world history in the United States. The collection, still housed in Harlem, now in the new building of the Schomburg Library, contains some of the rarest documents and books relative to the ancient, medieval, and modern history of African people. Arthur A. Schomburg's personal collection formed the basis of the original library whose collection bears his name. It is unfortunate that the present-day generation of Africans, African Americans, and Puerto Ricans who know about the collection know very little of Arthur Schomburg and his influence on Africana studies. Arthur A. Schomburg, who belonged to both of them and who referred to himself as a Puerto Rican of African descent, had no problem in being of service to the African American and the Puerto Rican communities. In a calm and intelligent way he balanced himself between both groups without offending either. This is an art that is sorely needed at the present time. This and other facts relating to his life were brought to the attention of a large audience in two ceremonies, at the Schomburg Collection itself and at City College, Sunday, February 23, 1986. I watched the audience at the reception I attended and wondered, with a touch of cynicism, if any of these well-dressed people had read any of the well-informed books contained in the collection. Beyond the ceremony I questioned if any of them knew anything about the substance of this man's life. I could not get out of my mind what influence Arthur A. Schomburg had had on my life. He actually assisted me in laying the foundation for my career as a teacher of history, as a Pan-Africanist, as a socialist, and as a person who sees no contradiction in being a socialist, a Pan-Africanist, and an African world nationalist all at one time. Through an understanding of my own people, their history, and their relationship to the world, I have learned to understand all people and to appreciate their culture and their religion. In conversations with Arthur A. Schomburg and in listening to his lectures, I learned something about history that I would not publicly admit until a generation after his death. That beyond his statement that a people must remake their past in order to shape their future, I learned that no people can survive as a people living under a culture and a religion and a political theory that they, in fact, did not in part create. In short, no people can borrow a destiny from another people. As a teacher of Africana studies that I refer to as African world history, I maintain that it is not enough to know the history of African people and their role in the world to understand African people. It is necessary to understand their relationship to all people in the world throughout history and the influence of non-African people on African people. I believe this is what led me to Arthur A. Schomburg, and the lessons that I learned from him went far beyond black history and blackness. He has influenced my concept of Africana studies and my appreciation of those eras of African history before slavery. Arthur A. Schomburg was my mentor long before we met face to face, and he, more than anyone else, was responsible for my choice of a profession and lifetime commitment as a teacher of African world history. Our first meeting was within the pages of The New Negro, edited by Alain Locke, and published in 1925. My interest in him started with the reading of his essay, The Negro Digs Up His Past. I read this essay around 1931, 2 years before I came to New York City. I had just passed my 15th birthday. This essay had a profound effect on me in my search for the role that African people had played in history. I had begun my serious reading years before as a junior Sunday school teacher in a Baptist church. I had searched for the image of my own people in the Bible and other religious literature without finding any image that reflected respect. I had already seen the early biblical spectacles made by Cecil B. DeMille, and I saw African people depicted only as slaves. I could not believe that I came from people whose sole history had been one of slavery. Schomburg's essay confirmed my suspicion that history had been turned around to reflect an image of African people that, in fact, was not true. After reading the essay, I knew that I came from a people who had played every role in the human drama from saint to buffoon. I knew that we had made great nations and that we had destroyed some. We had been both the masters and the slaves. Slavery was only one aspect of our history. When I came to New York City in the summer of 1933, I assumed that Arthur A. Schomburg was a person of such high status that one would have to get several letters from important people in order to see him. I found Schomburg easier than I thought I would and much easier to talk to than I thought a man of his character would be. One day in the spring of 1934 I went to the desk of the old 135th Street Library and asked a short-tempered clerk if she knew of anybody who would give me a letter to see Schomburg. She spoke abruptly and dismissed me. She said, "You will have to walk up 3 flights." When I walked the 3 flights to the Schomburg collection, I found Arthur A. Schomburg, the lone member of the staff taking care of the collection while the other members of his staff were at lunch. When I got up enough nerve to speak to him, I told him where I had read his essay and what it meant to me. I had extracted the explanation from 2 lines of this essay. The American Negro must remake his past in order to make his future. History must restore what slavery took away. I told him that I wanted to know the entire history of African people in the world, and I spoke as though I wanted to know this entire history within the hour. His first words to me have re-echoed encouragingly within me throughout the years. They were, "Sit down, son." Then he said, "What you are calling African history and Negro history is nothing but the missing pages of the world history. You will have to understand more about world history in order to understand who displaced our people from its pages." He leaned forward and spoke almost confidentially although we were alone. He said, "Son, go study the history of your oppressor. Once you know the history of your oppressor and why he had to oppress you, you will also learn why he had to remove you from the respectful commentary of human history." Our relationship began at noon hour in 1934. He suggested a number of books on European history for me to read and told me to come back to him after I had read them. When I came back to him, I had a clearer understanding of world history and how the history of African people related to it. I knew one thing that the present generation of black students seem to miss, and that is how and why the slave trade came to be and how Europe set up the rationalization to justify it. I entered the serious study of African history through the study of the history of Europe. I learned that African people were older than the very existence of Europe and that they had had 2 golden ages and were in decline before Europe was a functioning entity or had appeared on the world scene. My meeting with Arthur A. Schomburg opened many doors to me. Afterwards, I became active in the Harlem History Club headed by Willis N. Huggins, with the assistance of his protege, John G. Jackson, who is still alive today. We were young people trying to find a definition of African people in history, literally looking on the other side of the slavery curtain to see what kind of people we were before the advent of slavery. Willis N. Huggins was a master teacher and the first political analyst I had ever met. He not only taught history in Sunday morning sessions, he taught the meaning of history especially as it relates to African people. He had a good and clear knowledge of European history, and the mental notes I took in his class help me to this very day to look beyond blackness and see blackness more clearly. My studies led me to the reading of white European writers who wrote favorably of Africa and African people and who had lost credibility in their own countries. As a young teenager I began to read John G. Jackson and Gerald Massey. I read the Book of Beginnings in 2 volumes and John G. Jackson's The Pagan Origins of the Christ Myth. In this book he traced the Christ myth over 26 civilizations and 1,000 years and proved that versions of the Christ story existed 1,000 years before he lived. In his small pamphlet, Christianity Before Christ, he traces this myth carefully. Now, 50 years later, he has expanded the pamphlet into a major work, published by the Atheist Press in Austin, Texas. Neither the book nor the pamphlet is offensive to any religious person. He was merely pointing out the similarity in Judaism and Christianity, a lesson needed then. A lesson needed now. Willis N. Huggins continued his teachings and, during the Italian-Ethiopian War, went to Ethiopia. He returned to the United States and opened a bookstore on 7th Avenue. It was the first fully equipped bookstore in Harlem. A number of students from Africa came to the Harlem History Club, some of them active in the African Students' Union. One of the students I remember best attended Lincoln University in Pennsylvania and spent his summers in Harlem. He was quite an introspective person. His name was Francis Kwame Nkrumah. When he spoke in thoroughness and with great care. None of us had any idea that this quiet lad would emerge as the leader of his nation, the Gold Coast, now called Ghana. In 1938 the Harlem History Club became the Blitten Society after Edward Wilmot Blitten for his great contribution to the progress of blacks in the 19th century. He attempted to construct a three-way bridge, a bridge of understanding between Africans, African Americans and Africans of the Caribbean islands, and he partly succeeded. It was Willis N. Huggins who called attention to Edward Wilmot Blitten's book, Christianity, Islam, and the Negro Race. This book was a major influence on my understanding of the impact of African religions on the world. The social thought of Africans helped to create the three major religions of the world, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Very often I met Arthur A. Schomburg at the 8th Avenue subway station on his way to the Schomburg collection. I walked with him the 2 long blocks to the collection, and in these private moments with him in conversation, times that were precious to me, he became more precious to me through the years. When I learned that he did not mind my meeting with him at the subway station, our meetings became more frequent and, generally, when the youth clubs and the Harlem History Club wanted him to speak they would ask me if he would. I do not remember him ever refusing or charging a lecture fee. My initial meeting with Schomburg and his advice to me led me to my second black teacher of African world history, Willis N. Huggins, then the only black teacher of history in the public school system of New York City. He taught at Bushwick High School in Brooklyn and was the author of 2 books, Guide to the Study of African History and An Introduction to African History. I was active in most of the youth organizations in Harlem, being a leading Depression radical. I was corresponding secretary for the National League of Negro Youth, which was then headed by Eugene Orr. It was my responsibility to secure speakers for our weekly meetings. On my invitation, Schomburg addressed these meetings at least 6 times between 1935 and his death in 1938. The Schomburg collection was like an extension of my home. Very few nights passed without at least one conversation with Arthur Schomburg. He continued to guide my readings and gave me pointers on how to understand history. I think that the finest moments that I spent with him were outside of the library, walking him to the subway after one of his speeches at the National League of Negro Youth, and occasionally meeting him on the street and walking with him to the door of the 135th Street Library. On these occasions he seemed to be more relaxed. The movement seemed to free him of the tension that sometimes reflected from him inside the library, where there were so many people to see, too many questions to answer, and so many books to read. Through him I had the opportunity of reading a large number of unpublished manuscripts that he had collected, especially some of the diaries and letters of 19th century and 20th century black writers. In retrospect, I think that Arthur A. Schomburg was the antecedent of the Black Studies revolution and one of the ideological fathers of this generation. He often said, near the end of his lectures, in speaking of the lack of protest in oppressed people, "The baby that cries the most gets the most attention." I like to think that I learned from him, among other things, when to cry and when to shout, and how to do it creatively and effectively. That is one of the things which he seems to have passed on to me, and being a professor of African history, that is one thing that I try to pass on to my students, whomever they may be. 2. Why Africana History? By John Henrik Clarke, January 1987. Africa and its people are the most written about and the least understood of all of the world's people. This condition started in the 15th and the 16th centuries with the beginning of the slave trade and the colonialism system. The Europeans not only colonialized most of the world, they began to colonialize information about the world and its people. In order to do this, they had to forget, or pretend to forget, all they had previously known about the Africans. They were not meeting them for the first time, there had been another meeting during Greek and Roman times. At that time they complemented each other. The African, Clitus Niger, king of Bactria, was also a cavalry commander for Alexander the Great. Most of the Greeks' thinking was influenced by this contact with the Africans. The people and the cultures of what is known as Africa are older than the word Africa. According to most records, old and new, Africans are the oldest people on the face of the earth. The people now called Africans not only influenced the Greeks and the Romans, they influenced the early world before there was a place called Europe. When the early Europeans first met Africans, at the crossroads of history, it was a respectful meeting and the Africans were not slaves. Their nations were old before Europe was born. In this period of history, what was to be later known as Africa was an unknown place to the people who would someday be called Europeans. Only the people of some of the Mediterranean islands and a few states of what would become the Greek and Roman states knew of parts of North Africa, and that was a land of mystery. After the rise and decline of Greek civilization and the Roman destruction of the city of Carthage, they made the conquered territories into a province which they called Africa, a word derived from Afri, and the name of a group of people about whom little is known. At first the word applied only to the Roman colonies in North Africa. There was a time when all dark-skinned people were called Ethiopians, for the Greeks referred to Africa as the land of the burnt-face people. If Africa, in general, is a man-made mystery, Egypt, in particular, is a bigger one. There has long been an attempt on the part of some European scholars to deny that Egypt was a part of Africa. To do this they had to ignore the great masterpieces on Egyptian history written by European writers such, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, volumes I and II, and a whole school of European thought that placed Egypt in proper focus in relationship to the rest of Africa. The distorters of African history also had to ignore the fact that the people of the ancient land which would later be called Egypt, never called their country by that name. It was called Tamari or Kampt and sometimes Kemet or Sais. The ancient Hebrews called it Mizrain. Later the Muslim Arabs used the same term but later discarded it. Both the Greeks and the Romans referred to the country as the Pearl of the Nile. The Greeks gave it the simple name Aegyptus. Thus the word we know as Egypt is of Greek origin. Until recent times most Western scholars have been reluctant to call attention to the fact that the Nile River is 4,000 miles long. It starts in the south, in the heart of Africa, and flows to the north. It was the world's first cultural highway. Thus Egypt was a composite of many African cultures. In his article, The Lost Pharaohs of Nubia, Professor Bruce Williams infers that the nations in the south could be older than Egypt. This information is not new. when rebel European scholars were saying 1. This 100 years ago, and proving it, they were not taken seriously. It is unfortunate that so much of the history of Africa has been written by conquerors, foreigners, missionaries, and adventurers. The Egyptians left the best record of their history written by local writers. It was not until near the end of the 19th century when a few European scholars learned to decipher their writing that this was understood. The Greek traveler, Herodotus, was in Africa about 450 BC. His eyewitness account is still a revelation. He witnessed African civilization in decline and partly in ruins, after many invasions. However, he could still see the indications of the greatness that it had been. In this period in history, the Nile Valley civilization of Africa had already brought forth 2 golden ages of achievement and had left its mark for all the world to see. Slavery and colonialism strained, but did not completely break, the cultural umbilical cord between the Africans in Africa and those who, by forced migration, now live in what is called the Western world. A small group of African American and Caribbean writers, teachers, and preachers, collectively developed the basis of what would be an African consciousness movement over 100 years ago. Their concern was with Africa, in general, Egypt and Ethiopia, and what we now call the Nile Valley. In approaching this subject, I have given preference to writers of African descent who are generally neglected. I maintain that the African is the final authority on Africa. In this regard I have reconsidered the writings of W.E.B. Du Bois, George Washington Williams, Drusilla Dungey Houston, Carter G. Woodson, Willis N. Huggins, and his most outstanding living student, John G. Jackson, now deceased, editor. I have also reread the manuscripts of some of the unpublished books of Charles C. Seifert, especially manuscripts of his last completed book, Who Are the Ethiopians? Among Caribbean scholars, like Charles C. Seifert, J.A. Rogers, from Jamaica, is the best known and the most prolific. Over 50 years of his life was devoted to documenting the role of African personalities in world history. His 2-volume work, World's Great Men of Color, is a pioneer work in the field. Among the present-day scholars writing about African history, culture, and politics, Dr. Yosef Ben-Jacani's books are the most challenging. I have drawn heavily on his research in the preparation of this article. He belongs to the main cultural branch of the African world, having been born in Ethiopia, growing to early manhood in the Caribbean islands and having lived in the African American community of the United States for over 20 years. His major books on African history are, Black Man of the Nile, 1979, Africa, Mother of Western Civilization, 1976 and the African Origins of Major Western Religions, 1970. Our own great historian, W.E.B. Du Bois tells us, always Africa is giving us something new. On its back bosom arose one of the earliest, of self-protecting civilizations, and grew so mightily that it still furnishes superlatives to thinking and speaking men. Out of its darker and more remote forest vastness came, if we may credit many recent scientists, the first welding of iron, and we know that agriculture and trade flourished there when Europe was a wilderness. Dr. Du Bois tells us further that, nearly every human empire that has arisen in the world, material and spiritual, has found some of its greatest crises on this continent of Africa. It was through Africa that Christianity became the religion of the world. It was through Africa that Islam came to play its great role of conqueror and civilizer. Egyptian and the nations of the Nile Valley were, figuratively, the beating heart of Africa and the incubator for its greatness for more than 1,000 years. Egypt gave birth to what later would become known as Western civilization, long before the greatness of Greece and Rome. This is a part of the African story, and in the distance it is a part of the African American story. It is, too, difficult for depressed African Americans to know that they are a part of the larger story of the history of the world. The history of the modern world was made, in the main, by what was taken from African people. Europeans emerged from what they call their Middle Ages, people poor, land poor and resources poor. They raided and raped the cultures of the world, mostly Africa, and filled their homes and museums with treasures. Then they called the people primitive. The Europeans did not understand the cultures of non-Western people then, they do not understand them now. History, I have often said, is a clock that people use to tell their political time of day. It is also a compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells a people where they are and what they are. Most importantly, history tells a people where they still must go and what they still must be. There is no way to go directly to the history of African Americans without taking a broader view of African world history. In his book Tom Tom, the writer John W. Vander Cook makes this meaningful statement: a race is like a man. Until it uses its own talents, takes pride in its own history, and loves its own memories, it can never fulfill itself completely. This, in essence, is what African American history and what African American History Month is about. The phrase African American or African American History Month, taken at face value and without serious thought, appears to be incongruous. Why is there a need for an African American History Month when there is no similar month for the other minority groups in the United States? The history of the United States, in total, consists of the collective history of minority groups. What we call American civilization is no more than the sum of their contributions. The African Americans are the least integrated and the most neglected of these groups in the historical interpretation of the American experience. This neglect has made African American History Month a necessity. Most of the large ethnic groups in the United States have had, and still have, their historical associations. Some of these associations predate the founding of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, 1915. Dr. Charles H. Wesley tells us that, historical societies were organized in the United States with the special purpose in view of preserving and maintaining the heritage of the American nation. Within the framework of these historical societies, many ethnic groups, black as well as white, engaged in those endeavors that would keep alive their beliefs in themselves and their past as a part of their hopes for the future. For African Americans, Carter G. Woodson led the way and used what was then called Negro History Week to call attention to his people's contribution to every aspect of world history. Dr. Woodson, then director of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, conceived this special week as a time when public attention should be focused on the achievements of America's citizens of African descent. The acceptance of the facts of African American history and the African American historian as a legitimate part of the academic community did not come easily. Slavery ended and left its false images of black people intact. In his article, What the Historian Owes the Negro, the noted African American historian, Dr. Benjamin Quarles, says, the Founding Fathers, revered by historians for over a century and a half, did not conceive of the Negro as part of the body of politics. Theoretically, these men found it hard to imagine a society where Negroes were of equal status to whites. Thomas Jefferson, third President of the United States, who was far more liberal than the run of his contemporaries, was nevertheless certain that the two races, equally free, cannot live in the same government. 3. I have been referring to the African origin of African American literature and history. This preface is essential to every meaningful discussion of the role of the African American in every aspect of American life, past and present. I want to make it clear that the black race did not come to the United States culturally empty-handed. The role and importance of ethnic history is in how well it teaches a people to use their own talents, take pride in their own history and love their own memories. In order to fulfill themselves completely, in all of their honorable endeavors, it is important that the teacher of history of the black race find a definition of the subject, and a frame of reference that can be understood by students who have no prior knowledge of the subject. The following definition is paraphrased from a speech entitled, The Negro Writer and His Relation to His Roots, by Saunders Redding, 1960. Heritage, in essence, is how a people have used their talent to create a history that gives them memories that they can respect, and use to command the respect of other people. The ultimate purpose of history and history teaching is to use a people's talent to develop an awareness and a pride in themselves so that they can create better instruments for living together with other people. This sense of identity is the stimulation for all of a people's honest and creative efforts. A people's relationship to their heritage is the same as the relationship of a child to its mother. I repeat, history is a clock that people use to tell their time of day. It is a compass that they use to find themselves on the map of human geography. It also tells them where they are, and what they are. Most importantly, an understanding of history tells a people where they still must go, and what they still must be. Early white American historians did not accord African people anywhere a respectful place in their commentaries on the history of man. In the closing years of the 19th century, African American historians began to look at their people's history from their vantage point and their point of view. Dr. Benjamin Quarles observed that as early as 1883 this desire to bring to public attention the untapped material on the Negro prompted George Washington Williams to publish his two-volume History of the Negro Race in America from 1619 to 1880. The first formally trained African American historian was W.E.B. Du Bois, whose doctoral dissertation, published in 1895, The Suppression of the African Slave Trade to the United States, 1638 to 1870, became the first title to be published in the Harvard Historical Studies. It was with Carter G. Woodson, another Ph.D., that African world history took a great leap forward and found a defender who could document his claims. Woodson was convinced that unless something was done to rescue the black man from history, oversight, he would become a negligible factor in the thought of the world. Woodson, in 1915, founded the Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. Woodson believed that there was no such thing as Negro history. He said what was called Negro history was only a missing segment of world history. He devoted the greater portion of his life to restoring this segment. Africa came into the Mediterranean world mainly through Greece, which had been under African influence, and then Africa was cut off from the melting pot by the turmoil among the Europeans and the religious conquests incident to the rise of Islam. Africa, prior to these events, had developed its history and civilization, indigenous to its people and lands. Africa came back into the general picture of history through the penetration of North Africa, West Africa, and the Sudan by the Arabs. European and American slave traders next ravaged the continent. The imperialist colonizers and 4. missionaries finally entered the scene and prevailed until the recent re-emergence of independent African nations. Contrary to a misconception which still prevails, the Africans were familiar with literature and art for many years before their contact with the Western world. Before the breaking up of the social structure of the West African states of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai and the internal strife and chaos that made the slave trade possible, the forefathers of the Africans who eventually became slaves in the United States lived in a society where university life was fairly common and scholars were held in reverence. To understand fully any aspect of African American life, one must realize that the African American is not without a cultural past, though he was many generations removed from it before his achievements in American literature and art commanded any appreciable attention. Africana or Black history should be taught every day, not only in the schools, but also in the home. African History Month should be every month. We need to learn about all the African people of the world, including those who live in Asia and the islands of the Pacific. In the 21st century there will be over 1 billion African people in the world. We are tomorrow's people. But, of course, we were yesterday's people too. With an understanding of our new importance we can change the world, if first we change ourselves. 5. Part of history of Africa is depicted in drawing by E. Harper Johnson of Pianki the Great, a Nubian king who ruled ancient kingdom of Kush 300 years before the birth of Christ. His family and servants bid goodbye as he leaves for battle with Libyan rivals. He later conquered Egypt and restored much of its glory. Africa in early world history. Empires of ancient Sudan were at their peak of power in the Middle Ages. Empire of Ghana dominated for 3 centuries, and Mali rose to power in the 13th century. Empire of Songhai reached its pinnacle in the 15th and 16th centuries. Long before Rome, continent's people were scientists, scholars, builders by John Henrik Clarke. The distinguished Afro-American poet Count T. Cullen began his famous poem Heritage with the question, "What is Africa to me?" In order to understand Africa and its place in world history, we must extend the question by asking, what is Africa to the Africans and what is Africa to the world? There is a need to locate Africa and its people on the map of human geography. Our own great historian W.E.B. Du Bois tells us, always Africa is giving something new. On its black bosom arose one of the earliest, if not the earliest, of self-protecting civilizations, and grew so mighty that it still furnishes superlatives to thinking and speaking men. Out of its darker and more remote forest fastnesses came, if we may credit many recent scientists, the first welding of iron, and we know that agriculture and trade flourished there when Europe was a wilderness. Dr. Du Bois tells us further that nearly every human empire that has arisen in the world, material and spiritual, has found some of its greatest crises on this continent of Africa. It was through Africa that Christianity became the religion of the world. In Africa the last flood of Germanic invasions spent itself within hearing of the last gasp of Byzantium, and it was again through Africa that Islam came to play its great role of conqueror and civilizer. It is generally conceded in most scholarly circles that mankind originated in Africa. This makes the African man the father and the African woman the mother of mankind. This is where we began our assessment of the role of Africa and its people in world history. Early men in Africa became geniuses at surviving under harsh circumstances. Present-day archaeologists have dug up and preserved the evidence of their achievement. They made hooks to catch fish, spears to hunt with, stone knives to cut with, the bolo with which to catch birds and animals, the blowgun, the hammer and the stone axe. In his pamphlet The African Contribution, the writer John W. Weatherman gives us this additional evidence: today's cannon, long-range missiles, ship propellers, automatic hammers, gas engines, and even meat cleavers and the upholstery tack hammers have the roots of their development in the early African use of power. Africans gave mankind the first machine, it was the fire stick. It is the making of tools that sets man apart from, and, in a sense, above, all living creatures. Africans started mankind along the tool-making path. Canoes made it possible for man to travel farther and farther away from his original home. They began to explore the many rivers in Africa like the Nile, the Congo, and the Niger. It was in this way that the early peopling of Africa started and organized societies began. At some time, years later, Africans driven by curiosity or some force of nature began to leave Africa in large numbers. They became the most widely dispersed of all people. Evidence of their presence, at some time in history, has been found in nearly every part of the world. Africa was already old when what we now call Europe was born. The Ghanaian historian Joseph B. Danquah called attention to this fact in his introduction to the book United West Africa, or Africa, at the Bar of the Family of Nations by Ladipo Salanki, 1927, when he said, "By the time Alexander the Great was sweeping the civilized world with conquest after conquest from Chaonia to Gaza, from Babylon to Kabul, by the time this first of the Aryan conquerors was learning the rudiments of war and government at the feet of philosophic Aristotle, and by the time Athens was laying down the foundations of modern European civilization, the earliest and greatest Ethiopian culture had already flourished and dominated the civilized world for over 4.5 centuries. Imperial Ethiopia had conquered Egypt and founded the XXVTH dynasty, and for a century and a half the central seat of civilization in the known world was held by the ancestors of the modern Negro, maintaining and defending it against the Assyrian and Persian empires of the East. Thus, at the time when Ethiopia was leading the civilized world in culture and conquest, East was East but West was as yet to be held. Rome was nowhere to be seen on the map, and 16 centuries were to pass before Charlemagne would rule in Europe and Egbert become first king of England. Even then, history was to drag on for another 700 weary years before Roman Catholic Europe could see fit to end the Great Schism, soon to be followed by the disturbing news of the Dis. Africa in world history kun audit covery of America and by the fateful rebirth of the youngest of world civilizations. The French writer Count C.F. Volney in his book Ruins of Empire, 1789, made a similar statement after observing the evidence of what was once a great Ethiopian empire. This was his observation. A people now forgotten discovered, while others were yet barbarians, the elements of the arts and sciences. A race of men now rejected for their sable skin and frizzled hair founded, on the study of the laws of nature, those civil and religious systems which still govern the universe. The present search for the place of African people in world history and the Black Power revolution that produced the black and beautiful concept out of which the Black Studies revolution emerged, is part of a chain reaction to the absence of African people from the accepted commentaries on world history. This also means that we, as an African people, reject the rejection referred to in Count Volney's observations, and we are now demanding that other people acknowledge our contribution to world history, and their indebtedness to us. It can be said with a strong degree of certainty that Africa has had three golden ages. The first two reached their climax and were in decline before Europe as a functioning entity in human society was born. Africa's first golden age began at the beginning with the birth of man and the development of organized societies. In his book The Progress and Evolution of Man in Africa, Dr. L.S.B. Leakey states, "In every country that one visits and where one is drawn into a conversation about Africa, the question is regularly asked, by people who should know better, what has Africa contributed to world progress?" The critics of Africa forget that men of science today, with few exceptions, are satisfied that Africa was the birthplace of Slats himself, and that for many hundreds of centuries thereafter, Africa was in the forefront of all human progress. In the early development of man, the family was the most important unit in existence. Through the years the importance of this unit has not changed. The first human societies were developed for reasons relating to the needs and survival of the family. The early African had to make implements with which to catch fish and animals for the family tattle. He searched for new ways of building shelter, gathering and raising food, and domesticating animals. Our use of fire today simply continues the process started by the early Africans, the control of fire. With the discovery of metals and how to use them, all Africa took a great leap forward. Man had learned how to take iron from the ground and turn it into spears and tools. Iron cultures spread rapidly across Africa and there were very few parts of Africa that were not influenced by these Iron Age cultures. Iron cultures had their greatest development in the area of Africa that is now the eastern Sudan, in the great city-state of Meroe. The use of iron accelerated every aspect of African development and introduced a new danger: the eventual use of iron weapons in warfare. The Nile River became a great cultural highway, bringing peoples and cultures out of inner Africa. These migrations by river led to out of the world's great cities during the 15th and 10th centuries was Timbuktu. It was the intellectual center of the Songhai Empire and was famed for its scholars and social life. Famed Emperor N1 Ansa Musa claimed it as part of his realm. Establishment of one of the greatest nations in world history, Egypt. In his book The Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 BC to 2000 AD, the Afro-American historian Chancellor Williams refers to Egypt as Ethiopia's oldest daughter and calls attention to evidence to prove the southern African origin of early Egyptian people and their civilization. Egypt first became an organized nation about 6000 BC. Medical interest centers upon a period in the Third Dynasty, 5345 to 6307 BC, when Egypt had an ambitious pharaoh named Zosur, and Zosur, in turn, had for his chief counselor and minister a brilliant commoner named Imhotep, whose name means he who cometh in peace. Imhotep constructed the famous step pyramid of Saqqara near Memphis. The building methods used in the construction of this pyramid revolutionized the architecture of the ancient world. Egypt gave the world some of the greatest personalities in the history of mankind. In this regard, Imhotep is singularly outstanding. In the ancient history of Egypt, no individual left a deeper impression than the commoner Imhotep. He was the world's first multi-genius. He was also the real father of medicine. In his book Evolution of Modern Medicine, London, 1921, p. 10, Sir William Osler refers to Imhotep as the first figure of a physician to stand out clearly from the mists of antiquity. The period in Egyptian history from the Third Dynasty to the first invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, or Shepherd Kings, in 1700 BC is, in my opinion, the apex of the First Golden Age. The Western Asian domination over Egypt lasted about 120 years and was ended by the rise of Egyptian nationalism during the 17th dynasty. During this period the pharaohs, or kings, at Thebes consolidated their powers and began a united campaign to rid Lower Egypt of the Hyksos invaders. When the invaders from Western Asia were finally driven out by the pharaoh Amosi, the splendid 18th dynasty was established and Egypt's second golden age began. Egypt's golden age did not belong to Egypt alone but included other nations in Africa, mainly Kush and Ethiopia, which at certain periods in history were one and the same. These nations farther to the south were the originators of the early culture of Egypt. Egypt at this juncture in history was no longer dependent on her cultural parents and was, once more, the most developed nation in the world. Again rulers of monumental status were coming to power. Two of the best-known rulers of this period were Queen Hatshepsut and her brother Thutmose III. Great temples were built throughout the country, and the consequent employment of hundreds of artists and craftsmen prepared the way for the artistic glories which were still to come. During the reign of Thutmose II, the influence of Egypt was once more extended to Western Asia, now referred to as the Middle East. The age of grandeur continued. This age had a dramatic and lasting change in 1386 BC. Around that time, Queen Tiye of Egypt gave birth to a boy who was first named Amenhotep after his father. Very little is known of his childhood except that he was sickly from birth and developed an interest in art, poetry, and religion. His closest companion was said to be Nefertiti, his beautiful little cousin. Some archaeologists have referred to her as his sister. Akhenaten, often referred to as the heretic king, is one of history's most extraordinary monarchs. 1300 years before Christ he preached and lived a gospel of love, brotherhood, and truth. He has been called the world's first idealist, the first temporal ruler over to lead his people toward the worship of a single God. When Akhenaten came to the throne more than 3,000 years ago, Egypt dominated the world. Egypt's golden age gradually waned and the pride and splendor that had marked the 18th and 19th dynasties gave way to internal strife and confusion. Wars of conquest and colonization had drained much of her military and economic strength. In the meantime, as the nations to the south grew more powerful, they became predatory toward Egypt, which had once been their master. The nation that is now called Ethiopia came back upon the center stage of history around 960 BC. It was then represented by a queen who in some books is referred to as Makeda, and in others as Belkis. She is better known to the world as the Queen of Sheba. In his book Workle's Great Men of Color, J. A. Rogers gives this description: out of the mists of 3,000 years emerges this beautiful love story of a black queen, who, attracted by the face of a Judean monarch, made a long journey to see him. In Ethiopia, A Cultural History, Sylvia Pankhurst tells the story of this journey, the history of the Queen of the South, who undertook a long and arduous journey to Jerusalem, in order to learn of the wisdom of King Solomon, is deeply cherished in Ethiopia, as part of the national heritage, for she is claimed as an Ethiopian queen, Makeda, a woman of splendid beauty, who introduced the religion and culture of Israel to her own land. By the 10th and 9th centuries BC, Egypt had been weakened by outside attacks and by bitter disputes between its priests and the royal families. This had allowed the Kushites to the south to gain a measure of independence. They now had the confidence to move northward and conquer their former masters. In spite of the war of conquest, these Kushite, or Ethiopian, kings brought Egypt her last age of grandeur and social reform. there is a need to make a serious study of this act of internal African colonization and what it achieved at the end of the Golden Age for the two great nations of Egypt and Kush. These Kushite kings restored the declining culture and economy of Egypt and took it to unprecedented heights of leadership in the way it cared for its people. Though a colony, Egypt was once more a world power. The Assyrian invasion of 671 BC drove the Kushite forces to the south and began the harshness and misrule that destroyed the grandeur that once was Egypt. Egypt continued to decline while a young nation on the other side of the Mediterranean, Greece, began to gather its power around 500 BC. In the year 332 BC, Alexander the Great, a student of Aristotle, invaded Egypt. This was the first purely European invasion of Africa. The aftermath of this invasion, and the new European interest in dominating the trade of the Mediterranean world, led to the Punic Wars and the invasion by the Romans. In Egypt, a strong and shrewd young girl tried to deal with the plight of her country under the threat of Roman domination. Her name was Cleopatra. In the 6th and 7th centuries AD, Roman rule began to lose its hold on North Africa and the Middle East. African genius for state building and for bringing new societies into being was reborn in the Western Sudan, inner West Africa, where the third and last African Golden Age began. The first of the great empires of the Western Sudan to become known to the outside world was Ghana. It began as a small settlement during the 2nd century of the Christian era. It would later develop into a state with a known history of more than 1,000 years. In Europe and in the Arab countries, Ghana was known as a country rich in gold. This was a natural attraction for the Arabs and later the Europeans. The country reached the height of its greatness during the reign of Tenkamenon, one of its greatest kings, who came to power in 1062 AD. The king lived in a palace of stone and wood which was built to be defended in time of war. The empire was well organized. The political progress and social well-being of its people could be favorably compared to the best kingdoms and empires that prevailed in Europe at this time. The country had a military force of 200,000 men. In one of a number of holy wars, or jihads, Ghana was invaded by the Almoravids under the leadership of Abu Bakr of the Sasso Empire in 1076 AD. This conquest brought an end to Ghana's age of prosperity and cultural development. The character of the country was slow to change. Nearly 100 years later, the Arab writer El-Idrisi wrote of it as being the greatest kingdom of the blacks. In a later account, El-Idrisi said, "Ghana is the most commercial of the black countries. It is visited by rich merchants from all the surrounding countries and from the extremities of the West." In 1087 the country regained its independence, without regaining its old strength, state organization, and grandeur. The ruins of the Empire of Ghana became the kingdoms of Diara and Sasso. The provinces of Ghana became a part of the Mali Empire and were later absorbed into the Songhai Empire. The great drama of state building, trade and commerce, and power brokerage unfolded at Timbuktu, Queen City of the Western Sudan. 200 miles down the Niger from Timbuktu the competing city of Gao stood. It was founded about the 7th century and was the capital of the large black empire of Songhai. The famous emperor of Mali, Mansa Musa, stopped at Timbuktu on his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324. He went in regal splendor with an entourage of 60,000 persons, including 12,000 servants. 500 bondsmen, each of whom carried a staff of pure gold, marched in front of the emperor. 280 camels bore 2,400 pounds of gold which this African monarch distributed as alms and gifts. Musa returned from Mecca with an architect who designed imposing buildings in Timbuktu and other parts of his realm. To the outside world of the late medieval period, the Emperor Mansa Musa was more than an individual. He was Africa. He conquered the Songhai Empire and rebuilt the University of Sankore. He figured, by name, on every map. In his lifetime he became in person the symbol of the mystery and of the fabulous wealth of the unknown African continent. He was the most colorful of the black kings of the 14th century. He still held his position nearly 2 centuries after his death. After the death of Man Musa, the empire of Mali declined in importance. Its place was taken by Songhai, whose greatest king was Askia the Great, Muhammad Turi. Askia came to power in 1493, 1 year after Columbus discovered America. He consolidated the territory conquered by the previous ruler, Sunni Ali, and built Songhai into the most powerful state in the western Sudan. His realm, it is said, was larger than all Europe. The German writer Henry Barth, in his famous work Travels and Discoveries in North and Central Africa, calls Askia the Great one of the most brilliant and enlightened administrators of all times. He reorganized the army of Songhai, improved the system of banking and credit, and made the city-states of Gao, Wailata, Timbuktu, and Jen into intellectual centers. Timbuktu during his reign was a city of more than 100,000 people filled to the top, says a chronicler of that time, with gold and dazzling women. Askia encouraged scholarship and literature. Students from all over the Muslim world came to Timbuktu to study grammar, law, and surgery at the University of Sankore. Scholars came from North Africa and Europe to confer with learned historians and writers of this Black Empire. A Sudanese literature developed and many books were written. Leo Africanus, who wrote one of the best-known works on the Western Sudan, says, "In Timbuktu there are numerous judges, doctors, and clerics, all receiving good salaries from the king. He pays great respect to men of learning. There is a big demand for books in manuscript, imported from Barbary, North Africa. More profit is made from the book trade than from any other line of business." Askia has been hailed as one of the wisest monarchs of the Middle Ages. Alexander Chamberlain, in his book The Contribution of the Negro to Human Civilization, says of him, in personal character, in administrative ability, in devotion to the welfare of his subjects, in open-mindedness toward foreign influences, and in wisdom in the adoption of enlightened ideas and institutions from abroad, King Askia was certainly the equal of the average European monarch of the time and superior to many of them. After the death of Askia the Great in 1538, the Songhai Empire began to lose its strength and control over its vast territory. When the Songhai Empire collapsed after the capture of Timbuktu and Gas by the Moroccans in 1591, the whole of the western Sudan was devastated by the invading troops. The Sultan of Morocco, El Mansur, had sent a large army with European firearms across the Sahara to attack the once powerful empire of Songhai. The prosperous city of Timbuktu was plundered by the army of freebooters. A state of anarchy prevailed. The University of Sankore, which had stood for over 500 years, was destroyed and the faculty exiled to Morocco. The greatest Sudanese scholar of that day, Ahmed Baba, was among those exiled. Baba was a scholar of great depth and inspiration. He was the author of more than 40 books on such diverse themes as theology, astronomy, ethnography, and biography. His rich library of 1,600 books was lost during his expatriation from Timbuktu. Timbuktu provides the most terrible example of the struggles of the West African states and towns as they strove to preserve what was once their golden age. The Arabs, Berbers, and Tuaregs from the north showed them no mercy. Timbuktu had previously been sacked by the Tuaregs as early as 1433 and they had occupied it for 30 years. Between 1591 and 1593, the Tuaregs had already taken advantage of the situation to plunder Timbuktu once more. Between 1723 and 1726 the Tuaregs once more occupied and looted Timbuktu. Thus Timbuktu, once the queen city of the western Sudan, with more than 220,000 inhabitants, and the center of a powerful state, degenerated into a shadow of its former stature. Now, West Africa entered a sad period of decline. During the Moorish occupation, wreck and ruin became the order of the day. When the Europeans arrived in this part of Africa and saw these conditions, they assumed that nothing of order and value had existed in these countries. This mistaken impression, too often repeated, has influenced the interpretation of African and Afro-American life in history for over 400 years. Africa's time of tragedy and decline started both in Europe and in Africa itself. For more than 1,000 years Africans had been bringing into being empire after empire. the opening of Europe's era of exploration, Africa's own internal strife, and the slave trade turned what had been Africa's third golden age into a time of troubles. The independence explosion that started with Ghana in 1957 was a signal to the world that Africans were breaking away from the effects of slavery and colonialism, and were determined to re-enter the mainstream of history. Time of troubles for Africa, author says, began with the opening of Europe's era of exploration of the continent, an era rife with brutality, intimal strife, and trading in slaves. Africa's third and final golden age had ended. Drawing depicts slave ship Wildfire to it arrived in Key West, FLA, April 30th, ISM. One the early beginnings. It can be said with a strong degree of certainty that Africa has had three golden ages. The first two reached their climax and were in decline before Europe as a functioning entity in human society was born. Africa's first golden age began at the beginning with the birth of man and the development of organized societies. It is generally conceded in most scholarly circles that mankind originated in Africa. This makes the African man the father and the African woman the mother of mankind. In his book The Progress and Evolution of Man in Africa, Dr. L.S.B. Leakey states that, in every country that one visits and where one is drawn into a conversation about Africa, the question is regularly asked, by people who should know better, but what has Africa contributed to world progress? The critics of Africa forget that men of science today, with few exceptions, are satisfied that Africa was the birthplace of man himself, and that for many hundreds of centuries thereafter, Africa was in the forefront of all human progress. In the early development of man, the family was the most important unit in existence. Through the years, the importance of this unit has not changed. The first human societies were developed for reasons relating to the needs and survival of the family. The early African had to make hooks to catch fish, spears to hunt with, and knives. He searched for new ways of building shelter, gathering and raising food, and domesticating animals. Our use of fire today simply continues the process started by the early Africans, the control of fire. In the making of tools that sets man apart from all living creatures, Africans started man along the tool-making path. With the discovery of metals and how to use them all, Africa took a great leap forward. Man had learned how to take iron from the ground and turn it into spears and tools. Iron cultures spread rapidly across Africa, and there were very few parts of Africa that were not influenced by these Iron Age cultures. Iron cultures had their greatest development in the area of Africa that is now the eastern Sudan, in the great city-state of Meroe. The use of iron accelerated every aspect of African development and introduced a new danger: the eventual use of iron weapons in warfare. To the Nile Valley civilization, the rise of the Nile River became a great cultural highway, bringing peoples and cultures out of inner Africa. These migrations by river led to the establishment of one of the greatest nations in world history, Egypt. In his book The Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 BC to 2000 AD, the Afro-American historian Chancellor Williams refers to Egypt as Ethiopia's oldest daughter, and calls attention to the evidence to prove the southern African origin of early Egyptian people and their civilization. Egypt first became an organized nation about 6000 BC. Medical interest centers upon a period in the Third Dynasty, 5345 to 5307 BC, when Egypt had an ambitious pharaoh named Zazzar. Zazzar, in turn, had for his chief counselor and minister a brilliant commoner named Imhotep, whose name means he who cometh in peace. Imhotep constructed the famous step pyramid of Saqqara near 1. Memphis. The building methods used in the construction of this pyramid revolutionized the architecture of the ancient world. Egypt gave the world some of the greatest personalities in the history of mankind. In this regard, Imhotep is singularly outstanding. In the ancient history of Egypt, no individual left a deeper impression than the commoner Imhotep. He was the world's first multi-genius. He was also the real father of medicine. In his book, Evolution of Modern Medicine, London, 1921, 910, Sir William Osler refers to Imhotep as the first figure of a physician to stand out clearly from the mists of antiquity. The period in Egyptian history from the Third Dynasty to the first invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, of Shepherd Kings, in 1700 BC is, in my opinion, the apex of the First Golden Age. The Western Asian domination over Egypt lasted about 120 years and was ended by the rise of Egyptian nationalism during the 17th dynasty. During this period the pharaohs, or kings, at Thebes consolidated their powers and began a united campaign to rid Lower Egypt of Hyksos invaders. When the invaders from Western Asia were finally driven out by the pharaoh, Ahmose I, the splendid 18th dynasty was established and Egypt's Second Golden Age began. Egypt's Golden Age did not belong to Egypt alone but included nations in Africa, mainly Kush and Ethiopia, which at certain periods in history were one and the same. These nations farther to the south were the originators of the early culture of Egypt. Egypt at this juncture in history was no longer dependent on her cultural parents and was, once more, the most developed nation in the world. 3. The Nile Valley Civilization, the glory again rulers of monumental status were coming to power. Two of the best-known rulers of this period were Queen Hatshepsut and her brother Thutmose III. Great temples were built throughout the country, and the consequent employment of hundreds of artists and craftsmen prepared the way for the artistic glories, which were still to come. During the reign of Thutmose III, the influence of Egypt was once more extended to Western Asia, now referred to as the Middle East. The age of grandeur continued. This age had a dramatic and lasting change in 1386 BC. Sometime around 1386 BC, Queen Tiye of Egypt gave birth to a boy who was first named Amenhotep after his father. Very little is known of his childhood except that he was sickly from birth and developed an interest in art, poetry, and religion. His closest companion was said to be Nefertiti, the beautiful little cousin. Some archaeologists have referred to her as his sister. When the crown prince was about 21, he and the lovely Nefertiti were married. 3 years later, his aging father, Amenhotep III, named him co-regent of Egypt and crowned him Amenhotep IV. After the death of his father, he came into full power in Egypt and took the name Akhenaten. He produced a profound effect on Egypt and the entire world of his day. Akhenaten, often referred to as the heretic king, is one of history's most extraordinary monarchs. 1300 years before Christ he preached and lived a gospel of love, brotherhood, and truth. He has been called the world's first idealist, the first temporal ruler ever to lead his people toward the worship of a single God. When Akhenaten came to the throne more than 3,000 years ago, Egypt dominated the world. Egypt's golden age gradually waned and the pride and splendor that had marked the 18th and 19th dynasties gave way to internal strife and confusion. Wars of conquest and colonization had drained much of her military and economic strength. In the meantime, as the nations to the south grew more powerful, they became predatory toward Egypt, which had once been their master. 2. The nation that is now called Ethiopia came back upon the center stage of history around 900 BC. It was then represented by a queen who in some books is referred to as Makeda, and in others as Belkis. She is better known to the world as the Queen of Sheba. In his book, World's Great Men of Color, J.A. Rogers gives this description: out of the mists of 3,000 years emerges this beautiful love story of a black queen, who, attracted by the fame of a Judean monarch, made a long journey to see him. In Ethiopia, A Cultural History, Sylvia Pankhurst tells the story of this journey, the history of the Queen of the South, who undertook a long and arduous journey to Jerusalem, in order to learn of the wisdom of King Solomon, is deeply cherished in Ethiopia, as part of the national heritage, for she is claimed as an Ethiopian queen, Makeda, a woman of splendid beauty, who introduced the religion and culture of Israel to her own land. By the 10th and 9th centuries BC, Egypt had been weakened by outside attacks and by bitter disputes between its priests and the royal families. This had allowed the Kushites to the south to gain a measure of independence. They now had the confidence to move northward and conquer their former masters. In spite of the war of conquest, these Kushite, or Ethiopian, kings brought Egypt her last age of grandeur and social reform. there is a need to make a serious study of this act of internal African colonialism and what it achieved at the end of the Golden Age for both Egypt and Kush. These Kushite kings restored the declining culture and economy of Egypt and took this nation to unprecedented heights of leadership in the way it cared for its people. Though a colony, Egypt was once more a world power. For the Nile Valley civilizations, the decline, the Assyrian invasion of 871 BC drove the Kushite forces to the south and began the harshness and misrule that destroyed the grandeur that once was Egypt. Egypt continued to decline while a young nation on the other side of the Mediterranean, Greece, began to gather its power around 500 BC. In the year 332 BC, Alexander the Great, a student of Aristotle, invaded Egypt. This was the first purely European invasion of Africa. The aftermath of this invasion, and the new European interest in dominating the trade of the Mediterranean world, led to the Punic Wars and the invasion by the Romans. In Egypt, a strong and shrewd young girl tried to deal with the plight of her country under the threat of Roman domination. Her name was Cleopatra. More nonsense has been written about Cleopatra than about any other African queen, mainly because it has been the desire of many writers to paint her white. She was not a white woman, she was not a Greek. Let us dispose of this matter before explaining the more important aspects of her life. Until the emergence of the doctrine of white superiority, Cleopatra was generally pictured as a distinctly African woman, dark in color. Shakespeare, in the opening line of Antony and Cleopatra, calls her tawny. In his day, mulattoes were called tawny Moors. The word Moor came into the European languages meaning black or black Kumoor. In the Book of Acts, Cleopatra describes herself as black. Born in 69 BC, Cleopatra came to the throne that she shared with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, when she was 18 years old. Egypt, now a Roman protectorate, was beset with internal strife and intrigue. Cleopatra aligned herself with Julius Caesar, who reinforced her power. Their political and sexual relationship was a maneuver to save Egypt from the worst aspects of Roman domination. After Julius Caesar was murdered, Cleopatra, still in her early 20s, met Mark Antony and a love. 3. Affair strongly motivated by politics began. Her effect on Mark Antony was profound. This noble Roman turned traitor to his own people when he attempted to save the country of this fascinating black queen from Roman domination. After Antony's death, the victor, Octavius, assumed full control of Egypt, and Cleopatra, now without a protector or champion, committed suicide. After Cleopatra's death, Egypt became a Roman colony and the harsher aspects of Roman rule settled over Egypt and the Middle East. To the south, in the lands untouched by Rome, new proud civilizations were rising. And in the centuries that followed, black women once again began to play major roles in the theater of history. Lights of achievement did shine in other parts of Africa, though the Second Golden Age was over. The more ruthless aspects of Roman rule made African and Middle Eastern people question old gods and search for new ones. This led to the development of Christianity and subsequently Islam. From the beginning these were religions of the oppressed. When the oppressor, the Romans, stopped killing Christians and became Christian, the religion was dramatically changed. Their misuse of this religion and widespread dissatisfaction in the Roman colonies of North Africa and the Middle East facilitated the rise of Islam. 5. The civilizations of the Western Sudan, Ghana in the 6th and 7th centuries AD. Roman rule began to lose its hold on North Africa and the Middle East. African genius for state building and for bringing new societies into being was reborn in the Western Sudan, inner West Africa, where the third and last African Golden Age began. The first of the great empires of the Western Sudan to become known to the outside world was Ghana. It began as a small settlement during the 2nd century of the Christian era. It would later develop into a state with a known history of more than 1,000 years. In Europe and in the Arab countries, Ghana was known as a country rich in gold. This was a natural attraction for the Arabs and later the Europeans. The country reached the height of its greatness during the reign of Tenkamenon, one of its greatest kings, who came to power in 1062 AD. The king lived in a palace of stone and wood which was built to be defended in time of war. The empire was well organized. The political progress and social well-being of its people could be favorably compared to the best kingdoms and empires that prevailed in Europe at this time. The country had a military force of 200,000 men. In one of a number of holy wars, or jihads, Ghana was invaded by the Almoravids under the leadership of Abu Bakr of the Sasso Empire in 1076 AD. This conquest brought an end to Ghana's age of prosperity and cultural development. The character of the country was slow to change. Nearly 100 years later the Arab writer, El-Idrisi wrote of it as being said, "Ghana is the most commercial of the black countries. It is visited by rich merchants from all the surrounding countries and from the extremities of the West." In 1087 the country regained its independence, without regaining its old strength, state organization, and grandeur. The ruins of the Empire of Ghana became the kingdoms of Diarra and Sasso. The provinces of Ghana became a part of the Mali Empire and were later absorbed into the Songhai Empire. The great drama of state building, trade, and commerce, and power brokerage unfolded at Timbuktu, the queen city of the Western Sudan. 200 miles down the Niger from Timbuktu the competing city of Gao stood. It was founded about the 7th century and was the capital of the large black empire of Songhai. Like 4. Timbuktu, it was in a favorable position for the trans-Saharan trade, in the days of the regular caravans from North Africa. Like Timbuktu, the greatest days of Gao came in the 15th and 16th centuries in the years when Timbuktu was the great intellectual nucleus of the Songhai Empire. African scholars were enjoying a renaissance that was known and respected through most of Africa and in parts of Europe. At this period in African history the University of Sankore was the educational capital of the Western Sudan. In his book, Timbuktu the Mysterious, Félix Dubois gives us the following picture: the scholars of Timbuktu yielded in nothing to the saints and their sojourns in the foreign universities of Fez, Tunis, and Cairo. They astounded the most learned men of Islam by their erudition. That these Negroes were on a level with the Arabian savants is proved by the fact that they were installed as professors in Morocco and Egypt. In contrast to this, we find that the Arabs were not always equal to the requirements of Sankore. 6. The civilizations of the Western Sudan. Mali. The famous emperor of Mali, Mansa Musa, stopped at Timbuktu on his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324. He went in regal splendor with an entourage of 60,000 persons, including 12,000 servants. 500 bondsmen, each of whom carried a staff of pure gold, marched in front of the emperor. 280 camels bore 2,400 pounds of gold which this African monarch distributed as alms and gifts. Musa returned from Mecca with an architect who designed imposing buildings in Timbuktu and other parts of his realm. To the outside world, of the late medieval period, the Emperor Mansa Musa was more than an individual. He was Africa. He conquered the Songhai Empire and rebuilt the University of Sankore. He figured, by name, on every map. In his lifetime he became in person the symbol of the mystery and of the fabulous wealth of the unknown African continent. He was the most colorful of the black kings of the 14th century. He still held this position nearly 2 centuries after his death. 7. The civilizations of the Western Sudan. Songhai. After the death of Mansa Musa, the Empire of Mali declined in importance. Its place was taken by Songhai, whose greatest king was Askia the Great, Mohammed Turi. Askia came to power in 1493, 1 year after Columbus discovered America. He consolidated the territory conquered by the previous ruler Sunni Ali and built Songhai into the most powerful state in the Western Sudan. His realm, it is said, was larger than all Europe. The German writer, Henry Barth, in his famous work Travels and Discoveries in North and Central Africa, calls Askia the Great one of the most brilliant and enlightened administrators of all times. He reorganized the army of Songhai, improved the system of banking and credit, and made the city-states of Gao, Walta, Timbuktu, and Jen into intellectual centers. Timbuktu during his reign was a city of more than 100,000 people, people filled to the top, says a chronicler of that time, with gold and dazzling women. Askia encouraged scholarship and literature. Students from all over the Muslim world came to Timbuktu to study grammar, law, and surgery at the University of Sankara. Scholars came from North Africa and Europe to confer with learned historians and writers of this Black Empire. A Sudanese literature developed and many books were written. Leo Africanus, who wrote one of the best-known works on the Western Sudan, says, "In Timbuktu there are numerous judges, doctors, 5. and clerics, all receiving good salaries from the king. He pays great respect to men of learning. There is a big demand for books in manuscript, imported from Barbary, North Africa. More profit is made from the book trade than from any other line of business." Askia has been hailed as one of the wisest monarch of the Middle Ages. Alexander Chamberlain, in his book, The Contribution of the Negro to Human Civilization, says of him, in personal character, in administrative ability, in devotion to the welfare of his subjects, in open-mindedness towards foreign influences, and in wisdom in the adoption of enlightened ideas and institutions from abroad, King Askia was certainly the equal of the average European monarch of the time and superior to many of them. 8. The civilizations of the Western Sudan, the decline. After the death of Askia the Great in 1538, the Songhai Empire began to lose its strength and its control over its vast territory. When the Songhai Empire collapsed after the capture of Timbuktu and Gao by the Moroccans in 1591, the whole of the Western Sudan was devastated by the invading troops. The Sultan of Morocco, El Mansur, had sent a large army with European firearms across the Sahara to attack the once powerful empire of Songhai. The army did not reach Timbuktu until 1591. The prosperous city of Timbuktu was plundered by the army of freebooters. A state of anarchy prevailed. The University of Sankara, which had stood for over 500 years, was destroyed and the faculty exiled to Morocco. The greatest Sudanese scholar of that day, Ahmed Baba, was among those exiled. Baba was a scholar of great depth and inspiration. He was the author of more than 40 books on such diverse themes as theology, astronomy, ethnography, and biography. His rich library of 1,600 books was lost during his expatriation from Timbuktu. Timbuktu provides the most terrible example of the struggles of the West African states and towns as they strove to preserve what was once their golden age. The Arabs, Berbers, and Tuaregs from the north showed them no mercy. Timbuktu had previously been sacked by the Tuaregs as early as 1433 and they had occupied it for 30 years. Between 1591 and 1593, the Tuaregs had already taken advantage of the situation to plunder Timbuktu once more. Between 1723 and 1726 the Tuaregs once more occupied and looted Timbuktu. Thus Timbuktu, once the queen city of the Western Sudan, with more than 200,000 inhabitants and the center of a powerful state, degenerated into a shadow of its former stature. Now, West Africa entered a sad period of decline. During the Moorish occupation wreck and ruin became the order of the day. When the Europeans arrived in this part of Africa and saw these conditions they assumed that nothing of order and value had existed in these countries. This mistaken impression, too often repeated, has influenced the interpretation of African and Afro-American life in history for over 400 years. 6. Journal of Negro Education. The Search for Timbuktu. John Henrik Clarke. Associate Editor, Freedom Ways, New York, NY. The African writer, Abdurrahman Essaidi, in his great work, Tarikh Sudan, History of the Sudan, says that Timbuktu was founded at the end of the 5th century after the Hijra, Muslim calendar, which corresponds with the 11th century of our era. It began as a camp of the Tuaregs, the strange veiled tribe of the southern Sahara, who incidentally are still the main troublemakers in the area around present-day Timbuktu. Essaidi called it an exquisite city, pure, delicious, blessed with luxury and full of life. Furthermore, he boasts that Timbuktu was noble in that its people had never been soiled by the worship of idols. Timbuktu, he goes on to say, gradually developed into a trade center. Its greatest days did not start until the end of the 15th century, when it became the meeting place for traders from Egypt, the Libyan desert, Fezzan, Gadames, the oases of Tuat, Sile Massa, Fez, and the Gold Lands. In another work on the history of the Western Sudan, Tariq el-Fetash, History of the Seeker, by Muhammad Qadi, it is said that Timbuktu, at its zenith, had no equal among the cities of the Balad-e Sudan, countries of the blacks. The people of Timbuktu boast of the solidarity of its institutions, its political liberty, the purity of its morals, public security, compassion toward the poor, clemency to foreigners, courtesy to students and men of science, and the amount of help and respect given to all schools and men of learning. Perhaps the one reason contributing to the renown of Timbuktu has been the odd sound of its name to European ears. The writer, Essa tells us that the city was named after a slave woman who was sometimes left in charge in the days when it was a Tuareg camp, and that the name meant old woman. Other translations of the word include she oft big navel. Another explanation is that the name meant the well of Buktu. These suppositions and conjectures eventually circulated in Europe and contributed to the advertisement of this tantalizing and legend-shrouded city, which Europeans were told had houses with roofs of gold and to which for so long no outside travelers could penetrate. 200 miles down the Niger from Timbuktu the competing city of Gao stood. It was founded about the 7th century and was the capital of the large Black Empire of Songhai. Like Timbuktu, it was in a favorable position for the trans-Saharan trade, in the days of the regular caravans from North Africa. Like Timbuktu, the greatest days of Gao came in the 15th and 16th centuries. There is now a growing willingness on the part of an increasing number of scholars to admit that the Africans are people with a respectable historical past. A few years ago, Dr. Ethel Alpenfels, New York University anthropologist, told a high school conference on human relations. There was a Negro university at Timbuktu, in Africa, which exchanged professors with Moorish universities hundreds of years ago. It is believed to have flourished as early as 600 AD. Dr. Alpenfels was referring to the University of Sankore, at Timbuktu. In the years when Timbuktu was the great intellectual nucleus of the Songhai Empire, African scholars were enjoying a renaissance that was known and respected throughout most of Africa and in parts of Europe. At this period in African history, the University of Sankore was the educational capital of the Western Sudan. In his book, Timbuktu the Mysterious, Félix Dubois gives us the following picture: the scholars of Timbuktu yielded in nothing to the saints and their sojourns in the foreign universities of Fez, Tunis, and Cairo. They astounded the most learned men of Islam by their erudition. That these Negroes were on a level with the Arabian savants is proved by the fact that they were installed as professors in Morocco and Egypt. In contrast to this, we find that the Arabs were not always equal to the requirements of Sankore. The famous emperor of Mali, Mansa Musa, stopped at Timbuktu on his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324. He went in regal splendor with an entourage of 60,000 persons, including 12,000 servants. 500 slaves, each of whom carried a staff of pure gold weighing 6 pounds, marched in front of the emperor. 80 camels bore 2,400 pounds of gold, which this African monarch distributed as alms and gifts. Musa returned from Mecca with an architect who designed imposing buildings in Timbuktu and other parts of his realm. To the outside world, of the late medieval period, the Emperor Mansa Musa was more than an individual. He was Africa. He conquered the Songhai Empire and rebuilt the University of Sankore. He figured, by name, on every map. In his lifetime he became in person the symbol of the mystery and of the fabulous wealth of the unknown African continent. He was the most colorful of the black kings of the 14th century. He still held this position nearly 2 centuries after his death. After the death of Mansa Musa, the Empire of Mali declined in importance. Its place was taken by Songhai, whose greatest king was Askia the Great, Mohammed III. Askia came to power in 1493, 1 year after Columbus discovered America. He consolidated the territory conquered by the previous ruler Sunni Ali and built Songhai into the most powerful state in the western Sudan. His realm, it is said, was larger than all Europe. The German writer, Henry Barth, in his famous work, Travels and Discoveries in North and Central Africa, calls Askia the Great one of the most brilliant and enlightened administrators of all times. He reorganized the army of Songhai, improved the system of banking and credit, and made the city-states of Gao, Wailata, Timbuktu, and Jen into intellectual centers. Timbuktu during his reign, was a city of more than 100,000 people, filled to the top, says a chronicler of that time, with gold and dazzling women. Askia encouraged scholarship and literature. Students from all over the Muslim world came to Timbuktu to study grammar, law, and surgery at the University of Sankore. Scholars came from North Africa and Europe to confer with learned historians and writers of this Black Empire. A Sudanese literature developed and many books were written. Leo Africanus, who wrote one of the best-known works on the Western Sudan, says, "In Timbuktu there are numerous judges, doctors, and clerics, all receiving good salaries from the king. He pays great respect to men of learning. There is a big demand for books in manuscript, imported from Barbary, North Africa. More profit is made from the book trade than from any other line of business." Askia has been hailed as one of the wisest monarchs of the Middle Ages. Alexander Chamberlain, in his book, The Contribution of the Negro to Human Civilization, says of him, in personal character, in administrative ability, in devotion to the welfare of his subjects, in open-mindedness towards foreign influences, and in wisdom in the adoption of enlightened ideas and institutions from abroad, King Askia was certainly the equal of the average European monarch of the time and superior to many of them. After the death of Askia the Great, in 1538, the Songhai Empire began to lose its strength and its control over its vast territory. When the Songhai Empire collapsed after the capture of Timbuktu and Gao by the Moroccans in 1591, the whole of the western Sudan was devastated by the invading troops. The Sultan of Morocco, El Mansur, had sent a large army with European fire across the Sahara to attack the once powerful empire of Songhai. The army did not reach Timbuktu until 1591. The prosperous city of Timbuktu was plundered by the army of freebooters. A state of anarchy prevailed. The University of Sankore, which had stood for over 500 years, was destroyed and the faculty exiled to Morocco. The greatest Sudanese scholar of that day, Ahmed Baba, was among those exiled. Baba was a scholar of great depth and inspiration. He was the author of more than 40 books on such diverse themes as theology, astronomy, ethnography, and biography. His rich library of 1,600 books was lost during his expatriation from Timbuktu. Timbuktu provides the most terrible example of the struggles of the West African states and towns as they strove to preserve what was once their golden age. The Arabs, Berbers, and Tuaregs from the north showed them no mercy. Timbuktu had previously been sacked by the Tuaregs as early as 1433 and they had occupied it for 30 years. Between 1591 and 1593, the Tuaregs had already taken advantage of the situation to plunder Timbuktu once more. Between 1723 and 1726 the Tuaregs once more occupied and looted Timbuktu. Thus Timbuktu, once the queen city of the western Sudan, with more than 200,000 inhabitants and the center of a powerful state, degenerated into a shadow of its former stature. At the beginning of the 19th century, Europeans who had been hearing exaggerated stories about Timbuktu for nearly 1,000 years, began to search for the phantom city on the Niger River. This had been the most fabled, the most exotic city in the world. Tales about its wealth, its remoteness, and the beauty of its women whetted the greedy curiosity of Europeans and stimulated the search. A Christianized Moor, Leo Africanus, in his book, History and Description of Africa, reintroduced the subject of Timbuktu in Europe. He visited West Africa in 1515, while his uncle was ambassador to the court of Askia the Great. In his book he richly describes the city of Timbuktu and the Songhai Empire, whose king, he said, was so glutted with wealth that he owned gold plates weighing 1,300 pounds. Mysterious Timbuktu became part of the language of European adventurers. The city became a splendid but elusive prize. It was said that whosoever captures Timbuktu has the rest of Africa at his feet. Near the end of the 18th century the finding of Timbuktu became the goal of European exploration. A rout of adventurers wanted to be the first to reach the fabulous city. Robert Edmonds, a shipwrecked American sailor, claimed he was taken captive by the Arabs in 1810 and spent 6 months as a slave in Timbuktu. His story was vague and the details supposedly supporting it left much to be desired. Finally the search for Timbuktu was taken out of the hands of mere adventurers and summer soldiers. The Paris Geographical Society offered a prize of 10,000 francs to the first European to reach Timbuktu and return with a factual report of its location and its mysteries. During this period, 2 explorers wrote their names in history. After many hardships both of them arrived safely at Timbuktu. One was an Englishman, Major Alexander Gordon Lang, the other was French. Only the Frenchman lived to tell the story. This Frenchman, René Cayley, gave Europe the first eyewitness account of Timbuktu. The story of René Cayley is briefly related as follows. René Cayley was born on September 19, 1799, in Mauza, in the Poitou district of France. His father was a shiftless baker who took no interest in his son's education and very little interest in the rest of his family. He had little education other than the brief time he spent in a charity school. He became an avid reader of books about the lives of great explorers and was especially excited by Daniel Defoe's story of Robinson Crusoe. Already he was obsessed with the idea of penetrating to the heart of Africa and, although he had no means of his own, and neither the French nor the English governments could be induced to give him any assistance, he clung tenaciously to his purpose and his dream of being the first European to look upon the phantom city of Timbuktu. In May 1825, he set out from Tripoli and presently joined a caravan headed for Timbuktu. He had spent months among the Moors under most trying conditions. His intention was to learn how to live and act like a Mohammedan, then, pretending to be an Arab returning from captivity in Egypt to his native Mecca, he set out for Timbuktu, depending for support on the goods he had bought with his life savings of 2,000 francs. To conceal his European identity, René told everyone that he was of Egyptian parentage, but had been taken prisoner, sent to France during the occupation of Egypt by Napoleon's army. Further, he stated that he had been brought to Senegal as a slave and had since obtained his freedom. As he moved into the interior of Africa, he and his companions made good progress until the rainy season started. He became ill with scurvy and was nursed back to health by an old African woman, the mother of one of his companions. He put down the following description of the event: alone in the interior of a wild country, stretched on the damp ground with no pillow but the leather bag that contained my luggage, with no medicine and no attendant but Baba's old mother. By January 9, 1828, he was well enough to continue his journey. By March 23, he had reached the city of Jin and was now close to Timbuktu. When he, at last, reached the city, he made the following entry in his journal. At length, we arrived safely at Timbuktu, just as the sun was touching the horizon. I now saw this capital of the Sudan, to reach which had so long been the object of my wishes. On entering this mysterious city, which is an object of curiosity and research to the civilized nations of Europe, I experienced an indescribable satisfaction. I never felt before a similar emotion and my transport was extreme. I was obligated, however, to restrain my feelings, and to God alone did I confide my joy. And thus, René Cayley reached Timbuktu and became one of the greatest explorers of all times. He stayed in Timbuktu for 2 weeks, avidly taking notes of the city's architecture and the customs of the people. On September 7, 1828, 506 days after the start of his journey, covering roughly 3,150 miles of Africa, more than the distance from New York to San Francisco, René Caillie arrived in Tangier and announced to a shocked French consul, "My name is René Caillie. I have just come from Timbuktu." The French Geographical Society readily gave him the promised 10,000 francs as the first European to reach Timbuktu and return alive to tell the story. He was also awarded the Cross of the Legion of Honor. His book about his journey, Travels Through Central Africa to Timbuktu, and Across the Great Desert to Morocco, performed in the years 1824–1828, in 2 volumes, is still one of the greatest stories of travel and adventure ever recorded. For the remainder of the 19th century, Timbuktu was discovered and rediscovered by a new generation of adventurers. Early in 1894, the French occupied Timbuktu and became masters of this area of Africa by the end of the century. Timbuktu is now a part of the Mali Republic and the city is being rebuilt. New or old, it is still a legend-shrouded city. Who can tell, it may once again become the magnet drawing attention to Africa. The Old Congo. By John Henrik Clarke. The people and nations of Central Africa have no records of their ancient and medieval history like the Tariq-es Sudan or the Tariq el-Fatak of the Western Sudan, West Africa. The early travelers to these areas are mostly unknown. In spite of the forest as an obstacle to the formation of empires comparable to those of the Western Sudan, notable kingdoms did rise in this part of Africa and some of them did achieve a high degree of civilization. The Congo Valley became the gathering place of various branches of the people we know now as Bantu. When the history of Central Africa is finally written, it will be a history of invasions and migrations. According to one account, between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago a group of tribes began to move out of the region south or southwest of Lake Chad. Sometime during the 14th and 15th centuries the center of Africa became crowded with pastoral tribes who needed more land for their larger flocks and herds. This condition started another migration that lasted for more than 100 years. Tribes with the prefix BA to their names spread far to the west into the Congo Basin and southward through the Central Plains. The Nichuana and Basuto were among these tribes. Tribes with the prefix AMA, great warriors like the AMA Kosa and AMA Zulu, passed down the eastern side. In the meantime some of the more stable tribes in the Congo region were bringing notable kingdoms into being. The kingdom of Longo extended from Cape Lopez, Libreville, to near the Congo, and the Congo Empire was mentioned by the Portuguese as early as the 14th century. The chief of Longo, Mani Congo, extended his kingdom as far as the Kasai and Upper Zambesi rivers. This kingdom had been in existence for centuries when the Portuguese arrived in the 15th century. They spoke admiringly of its capital, Set Camo, which they called San Salvador. The kingdom of Congo dates back to the 14th century. At the height of its power it extended over modern Angola, as far east as the Kasai and Upper Zambesi rivers. Further inland the kingdom of Nsika was comprised of the people of the Bate and Bayoka, whose artistic talents were very remarkable. Near the center of the Congo was the Bakuba kingdom, or Bushongo, still noted for its unity, the excellence of its administration, its art, its craftsmanship, and the beauty of its fabrics. South of the Congo Basin the whole Bechuana territory formed a vast state which actually ruled for a long time over the Basutos, the Zulus, the Hottentots, and the Bushmen, including in a single empire the greater part of the black population of southern and central Africa. This was the era of Bushongo grandeur, the people we now know as Balubas. Only the Bushongo culture kept its records and transmitted them almost intact to modern research. The Bakubas are an ancient people whose power and influence once extended over most of the Congo. Their history can be traced to the 5th century. For many centuries the Bakubas have had a highly organized social system, an impressive artistic tradition and a secular form of government that expressed the will of the people through a democratic political system. Today, as for many generations in the past, the court of a Bakuba chief is ruled by a protocol as rigid and complicated as that of Versailles under Louis XIV. At the top of the Bakuba hierarchy is the royal court composed of 6 dignitaries responsible for cabinet-like matters such as military affairs, justice, and administration. At one time there were in 1. The royal entourage 143 other functionaries, including a master of the hunt, a master storyteller and a keeper of oral traditions. In the 16th century the Bakubas ruled over a great African empire. The memory of their glorious past is recalled in the tribe with historical exactitude. They can name the reigns of their kings for the past 235 years. The loyalty of the people to these rulers is expressed in a series of royal portrait statues dating from the reign of Shambo Balongongo, the greatest and best known of the Bakuba kings. In the Bakuba system of government the king was above all a symbol, rather like the Mikado in the eyes of the Japanese. His ministers, the Kolomas, paid him great respect in public, even if they were his known enemies. In private they made no pretense of subservience. If the king wanted to see his ministers he had to go to their houses or meet them on neutral ground. The ordinary members of the tribe had representatives at the court on a political and professional basis. Some of these officials represented geographical areas, trades and professions. The weavers, the blacksmiths, the boat builders, the net makers, the musicians, and the dancers all had their representatives at court. There was even a special representative of the fathers of twins. The representative of the sculptors was held in highest esteem. The Bakuba sculptors are considered to be the finest in Africa. Shambo Balongongo was a peaceful sovereign. He prohibited the use of the shango, a throwing knife, the traditional weapon of the Bushongo. This wise African king used to say, "Kill neither man, woman, nor child. Are they not the children of Kembe, God, and have they not the right to live?" Shambo likewise brought to his people some of the agreeable pastimes that alleviate the tediousness of life. The reign of Shambo Balongongo was really the golden age of the Bushongo people of the southern Congo. After abolishing the cruder aspects of African warfare, Shambo Balongongo introduced raffia weaving and other arts of peace. According to the legends of the Bushongo people, their history as a state goes back 15 centuries. Legends notwithstanding, their magnificent sculpture and other artistic accomplishments are unmistakable, the embodiment of a long and fruitful social experience reflecting the life of a people who have been associated with a higher form of culture for more than 1,000 years. Early in the 20th century when the European writer, Émile Tourde, was traveling through the Congo collecting material for his book On the Trail of the Bushongo, he found the Bakuba elders still singing the praises of Shambo Balongongo. They also repeated the list of their kings, a list of 120 names, going back to the godlike king who founded their nation. From these Bakuba elders, Émile Tourde learned of Bokama Bomanshala, the great king who reigned after Shambo Balongongo. The elders recalled the most memorable event that had occurred during his reign. On March 30, 1680, there was a total eclipse of the sun, passing exactly over Bushongo. José Fernández, one of the first European explorers to visit Central Africa, went there in 1445. Any number of subsequent expeditions were carried out by such men as Diego Borges, Vicente Anis, Rebelo de Araca, Francisco Barreto, and Dom Cristoveo da Gama. The parts of Africa visited, explored, and discovered by these men included the Kingdom of the Congo, Timbuktu, the east coast of Africa, Nubia, the Kingdom of Angola, Abyssinia, and the Lake Tsana region. Much of the history and civilization of Central Africa and East Africa was revealed by the study made by the Portuguese African explorer Duarte Lopes in his book History of the Kingdom of Congo. Duarte Lopes went to the Congo in 1578 and stayed for many years. From his study and description of the Congo we learn that the Kingdom of the Congo included the territory formerly known as the Congo, Angola, and parts of the Cameroons. According to Lopes, the Kingdom of the Congo at the time measured 1,685 miles. The king, still reliving his past glory, styled himself Dom Alvarez, King of Congo, and of Abundo, and of Nadama, and of Kwizama, and of Angola, and of Angri, and of Kakongo, and of the 7 kingdoms of 2. Kangara Malza, and of the Panjalungos, and the lord of the river Zaire, Congo, and of the Anzagiros, and of Anzakvara, and of Doanga, etc. He also tells us that the kingdom of Angola was at one time a vassal state of the Congo. At the time of Lopez's 12 years' stay in the country, the kingdom of the Congo was divided into 6 provinces. The province of Bamba was the military stronghold of the kingdom, and was capable of putting 400,000 well-disciplined men in the field. The rich gold mines at Sofala, now a port of Mozambique, attracted the Portuguese to the east coast of Africa. They used intermarriage with the Africans as a means of gaining favor and pushing into the interior of Africa. In turn, the Africans gradually lost their anti-Christian hostilities and gave in to being converted to Christianity. And thus Christianity was introduced into the Congo before 1491. The Mani Sogno was the first Congo nobleman to embrace the Christian faith. The Muslims, coming into the Congo from the east coast, prevailed upon the Africans to resist being converted to Christianity, telling them that Christianity was a subtle method used by the Portuguese to take over their country. This warning notwithstanding, Christianity continued to spread in the Congo. In 1513, Henrik, son of Dom Afonso, then king of the Congo, was sent to Lisbon and to Rome to study theology. In 1520, Pope Leo X appointed Henrik bishop of Utica and vicar apostolic of the Congo. Unfortunately, Henrik died before he could return to the Congo. He was Rome's first Central African bishop. The Royal Archives of Portugal still hold the records reflecting the ceremonial respect that was paid to this Christian son of an African king and queen. In the years that followed, Portuguese evangelization of the Congo continued. The Holy See received ambassadors from and sent legates to the Congo. In 1561, Father Dom Goncalo de Silveira baptized the emperor of the court of Monomotapa. The peaceful relations between the Africans and the Portuguese were eventually disrupted by the rising European lust for slaves and gold. It was from Angola and the Congo that the Portuguese New World was to derive its greatest source of slaves. In 1647, Salvador Correa of Brazil organized an expedition of 15 ships for the purpose of reconquering Angola, which had been under Dutch rule for 8 years. This event might be considered to be one of the earliest political interventions of the New World in the affairs of the Old. Portuguese domination founded on the dire necessities of the slave trade persisted in Angola. After a period of relative splendor, the Christian kingdom of the Congo began to weaken and was practically destroyed by European fortune hunters, pseudo-missionaries and other kinds of freebooters. By 1688, the entire Congo region was in chaos. By the end of the 17th century, European priests had declared open war on the non-Christian population of the Congo. They were attempting to dominate Congolese courts and had ordered the execution of Congolese ancestral priests and indigenous doctors. Now the Congolese Christians were pathetic pawns of the hands of unscrupulous European priests, soldiers, merchants, and other renegade pretenders. Mere parish priests from Europe were ordering Congolese kings from their thrones. Soon treachery, robbery, and executions compounded the chaos in the Congo. Violence became the order of the day as various assortments of European mercenaries vied for control of this rich area of Africa. In the ensuing struggle, many of the Christian churches built by the Portuguese were destroyed. The Dutch, still feeling the humiliation of the decline of their influence in Angola, came into the Congo and systematically removed all traces of the once prevailing Portuguese power. By 1820, Arab slave traders had penetrated the Congo from Zanzibar and through Tanganyika. Soon after their arrival, their slave raids were decimating the population. The European rediscovery of the Congo and neighboring territories began in the middle of the 19th century. In 1858, 2 Englishmen, Burton and Spoke, discovered Lakes Tanganyika and Victoria, approaching them from the shores of the Indian Ocean. The Scotch Protestant missionary, Livingstone, explored the regions of the Big Lakes, and in 1871, Livingstone and Stanley met on the shore of Lake Tanganyika. From 1874 to 1877, Henry Morton Stanley crossed Africa from east to west and discovered the Congo River. In the meantime, King Leopold II of Belgium focused his attention on Central Africa and in 1876 founded the Association Internationale Africaine. In 1878, King Leopold commissioned Stanley to establish connection between the Congo River and the ocean in the non-navigable part of the river. From 1879 to 1885, a handful of Belgian officers sent by the king set up posts along the Congo River. They were followed by Catholic and Protestant missionaries. King Leopold's undertakings gave rise to competition and greed. Other European nations had designs on the Congo. The king's diplomatic successes at the Berlin Conference of 1884 settled this matter. The members of the conference marked out spheres of influence in Africa and determined boundaries that are still in existence. The Congo Free State came into being. The Belgian parliament agreed that Leopold should have exclusive personal ownership of the Congo. The United States was the first power to ratify the arrangement, largely through the efforts of General Henry S. Stanford, who was American minister to Brussels at the time. And thus began the tragedy of Belgian rule in the Congo. The Black Woman in History. By John Henrik Clarke. Cheikh Anta Diop's book on the domains of patriarchal and matriarchal societies in classical antiquity furnishes the basis for an honest re-examination of the relationships between men and women in societies in general and African civilization in particular. He launched Unity of Negro Africa, the Afrocentric approach to history. Was published in Paris early in his work. Dr. Diop states by Préance Africaine, the black his intent when he says, I have studies revolution had not started tried to bring out the profound root in America. The African individual unity still alive beneath the Deuce explosion was only 2 years deceptive appearance of cultural old, having begun in 1957 with the heterogeneity. From this point independence of the Gold Coast in a view, this work represents in West Africa, now Ghana. This effort of rationalization. His book was a continuation of the Unclear that an African researcher is investigation into African history in a more privileged position than and culture that began with his first others and consequently there is no book, Nations Nigres et Culture, particular merit in his attempt to published in 1955. The Cultural Unearthed the sociological laws which Unity of Negro Africa was the SEC seemed to be the foundation of the end of the three major works that social reality in which he lives. Cheikh Anta Diop had to complete in other words, the role of the before one was accepted, African researcher is to proclaim Canewar pre-coloniale, as suit the values of his society and not able evidence that he was entitled necessarily defend those values. To receive the degree, Doctor of this is precisely what Cheikh Anta Letters. To the best of my Noel Diop has done in this book. In his edge, no student of history has ever first chapter, an historical data written more or worked harder for count of matriarchy, he examines a PhD the theories of J. Bachofen, the books of Dr. Diop upset Lewis M. Morgan and Frederick White scholars the world over and angles on the historical basis of the started a rage against him that has family. Not abetted. He challenged therein when these researchers look at interpretation of African history and non-European societies they find backed his challenge with scholar them to be mainly matrilineal, de. Black World February 1975. Sended from the woman's side of the family or through the female line. Dr. Diop extends the explanation in this way, the line of descent, he says, is matrilineal and it is the man who brings the dowry to the woman. The latter does not leave her family group and can turn out her husband, who necessarily belongs to a different gens, if he fails to provide enough food for the common provender. Whatever may be the reason for any separation, the children remain entirely in the mother's gens. This proves, if proof is needed, that the women in these old societies had respected rights. Most of those societies developed before Europe was born. Dr. Diop is of the opinion that the matriarchal system, in its most highly developed form is thus handed down to us by the pairing family. Early in the book, Dr. Diop deals with how some of the misconceptions about the African family became widespread in Europe. The left liberals in Europe generally looked at the African family through the pages of Friedrich Engels' book, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. This book was very informative in what it has to say about the European family of Friedrich Engels' day, but was in error in most of what it said about the family structure of African people. Dr. Diop. 1. The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, by Friedrich Engels, International Publishers, 1943, p. 25. Observes that this difference of opinion is in no way an attack on Marxism. It is intended, B says, to show that a Marxist has made use, in a theoretical work, of material the soundness of which had not been proved. As a Marxist, Engels was interested in demonstrating the historicity, the temporary nature of all forms of political and social organization. Further, he was attempting to show that the traditional bourgeois monogamous family, far from being a permanent form, will be stricken by the same decay as previous institutions. The struggle between the matriarchy and the patriarchy, in other societies, especially in Europe, meant something different in Africa where there was less of a struggle. I think Friedrich Engels in his theories on the matriarchy missed this important point. In Chapter 2 of his book devoted to criticism of the classical theory of a universal matriarchy, Dr. Diop calls attention to societies, such as the so-called Aborigines of Australia, where the two social systems, the matriarchy and the patriarchy, peacefully merged. When these societies in Africa and in the South Seas are compared with early Europe, we find that the European women have no basic rights. Dr. Diop observed, the husband was able to sell his wife or select an eventual husband for her, in anticipation of his own death. Eunuchs were made to watch over the women. By contrast, the women of ancient Ethiopia had rights equal to that of men, and equal power. Ethiopia was the first country in the world to have been ruled by a queen. Although Makeda, known as the Queen of Sheba, is the more remembered by historians, mainly became of her romance with King Solomon, she was not the greatest queen of ancient Ethiopia. The line of queens who took the name Candace were some of the most able female rulers of all time. The value of this book and of Dr. Diop's study of the domains of patriarchy and of matriarchy in classical antiquity is that it is also the study in essence of the African woman in power and of how that power developed. It is generally conceded, in most scholarly circles, that mankind originated in Africa. This makes the African man the father and the African woman the mother of mankind. In the first African societies, the women played a major role without demeaning the man or making his role less important. The first accomplishment of the African woman, in partnership with the man, was the creation of a functioning family unit. This major step in human development laid the foundation for the organization of all subsequent societies and institutions. In Africa the woman's place was not only with her family, she often ruled nations with unquestionable authority. Many African women were great militarists, and on occasion led their armies in battle. The Africans had produced a civilization where men were secure enough to let women advance as far as their talent, royal lineage, and prerogatives would take them. During the rise of the great dynasties in Egypt, Kush, and Ethiopia, the African women made impressive strides, some became heads of state. The appearance of Queen Hatshepsut, about 1,500 years before the birth of Christ, launched the beginning of their historical prominence in the affairs of state. Hatshepsut's reign was one of the brightest in Egyptian history, proving that a woman can be a strong and effective ruler. She was, according to the Egyptologist James Henry Breasted, the first great woman in history of whom we are informed. Dr. Diop writes that during the entire history of Egypt of pharaohs, African women enjoyed complete freedom, as opposed to the condition of the segregated Indo-European woman of the classical periods, whether she was Greek or Roman. He further informs us that no evidence can be found either in literature or in historical records Egyptian or otherwise relating to the systematic ill-treatment of Egyptian women by their men. They were respected and went about freely and unveiled, unlike certain Asian women. Affection for one's mother and especially the respect with which it was necessary to surround her were the most sacred of duties. About 1800 BC, people from Western Asia, called the Middle East, began to come into Africa, first as migrants, later as invaders. These people were no strangers to the Africans. Egypt had formerly been their colonial master. These people were of a lower culture and, like all invaders, contributed nothing to Africa but trouble. 8,000 years after their arrival, some of them were still nomads, confused by the higher cultures developed in Africa before their arrival. Egypt played host to most of these migrants until they began to form hostile coalitions directed against Egypt. The African people's traditional hospitality to strangers was being abused. This abuse lasted for more than 3,000 years and continues to this very day. In a recent book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, Great Issues of a Race from 4500 to 2000 AD, for the Afro-American historian, Dr. Chancellor Williams of Howard University, has dealt searchingly with the impact of invaders on Africa. He also deals with the evidence that tends to show the southern African origins of Egypt, a subject mainly distorted or neglected by white historians who are overly preoccupied with the Hamitic hypothesis, that attempts to prove that all the high cultures of Africa were brought in from the outside, and that the ancient Egyptians were white people. Nothing is further from the truth. In Chapter 2 of Dr. Williams' book, Ethiopia's Oldest Daughter, Egypt, the nonsense about white Egypt is put to rest. In dealing with the invaders of Africa, Dr. Williams explains, the techniques of penetration and dominance were varied. Some came as peaceful traders and, doubtless, trade was all that was intended by many. Africans were always eager traders. The main attraction of foreign traders was they brought in many new kinds of commodities. These traders had little or no trouble in gaining coastal footholds as trading posts. The land was not sold, but leased. However, the blacks had what the world wanted most: gold, diamonds, ivory, copper, iron, ore, and themselves. After many of these traders settled along the coast of Africa, they turned their trading posts into fortifications and enslaved some of the Africans who had invited them there. They began a war on African customs, religion, and cultures. In most cases, the first custom they attacked was the matriarchy, attacks which increased after the Muslim invasion of Africa. What the invaders forgot, if indeed they knew, is that the matriarchy could be as old as organized societies in Africa. Chances are that the matriarchy in other parts of the world could have spread from Africa. What is needed is an Afrocentric view of the African women in power. Sometime around 1386 BC, Queen Tiye of Egypt gave birth to a boy who was first named Amenhates after his father. While growing up, his closest companion was said to be Nefertiti, H's beautiful little cousin. When the crown prince was about 21, he and the lovely Nefertiti were married. After the death of his father, Amenhates came to full power in Egypt and took the name Akhenaten, often referred to as the Heretic King. He was one of the most extraordinary monarchs in history. His queen was equally extraordinary. Akhenaten and Nefertiti humanized the Egyptian monarchy. After his death, Nefertiti almost single-handedly tried to keep alive the new religion that he had founded. Egypt's golden age gradually waned, and the pride and splendor that had marked the 18th and 19th dynasties gave way to internal strife and confusion. Wars of conquest and colonization had drained much of her military and economic strength. In the meantime, as the nations to the south grew more powerful, they came predatory toward Egypt, which had once been their master. The nation that is now called Ethiopia came back upon the center stage of history around 960 BC. It was then represented by a queen who in some books is referred to as Makeda, and in others as Bads. She is better known to the world as the Queen of Sheba. In his book, World's Great Men of Color, 6 J. A. Rogers gives this description: out of the mists of 3,000 years emerges this beautiful love story of a black queen, who, attracted by the fame of a Judean monarch, made a long journey to see him. In Ethiopia, A Cultural History, Sylvia Pankhurst tells the story of this journey. The history of the Queen of the South, who undertook a long and arduous journey to Jerusalem, in order to learn of the wisdom of King Solomon, is deeply cherished in Ethiopia, as part of the national heritage, for she is claimed as an Ethiopian queen, Makeda, a woman of splendid beauty, who introduced the religion and culture of Israel to her own land. The story of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba is quite well known. Dr. Postwheeler, in his book, Golden Legend of Ethiopia, maintains that the Queen of the South was called the Queen of Sheba and Aksum, and that she reigned over Sheba and Arabia, as well as Ethiopia. Another valuable old Ethiopian work, the Book of Aksum, states that when Queen Makeda came to the throne, she built the capital in the Ethiopian district of Azaba. The Kabir, Fagot, an ancient Ethiopian chronology, tells us that the Queen of Sheba's capital was Debre Makeda, or Mount Makeda, which the queen built and named for herself. Debre Makeda later became a meeting place for the early Christians of Ethiopia. In Ethiopia's Church of Aksum, there is a copy of what is said to be one of the tables of law that Solomon gave to Menelik, his son by the Queen of Sheba. Menelik had gone from Ethiopia to visit his father in Judea. This African queen is mentioned in two holy books, the Bible and the Quran. The Greeks spoke of her as the Black Minerva and the Ethiopian Diana. More nonsense has been written about Cleopatra than about any other African queen, mainly because it has been the desire of many writers to paint her white. She was not a white woman, she was not a Greek. Let us dispose of this matter before explaining the more important aspects of her life. Until the emergence of the doctrine of white superiority, Cleopatra was generally pictured as a distinctly African woman, dark in color. Shakespeare in the opening line of Antony and Cleopatra calls her tawny. In his day, mulattoes were called tawny Moors. The word Moor came into the European languages meaning black or black Kumoor. In the Book of Acts, Cleopatra describes herself as black. Born in 69 BC, Cleopatra came to the throne that she shared with a brother, Ptolemy XIII, when she was 18. Egypt, now a Roman protectorate, was beset with internal strife and intrigue. Cleopatra aligned herself with Julius Caesar, who reinforced her power. Their political and sexual relationship was a maneuver to save Egypt from the worst aspects of Roman domination. After Julius Caesar was murdered, Cleopatra, still in her early 20s, met Mark Antony and a love affair strongly motivated by politics began. Her effect on Mark Antony was profound. This noble Roman turned traitor to his own people when he attempted to save the country of this fascinating black queen from Roman domination. After Antony's death, the victor, Octavius, assumed full control of Egypt, and Cleopatra, now without a protector or champion, committed suicide. After Cleopatra's death, Egypt became a Roman colony and the harsher aspects of Roman rule settled over Egypt and the Middle East. To the south, in the lands untouched by Rome, new proud civilizations were rising. And in the centuries that followed, black women once again began to play major roles in the theater of history. Christianity was born and developed, largely, on the soil of Africa, and, from its inception, was a religion of the oppressed. This religion, which enjoyed a relatively peaceful existence during its formative years in North Africa and the Middle East, held as one of its best-known icons a black woman nursing her child. Christianity arose when Imperial Rome ruled most of North Africa and the Middle East, at a time when men were questioning old gods and searching for new ones. The idea of a virgin mother and child had appeared in many ancient civilizations, among them Babylonia and Egypt. Isis was the name of the North African goddess who gave virgin birth to the child Horus. As the Black Virgin, Isis was worshipped in hundreds of temples in Africa, Spain, Italy, and France. The spread of Christianity throughout Europe, and the evolution of European nationalism resulted in the gradual replacement of the Black Madonnas by the later White Madonna and Child. But many European churches have retained their Black Madonnas, and the great Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris is built on the site of an earlier shrine of the Black Madonna. It was only after the Council of Ephesus in 431 that the Virgin Mary and Child became the symbols of the Christian religion. After this time, Madonnas began to appear in Europe in large numbers, most of the early ones being black. For example, Italy has one in the shrine at Loreto and others can be seen at Oripa, Genoa, Pisa, and Padua. Switzerland has one at Einsiedeln. Several Madonnas in France are referred to as Vierges Noires. The Bible itself tells us more about the role of black women and their relationship to the Christian story. Genesis 46:20 tells us about Joseph's two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, whose mother was Asenath, daughter of an African priest. Moses, who was born in Africa and spent most of his life there, journeyed to Ethiopia to marry Zipporah, daughter of Hatro the Midianite. They had two sons, Gershom and Elier, Exodus 18:6. Many of the Hebrews in Egypt married African women who were natives of countries to the south. Many scholars of history today believe that the ancient Hebrew people, like the ancient Egyptians, were dark-skinned. Inquiries into the ethnic identity of Jesus Christ have been common for years, and these inquiries ultimately lead to a related question: who was the mother of Mary? In 1914, W.E.B. Du Bois, then editor of the Crisis magazine, noted in an editorial entitled, "The Color of the Lord," several persons have written us objecting to the intimation in our advertising columns that Jesus Christ was not a white man. We confess to a Sir. Men lack of interest in the subject, but are forced in self-defense to publish this note from the Cambridge Encyclopedia Company concerning their coin collection. Among other rare pieces, our collection contains a gold solidus of Justin Ian II, circa AD 705, which was purchased from Lincoln & Co., the well-known numismatists of Oxford Street, London, after having been verified as genuine by the coin department of the British Museum. The obverse is stamped with the full-face bust of Justinian, with robe, corolla and cross. Legend: Justinianus, serve Christi, Justinian, servant of Christ. Reverse: full-face bust of Jesus Christ with woolly hair. Behind him, the cross. Legend: D.M. IESCHS, Residential Regnantium, Dominus Noster, Jesu Christo, King of Kings. Whatever the fact, this coin places beyond dispute the belief that Jesus Christ was a Negro. The coin is otherwise of great historical interest, for it was the cause of a war between Justinian and Abdud Malik, fifth caliph of the Omniads, the former demanding tribute to be paid in these same coins, and the latter refusing. From this evidence, it is easy to arrive at the conclusion that the Mother Mary was black. Her son, Jesus Christ, is described as having hair like lamb's wool and being swarthy in complexion. In looking at the black woman as a figure in world history, it should be remembered that the universal symbol of womanhood and purity was originally considered by many early Christians to be a black woman. African women played a major role in the formative development of Christianity. One of the most noted of these was Hypatia, who appeared in history at the time when European opposition to Christianity was waning and many people were becoming Christians. In the book, Introduction to African Civilization, by John G. Jackson, the following is stated about Hypatia and her time in the early part of the 5th century of the Christian era. Hypatia, the daughter of Theon, the mathematician, conducted an academy in Alexandria. This talented lady gave lectures on the philosophies of Plato and Aristotle, and instructed her students on the works of Apollonius and other geometers. Bishop Cyril decided that such knowledge must be suppressed, and he proceeded to take the necessary steps to achieve that objective. The great tragedy that befell Hypatia is best described by an eminent historian of science, who informs us, each day before her academy stood a long train of chariots. Her lecture rooms were crowded with the wealth and fashion of Alexandria. They came to listen to her discourses on those questions which man in all ages has asked, but which never yet have been answered. What am I? Where am I? What can I know? Hypatia and 8th. Introduction to African Civilizations by John G. Jackson. Cyril. Philosophy and bigotry. They cannot exist together. So Cyril felt, and on that feeling he acted. As Hypatia repaired to her academy, she was assaulted by Cyril's mob, a mob of many monks. Stripped naked in the street, she was dragged into a church, and there killed by the club of Peter the Reader. The corpse was cut to pieces, the flesh was scraped from the bones with shells, and the remains cast into a fire. For this frightful crime Cyril was never called to account. Henceforth there was to be no freedom for human thought. Everyone must think as the ecclesiastical authority ordered him. AD 414. In Athens itself philosophy awaited its doom. Justinian at length prohibited its teaching, and caused all its schools in that city to be closed. Asterisk. The politicalization of the Christian Church, and the growing dissatisfaction with Roman rule in North Africa and in the Middle East, helped to facilitate the rise of Islam. While some North Africans welcomed this new religion, others resisted it. Resistance was put up by Kuzala, a general in Mauritania, and his relative, Queen Daya al-Kahina. Many North Africans RAL History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science, pages 55 to 56, by Professor John William Draper. Lied under the banner of Kuzala and were defeated in 682. He continued to rule Mauritania for 5 years, but in 688 was defeated and killed by a new contingent of Arab troops. His position as leader of African resistance was assumed by Queen Daya al-Kahina. Under her leadership the Africans fought back fiercely and drove the Arab army northward into Tripolitania. These furious counterattacks made some of the Arab governors doubt that Africa could be conquered. 9 After the Arab general, Hassan bin Numan, captured Carthage in 698, his victory proved to be short-lived. Queen Kahina soon rallied her forces and drove him from her capital. When Kahina's position became desperate, she ordered that the fertile districts be laid waste so that the lack of food and shelter would discourage the Arabs from returning. The ruinous effect on the soil of southern Tunisia can be seen to this day. Queen Kahina was of the Hebrew faith and she never abandoned her religion. Her opposition, then, was purely nationalistic, since she favored neither the Christians nor the Muslims. She was finally defeated and slain by Hassan ben Human in 705. Her death ended one of the most valiant attempts to save Africa for the Africans. She stood astride the path of Islam and prevented its southward spread into 9. African Glory, The Story of Vanished Negro Civilizations, by J.C. de Graaf Johnson. The Western Sudan. After her death, match for a new force that had the Arabs began to change their been introduced into the world. Strategy in advancing their faith. This force was gunpowder. And their power in Africa. In the 16th century, the Portuguese partnership arose between the Guise stake in the slave trade was African and the Arabs that would threatened by England and France. Last 300 years. The most important this caused the Portuguese to consequence of this alliance was transfer their slave trading activity Muslim conquest of Spain in ties southward to the Congo and the year 711. Most history books Southwest Africa. Their most record this event as a joint African stubborn opposition, as they an Arab venture, but militarily it was tiered. The final phase of the conquest, chiefly an achievement of Black AF of Angola, came from a queen who reckons under the leadership of and was a great head of state and a African general, Gebel Tariq. Italy leader with few peers in her while the power and influence of time. The important facts about her Africans was rising in Spain, great life are delineated in the forthcoming states began to emerge in other Ing book, Queen Enzingha and the parts of Africa, principally in West Mbunda resistance to the Portu Africa. The best known of these Guise slave trade, by Professor states were Ghana, Mali and Son Roy A. Glasgow, of Bowie State Ghana. In these states, women not college, Bowie Maryland. In the only played major roles but some book, he writes, times rose to be heads of state. Her extraordinary story begins great Arab traveler, Ibn Battuta, in 1583, the year of her birth. She Muslim, was appalled at the free is known as Jingo, or Jinga, but dom that women enjoyed in West more often as Ningha, and she was Africa when he visited Mali in the sister of the then reigning king 1352. of Ndongo, Ngalibi Bondi, whose the European slave trade origin country was later called Angola. During the 15th century Nzingha belonged to an ethnic time when the once powerful West group called the Jagas. The lapsed African states were suffering were an extremely militant group NAL disputes, after more than who formed a human shield against 1,000 years of grandeur. The Portuguese conquest of her cline of these states produced the country and was always on the weakness in West Africa that Frasitari offensive. As part of her traded any resistance to imposition lent strategy against the invaders, of the slave trade. And thus she formed an alliance with the long night of tragedy began for AF Dutch, whom she intended to use Rika. The carefully built African to defeat the Portuguese slave trade family structure was, in many cases, ERS. At her request, she was given destroyed. African bravery was a body of Dutch soldiers, the OFFI. Sir commanding this detachment in 1646 said this of her, a cunning and prudent virago, so much addicted to arms that she hardly uses other exercises and withal so generously valiant that she never heard a Portuguese after quarter was given and commanded all her servants and soldiers alike. She believed that, after defeating the Portuguese, it would be easy to surprise the Dutch and expel them from her country. Consequently, she continued to maintain an amicable relationship with them and patiently waited for the appropriate time to tam against them. Her ultimate ambitions extended beyond the aim of freeing her country from European control. In addition to retaining personal control of Ndonga, she hoped to expand her domain from Matamba in the east to the Atlantic Ocean. To this end she made herself an astute agitator propagandist who could easily summon large groups of her fellow countrymen to listen to her. In convincing her people of the pernicious influences of the Portuguese, she would single out slaves and slave soldiers who were under Portuguese control and direct intensive political and patriotic messages their way, appealing to their pride in being Africans. She offered them land and freedom. This resulted in the desertion of thousands of these slave soldiers who joined her forces, forming a serious security problem for the Portuguese. A visionary political leader, competent, self-sacrificing, and devoted to the resistance movement, Nzingha attempted to attract to her cause as many kings and heads of families as possible so that through the allegiance of their people, she could gain new recruits for the defense of her country against the occupation of the Portuguese. In 1623, at the age of 41, Nzingha became Queen of Ndongo, and she began at once to strengthen her position of power. She forbade her subjects to call her queen. She preferred to be called king and, when leading her army in battle, dressed in men's clothing. Her most enduring weapon was her personality. She was astute and successful in consolidating power. She was particularly good at safekeeping her position by ruthlessly dealing with her fees and graciously rewarding her friends. She possessed both masculine hardness and feminine charm, which she readily used, depending on the need and the occasion. Because of these attributes, her leadership was never seriously challenged. The Portuguese began to have second thoughts about her. Their priests were disappointed because they had seemingly lost the battle to convert her to Catholicism. In point of fact, this was not the case. She would later choose her own time and reason to join their church and to use this liaison for her own purposes. In 1645, and again in 1646, she suffered a series of setbacks in her campaign to drive the Portuguese out of Angola. Her sister, Fungi, was taken as a prisoner of war. The Portuguese beheaded her and threw her body in a river. Nzingha began to weigh the merits of her own god, Tembondumba, as compared to the god of the Portuguese. Was it possible, she asked, that the Catholic god was stronger? She had heard the Jesuits maintain that the Christian God was just and an enemy of all suffering. Why, then, did he assist the invaders of her country? Why were the Portuguese building forts in her country without her cement? With her questions still unresolved, she decided to join their religion and to test its strength in her favor. And for the remainder of her life she used this religion as a political tool, when it suited her. In 1659, she signed a treaty with the Portuguese that brought her no feeling of triumph. Now more than 75 years old, she had resisted the Portuguese for most of her adult life. Some of her faithful assistants and followers had died or given up the long fight. On December 17, 1663, this great African woman died. With her death, the Portuguese occupation of the interior of southwest Africa began. The massive expansion of the Portuguese slave trade followed this event. In the concluding chapter of his book about Enzingha's life and struggles, Professor Roy A. Glasgow has this to say: Queen Enzingha symbolized the quintessence of early Mbunda resistance. She was from 1620 until her death in 1663. The most important personality in Angola. Enzingha failed in her mission to expel the Portuguese and become Queen of Ethiopia, embracing Matamba, Eastern Ndongo, and Ndongo. However, her historic importance transcends this failure, as she awakened and encouraged the first known stirring of nationalism in West Central Africa by organizing the national and international, the Mani Congo, resistance in her total opposition to European domination. In the resistance to the slave trade and the colonial system that followed the death of the Queen, African women, along with their men, helped to mount offenses all over Africa. Among the most outstanding were Madame Tinubu of Nigeria, Nandi, the mother of the great Zulu warrior Haim, Kipkire of the Herero people of southwest Africa, and the female army that followed the great Dahomean king, Bihanzan Bawel. Islam had a shattering effect on the matriarchy in Africa, without destroying it. The social organization of the Bantu-speaking people of Central Africa continued to be governed by the matriarchy. The greatest impact of Islam was along the east coast of Africa and in the western Sudan. Cheek and Tatiop has given us a historical accounting of this impact. In spite of the slave trade and the colonial system that followed it, African women continued to be important factors in the physical struggles against European domination. Their participation continued throughout the 19th and well into the 20th century in the country south of Angola, Namibia, that the Europeans developed. During this time the country was plunged into a prolonged struggle against one of the strongest colonial powers of that time. German soldiers were mobilized with all modern armaments against the Huram people of southwest Africa. The Herero women, despite their lack of modem equipment, took on responsibilities equal to their men and waged a war against the Germans that resulted in a stalemate. Near the end of the 19th century, 1896, the British, in their attempt to take over the hinterlands of the Gold Coast, present-day Ghana, exiled King Prempeh. In 1900, still not having succeeded in gaining control of this part of Ghana, the British sent a governor to Kumasi, the capital of Ashanti, to demand the Golden Stool, the Ark of the Covenant and the supreme symbol of the sovereignty and independence of the Ashantis, a fierce and warlike people who inhabit the dense rainforests of what is now the central portion of Ghana. On March 28, 1900, the governor, Lord Hodgson, called a meeting of all the kings in and around the city of Kumasi. He informed the people that their exiled King Prempeh would not be permitted to return because the indemnity the British had demanded before the exile of King Prempeh had not been paid. Further, he demanded that the Ashanti surrender the Golden Stool. The demand was a terrible blunder and an insult to the Ashanti people, who were still angry with the British for exiling the king. The governor in no way understood the sacred significance of the stool, which according to tradition, contained the soul of the Ashanti. The Ashanti heard the governor's speech and showed no reaction except silence. The meeting broke up quietly and the men went home to prepare for war. The inspiring force behind the Ashanti people at this time was Yasintiwa, the queen mother of Ahisu. The war that followed bears her name, the Yasintiwa War. The story of Yasintiwa is woven throughout the history of modern Ghana. The following story of the great queen and her war is taken from the book, Ghana, A History for Primary Schools, by E. A. Addy. In the evening the chiefs held a secret meeting at Kumasi. Yasintiwa, the queen mother of Ahisu, was at the meeting. The chiefs were discussing how they should make war on the white men. 11. Ghana History for Primary Schools, by E. A. Addy, Book 2, Longmans, London, 1960, pages 54-58. Also see, Ashanti Heroes, by K0. Boom Kairetwi, Oxford University Press, London, 1969, pages 50-55, and The Golden Stool, Ashanti 1900, by Frederick Myatt. And force them to bring back the Asantehene. Yadasantiwa saw that some of the chiefs were afraid. Some said that there should be no war. They should rather go to beg the governor to bring back the Asantehene, King Prempeh. Then suddenly Yadasantiwa stood up and spoke. This was what she said: "Now I have seen that some of you fear to go forward to fight for our king. If it were in the brave days of old, the days of Osetutu, Okumfo Anaki, and Pola, where chiefs would not sit down to see their king taken away without firing a shot. No white man could have dared to speak to chiefs of the Ashanti in the way the governor spoke to you chiefs this morning. Is it true that the bravery of Ashanti is no more? I cannot believe it. Yeah, it cannot be. I must say this: if you the men of Ashanti will not go forward, then we will. We the women will. I shall call upon my fellow women. We will fight the white men. We will fight till the last of them falls in the battlefields." The speech stirred up the chiefs, and at once the meeting swore the great oath of Ashanti to fight the white men until they released the Asantehene. Yadasantiwa was the leader in this war. Then the Ashantis cut telegraph wires and surrounded Kumasi. The governor and his party kept themselves in the fort, where they suffered from disease and hunger. For many months, the Ashantis, led by Yadasantiwa, fought very bravely and kept the white men in the fort. Then an officer, Colonel Wilcox, was sent with 1,400 soldiers to Kumasi. He brought very big guns. Yadasantiwa and the other Ashanti leaders were captured. They were deported and the war came to an end. Yadasantiwa's name and her bravery are always remembered. After this war, Yadasantiwa and some of the other leaders were sent into exile. The Ashanti Wars against the British had started in 1805 and had lasted for nearly 100 years, but with the end of this last war the British gained control over the hinterland of Ghana. And Yadasantiwa's war was the last of the major wars in Africa led by a woman. But Yadasantiwa only added to that long line of African warrior queens that began with Hatshepsut 1,500 years before the birth of Christ. Because her agitation for the return of Prempeh was converted into the stirring demands for independence, it is safe to say that she helped to create the theoretical basis for the political emergence of modern Africa. In his book on the domains of patriarchal and matriarchal societies in classical antiquity, Cheikh Anta Diop has arrived at some conclusions that are as topical as they are historical. His book furnishes the basis for an honest re-examination of the relationships between men and women in societies in general and in African society in particular. African History Revisited by John Henrik Clarke. A recent movie based on the encounter between the British General Charles Gordon and the Sudanese patriot Muhammad Ahmad presented a picture of history which is challenged here. In July of 1966, millions of moviegoers in this country and throughout the world have seen the spectacular motion picture, Khartoum in Cinerama, Ultra Panavision, and Technicolor. Some movie critics have hailed this picture as nothing less than superb, and the most realistic battle action in movie history. Others have said that this is historical truth brought to the screen. This is where the appraisers have erred. The truth about the battle for the Sudan in the 1880s has been distorted to suit the needs and prejudices of the Hollywood movie stars and their subjects, who are mainly white. The picture stars Charlton Heston as General Charles Gordon, the enigmatic British mystic who was sent to the Sudan, in Central Africa, to rescue an Egyptian army and thousands of British civilians besieged in Khartoum by the nationalist uprising of Muhammad Ahmad, the Mundi, and his devoted followers. In the picture, and in the extensive advertisements about it, the Mundi is depicted as an Arab religious fanatic. He was both religious and a fanatical African nationalist, but he was not an Arab. He was a Muslim. Very often, when it suits the anti-African propaganda purpose of most white writers and nearly all white motion picture makers, Africans who are Muslims, and heroes, are called Arabs. This infers that they are white men. By this not so subtle method, people of African descent all over the world are robbed of heroes that rightfully belong to them. The motion picture cartoon is a case in point. The black writer must now examine, and sometimes challenge, all interpretations of the history of his people and their heroes that have been made by other people. For an examination of the life and times of Muhammad Ahmad, known as the Mundi, a few questions are in order. Who was this man and what is the significance of his fight to free the Sudan from British and Egyptian rule? What is the importance of his country and his people? What indeed is the real Mundi story? The Sudan is an old African country, and it has not always been called the Sudan. It was once a part of the biblical land of Cush and has also been known as Nubia or Bilad al-Nuba. The Arabs called the country Bilad al-Sudan, meaning, the land of the blacks. From the early part of the 16th century to the latter part of the 19th century, the Sudan was dominated by a series of invaders who ruled recklessly and taxed the people without mercy or any consideration for the Mandi's tomb at Omdurman in the Sudan. The original tomb was bombarded by Lord Kitchener, who had the Mandi's bones thrown into the Nile. Their well-being, corruption and injustice went unopposed for 60 years until, in 1881, a great leader appeared to unite the Sudanese people against their oppressors. His name was Muhammad Ahmad ibn Sayyid Abdullah. His career is synonymous with the title Mundi, meaning one who is divinely directed. When Muhammad Ahmad assumed the Mundiship in 1881, he was under 40. He was born in August 1843 on an island in the Nile River called Labab in the province of Dongola. His family claimed to be descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, though they were humble boat builders. While Muhammad Ahmad's brothers followed their father's trade, he displayed an aptitude for religious studies. Muhammad Ahmad, the youngest of his parents' 4 sons, was sent to a Kalway school, to learn reading and writing and to commit the Quran to memory. His interest and enthusiasm inspired his teachers to send him to a second school in Khartoum and a third one in the Gazira, where he completed his studies of the Quran and then studied Muslim laws and traditions. Later he journeyed to the city of Berber to pursue religious studies at the hands of the Sheikh Mahed el-Kai, the renowned religious leader of the time. The most notable of his many teachers was Sheikh Muhammad Sharif. By 1881, Muhammad Ahmad had acquired a large following and was proclaimed the Mundi, the future savior of the Sudan. The Mundi, having challenged the authority of the government, had no option but to prepare for the jihad, or holy war, in defense of Islam and for the freedom of the Sudan. He started to train his followers and to prepare his flags, on which he inscribed, "There is no God but God, Muhammad is his prophet and the Mundi is his caliph." The government detachments landed in Abba in the middle of a dark night in the rainy season. The soldiers felt their way towards the village amongst grass and bush and lagoons. All of a sudden, the Mandiists fell on them, using swords and spears and giving them no time to use their firearms. The majority of the soldiers lost their lives, and the small number that escaped the disaster fled to Khartoum in their steamers. The Mandiists rejoiced in their first triumph and in the spoils of arms and ammunition left behind, which they could use in days to come. That was on August 12, 1881. The Mandist revolution against the Turco-Egyptian regime had started. The Mundi and his followers automatically became rebels after the incident at Abba. As their island was within easy reach of the government, and as they were still in a minority, they deemed it wise to migrate west, far away from the government, and to unite with their allies and associates in Kordofan and the Nuba Mountains. The Mundi and his small group of followers crossed the White Nile from Abba on their way westward. They were continually joined by followers until they reached Takalai. In Takalai, King Adam Dabala gave them a hearty reception and promised them his protection. The Mundi and his followers then moved to Jabal Qadir. The attempts of the governor of Kordofan to intercept their progress failed, and the Mandiists reached Jabal Qadir in safety. There they were joined by the inhabitants of the surrounding mountains, who flocked to join the Mandist cause. Others from the different parts of the Sudan then journeyed in large numbers to join the Mundi and to take part in the new mission and in the struggle against the government. All internal attempts to nip the Mandist revolution in the bud failed. It then became imperative for Egypt, assisted by Great Britain, to face the situation. A large army was conscripted out of the disrupted Egyptian nationalist army of Urabi Pasha and others and sent to Khartoum by sea, via Suakin. As soon as preparations were complete for an expedition against the Mundi, the army, under the command of Hicks Pasha, moved forward. The expedition first followed the White Nile southwards to At-Tuaim. Then it struck westward into a country most hostile to it, in order to come within range of the Mandists. The scouts of the Mandist army lost no chance of attacking them whenever circumstances allowed, and in compliance with the orders of the Mandists, the villages on the route of the Turco-Egyptian army were evacuated and the wells filled with earth. The country through which the army was to pass was thus left desolate of inhabitants and short of drinking water. As the situation of the army grew more pathetic every day, differences of opinion between Ala al-Din Pasha and Hicks Pasha, the leaders of the army, sharpened. When Hicks Pasha's expedition reached Al-Rahat after a long and tiring march, and then moved towards Kazgale, the Mandist hordes from El Abaid and those who joined them from the Bakhtir Jimas tribe under their sheikh, Asakir Abu al-Kalam, had arrived on the scene. As Hicks' army was marching out of Kazgale and entering the forest of Shaken, the Mandists fell on them and a fierce battle raged for a whole day. Hicks' army was annihilated almost to the last soldier in November 1883. With the defeat of Hicks' expedition, the government lost its last disciplined army and most of its men and stores in the Sudan. What remained of the armies of the government were distributed in small garrisons defending the remaining posts. Those garrisons could not be depended upon in the government's struggle against Mandism. The victorious Mundi then returned to El Abaid, to allow his armies the well-earned rest they required after their long struggle against the government, to receive more disciples and followers, and to start a new victorious era in the annals of the revolution. Soon afterwards, Staten Bey, governor of Darfur, surrendered his province and became a prisoner of the Mundi for a very long time. From El Abaid, the Mundi also sent emissaries and small forces to preach Mandism and to harass the remaining garrisons of the Turkiya. So the West succumbed to Mandism and the Central Sudan associated itself with it. In the Eastern Sudan, Osman Digna, the Mandist hero, who joined Mandism on the fall of El Abaid and who was dispatched by the Mundi in the capacity of a Mandist Amir to preach Mandism, was able to win the tribes of the Red Sea Hills to the Mandist cause. They then began to harass the government headquarters in the Eastern Sudan. He captured Sinkat and laid siege to the government garrisons in Suakin and Tokar. From his headquarters near Suakin, Osman Digna continually attacked the government garrisons in Suakin and Tokar, while the Mandists moved from one victory to the other in the west. Now Muhammad Ahmed and General Gordon at Khartoum became rival claimants for supremacy over the minds of the Sudanese people. They were also rivals in another sense, for both of them claimed to be the messengers of God. The Mundi called himself Muhammad Ahmed el-Mundi Monotazar, that is to say, the prophet and guide awaited by the world. His followers had already adopted the cry of Muhammad Ahmed Rasul Allah Nili Allah, roughly translated, Muhammad the Messiah and Messenger of Allah. Of the many rumors that were being circulated about him and his followers, one was that he intended to invade Egypt, to convert the Mussulman to the true faith from which they had strayed, and after a massacre of the Christians in Egypt, to go to Mecca, the holy city of his faith where he expected to receive the caliphate and be ordained the Grand Sheikh of Islam. The future battle lines had been drawn and both contestants had been pushed beyond the point where a compromise could be reached. The Mundi was invited to Khartoum to be examined in the Quran to see if he was really the expected Messiah. He rejected the invitation, and sent back the message, by the grace of God and his holy prophet, I am master in the Sudan. Never shall I come to Khartoum to justify myself. With this sort of preaching he struck the right chord in the character of the Moslem and all other Sudanese tribes. His plan was to unite all in one great faith. Wisely, for his scheme, he recognized the general state of discontent and most astutely used it as a fertile ground for his message. He was a religious leader, but he also was a shrewd politician. He based arguments on the prevailing hard times and traced these to the existing government. His astuteness was again shown in the way he selected, as the field of his earliest efforts, the most disturbed section of the country. The British authorities offered a large sum for him dead or alive. This action forced the Mundi to declare a holy war. He promised his rapidly increasing followers the majority share of the spoils he intended to take from the oppressors. A quarrel developed between the commanders sent to seize the Mundi. The quarrel broke into an open fight and the two separate companies of soldiers were weakened to ineffectiveness. The Mundi and his followers fell on these troops with clubs, sharp sticks, and stones. In a short while they were destroyed. Then came the Mandi's attempt to capture El Abaid, the capital of Kordofan, and though driven back with great losses, he prevailed until, after a siege of 5 months, the town and garrison surrendered. Now he was hailed as the maker of miracles. Praise Allah! The Messiah had come. The government no longer looked upon him as a holy man, zealous for religion but poor and without influence, whom they could silence easily. The government had already come to be despised by the people because of its weakness and corruption, while the prestige of Muhammad Ahmad was in the ascendancy. The spirit of rebellion which prevailed in Egypt no doubt helped to augment fanaticism in the Sudan. The government again sent for Muhammad, and he again refused to go. There now followed in surprisingly rapid succession defeat after defeat for the government, and success after success for the Mundi. Now the personality and activity of the Mundi stirred the whole of the Sudan and the hopeless became hopeful and the leaderless had found a leader. From the hills and the plains, deserts, and forests, the tribes rallied to the black flag of the Mundi and pledged allegiance to his crusade. Tens of thousands of them, the Selim, Baggara, Raiska, Homer, Dirka, Bongo, Mahdi, and Bari, poured into the new Messiah's camp. They came on horseback and on foot, armed with rifles and lances, or with homemade spears. Some were the poorest of the poor and wore only filthy loincloths. The British and the Egyptians braced themselves against this tide and reshuffled their plans and forces. Still, the tribes gathered thicker in the Mandi's camp. They had but one goal in view, freedom or paradise. The British, realizing that they were about to be pushed out of the Sudan, brought in their most able general, Charles George Gordon, better known as Chinese Gordon. He had served in this region before and already had a respected reputation there. He was known to most of the people and liked by a large number of them. Gordon was a devout Christian and, like the Mundi, had illusions of being divinely endowed. When Gordon arrived at Khartoum he found the situation more desperate than the force at his command could master. Knowing the country and its people better than most Englishmen, he decided to use diplomacy. After the collapse of his ill-advised attempts to bring the ex-slave trader, Zobair Pasha, to his assistance, he finally had to deal directly with the Mundi. Gordon offered to make the Mundi governor-general of a large province. The mighty Mundi interpreted this gesture as an insult and ridiculed Gordon for making it, thinking, why should he be a mere governor-general of a province when the whole of the Sudan, except 1 or 2 places, was already his? In reply, he urged Gordon to forsake his devout Christian beliefs and become a Moslem. To Gordon, this of course, was unthinkable. Being a practical military man, he knew that he did not have the power he needed to defend Khartoum. He sent the women and children out of the city and awaited the Mundi, who arrived soon afterward and laid siege to the city. After the siege had lasted many months, the British sent an expedition of 25,000 men under the command of Lord Wolseley to support General Gordon's army at Khartoum. Lord Wolseley, whose victory over the Egyptians at Tel Kabir in 1882 was the decisive factor in establishing British rule over Egypt, proceeded up the Nile with his expedition in 800 boats, hoping to reach General Gordon before his army was overrun by the Mandi's dedicated adherents. At Abu Klea, he met part of the Mandi's forces and won a victory in the battle that followed, while suffering heavy losses. The bright memory of Lord Wolseley's victory barely had time to become real before his second-in-command, General Stewart, was beaten and killed. After weeks of hardship, part of Lord Wolseley's expedition reached Omdurman, a few miles from Khartoum. In the journey, the British ships had to sail through severe attacks by Moslem Krupp guns. Lord Wolseley's success at Abu Klea and in bringing the expedition up the Nile was a commendable feat of leadership, but it did not save General Gordon. 2 days before his arrival, January 25, 1885, Khartoum had fallen to the Mandy's army. The long, 321-day siege ended when 25,000 of the Mandy's fanatical army swarmed over the ramparts of the battle-scarred city and surrounded the palace of Governor-General Gordon. Gordon, a stalwart soldier to the end, walked calmly out on the steps, where a giant Kordofan soldier follower of the Mandy ran him through with a spear. An officer named Nasser beheaded him with his sword. Hundreds of soldiers plunged their spears into his body. His head was sent to the Mandy, who at least admired him as a soldier, and had hoped to make him a Moslem convert. The story of Gordon's attempt to save the Sudan for England was all the more pathetic because his task showed every indication of failure before he set himself to it. The fall of Khartoum, and Gordon's tragic end, was a severe blow to English pride that might have been avoided. To add to this, another expedition composed of 11,000 English and Egyptian soldiers was defeated with great losses at Kassala, by the Mandy's most able general, Osman Digna. General Gordon had made the city of Khartoum his headquarters, then had been hemmed in on all sides until the city was cut off from the outside world, while his supplies of food, guns, and ammunition were used up in a lost and hopeless cause. He had stood bravely to his port trying to inspire 100 men to do the work of thousands. Then, being baffled and harassed by the shiftlessness and incompetency of his officers, he made promises he could not keep, until his word as an Englishman began to fall on unlistening ears. Yet, he inspired a listless population to resist for 321 days. Then came the night attack, and the father and savior of the Sudan lay dead. In the midst of this chaos, Lord Wolseley retreated to Cairo with what remained of his army. Later, bent on avenging his and England's honor, he asked for a chance to attack the Mandy again, and was permitted to do so. He returned the same year with 13,000 white troops and was beaten back. England withdrew from all of Sudan except the port of Suakin, which could be defended by warships. The Mandy prevailed over the rest of the Sudan. The Mandy and his forces crossed the west bank of the White Nile and there, in the desert, laid the foundation of the capital of his new kingdom. He was now supreme master of a rich empire 1,600 miles long and 700 miles wide. His subjects had been gathered from every district and tribe. Some gave him homage willingly, some through fear. The Mandy's ambition was still running high. He thought of himself as another Mohammed. He planned to bring all adjoining territories under his rule, subdue the Christian part of Ethiopia, march into Egypt and convert the world to Islam. His amazing career ended before any of these dreams were realized. On June 22, 1885, 6 months after the death of General Gordon, he died of typhoid fever. With his last strength he shouted the Islam creed. His followers mourned him for months and later erected a magnificent tomb on the spot where he died. The Mandy was succeeded by his second-in-command, Khalifa Abdullahi, who ruled the country for 11 troublesome years before the British gave Lord Kitchener enough men to reconquer the Sudan. In avenging what he thought was England's honor, Lord Kitchener showed no mercy and considered nothing to be sacred while he was accomplishing his mission. He more than earned the title, the Butcher of Omdurman. He bombarded the tomb of the Mandy, took his bones and threw them into the Nile. It was said that Mandy's head was packed in a kerosene tin and later used by Kitchener as a tobacco container. In spite of Lord Kitchener, and those who came after him, the followers of the Mandy continued to fight the British until about 1930. In the many books and papers written about him, the Mandy became a romantic hero in the eyes of some of the Englishmen who had fought him. In his introduction to the book, The Mundi of Allah, by Richard A. Herman. The late Winston Churchill said, "The life of the Mundi is a romance in miniature and wonderful as that of Mohammed himself." The rebellion of the Sudan was the last great outburst of the blood-red flower of Islam. The Mundi and his caliphate might well have endured to today and developed as stately a power as the Moors in Spain. As for the unanswered question, was Muhammad Ahmad, the Mundi, really a messiah? Well, millions of people in the Sudan believed he was, and some still do. But let this truth suffice: the Mundi and his successors were rightfully fighting against injustice and colonial misrule, among other reasons. The aftermath of this fight moved the British to adopt a more humane and enlightened administration in the Sudan. This policy eventually helped to make the Sudan the free and independent country we know today. 86 February 1967 Negro Digest. Journal of Negro Education. Mohammed Ahmed, the Mundi. Messiah of the Sudan. John Henrik Clarke. U.S. Correspondent on African Affairs, World Mutual Exchange. The Sudan is a very old country, and it has not always been called the Sudan. As early as 4000 BC there appears to have been trade between Egypt and what is now the Sudan. In those days the island of Elephantine marked the southern frontier of Egypt. South of this frontier the country extended as far as the land of Punt, which was on the coast of present-day Somaliland. Later it was known as Ethiopia, the biblical land of Cush. In 721 BC, Pianchi, a Nubian prince, established control over the whole of Egypt. The kings of Cush became accepted as the kings of Cush and Misr, Egypt. For 1,000 years the Sudan was a Christian nation, divided into two kingdoms, Makkara and Aboa. In 640 AD the Arabs who had conquered Egypt made their way into the Sudan. In 1517 AD the Sultan of Turkey conquered Egypt and invaded the northern Sudan. Because of the cruelty of their rule, henceforth the people of the Sudan referred to all oppressors as Turks regardless of their race or religion. The armies of Muhammad Ali invaded the Sudan in 1820 AD. Corruption and injustice went unopposed for 60 years until in 1881, a great leader appeared to unite the Sudanese. He rallied the people to unite in a holy war against the Turks and drive all foreign oppressors from the Sudan. This great leader was Mohammed Ahmed. He belonged to the race of people known as Danagla, inhabitants of Dongola. His father was a faqih or religious teacher. He taught his son reading, writing and the meaning of the Muslim Bible, the Holy Quran. Through his own resourcefulness, he learned of the countries of Egypt, India, Persia, Europe, and the vast world beyond and around his country. He was exceedingly intelligent, with a force of character somewhat superior to most of his people. Mohammed Ahmed ibn Sayyid Abdullah was the last and best known of the native conquerors of the Sudan. His career is synonymous with the title Mahdi, meaning one who is divinely directed. The Mundi announced to his people that he would conquer the world. He taught them to take an oath never to put on a new garment until all foreigners had been driven out of the Sudan. Though he fought Egypt, as well as the English, he, nonetheless, had many sympathizers among the Egyptians. They felt that he was responding to a feeling of nationalist pride and anger motivated by the injustice of foreign domination. The English occupation of Egypt, supposedly tentative, was especially galling to the Egyptians because of the uncertainty about its probable duration. The Prophet of Islam in the Sudan commanded more reverence from the Egyptians than the Christian English, who were showing no signs of making preparations to keep their promise to withdraw from Egypt. Mohammed Ahmed was born near the island of Argo, at Dongola in the Sudan. At his death his age was estimated to be about 45. Therefore he must have been born sometime between 1840 and 1845. In spite of their poor and obscure background, his family claimed to be Ashral or descendants of the Prophet. During the greater portion of his youth, Mohammed Ahmed was left entirely to his own resources. He learned the Quran by heart and received his early instruction in theology. Subsequently he went to the city of Berber and became a pupil of the well-known teacher, Mohammed el-Kir, who completed his education. Arriving at manhood, he went to Khartoum where he became a disciple of the then celebrated and highly respected Sheikh Mohammed Sharif, his grand-uncle. With him he went to live on the island of Aba, on the White Nile near Kawa. He stayed and studied here for a number of years and later married the daughter of Mohammed Sharif. In outward appearance Mohammed Ahmed was strangely fascinating. He was a man of strong constitution and seemingly limitless energy. Like most of the members of the Danagla tribe, his complexion was very dark. A pleasant smile was nearly always apparent on his face. Under this smile gleamed a set of singularly white teeth, and between the two upper middle ones was a V-shaped space, which in the Sudan is considered a sign that the owner will be lucky. His mode of conversation, too, had by training, become exceptionally pleasant and persuasive. Later, when he and his followers proclaimed that he was a Messiah and messenger of God, he acted as though he was in direct communication with the deity. All orders which he gave were supposed to have come to him by divine inspiration, and it became therefore a sin to refuse to obey them. Disobedience to the Mandi's orders was tantamount to resistance to the will of God. Mohammed Ahmed's great asset in drawing people to revere his personality was his piety and deeply religious zeal. This made him a favorite with all of his teachers. Yet at one time this pious disposition led to a conflict. Mohammed Ahmed rebuked one of his instructors for allowing singing and dancing at a feast. He held the opinion that this activity would be displeasing to God. In the quarrel and conflict that followed, Mohammed Ahmed was told in very harsh words to leave the school. This was heartbreaking for his teacher, Mohammed Sharif, because he had considered this dedicated young man to be his favorite disciple. But, this disciple had rebuked him in the presence of his elders and the leading citizens of the town. Ordering him out of the school was the only way the teacher could maintain his authority and prestige. The news of this incident spread rapidly and drew the attention and sympathy of the masses of people to this devout student of the Quran. Now he had his first followers. He also dared to rebuke the rich in their own homes and became a hero to the poor. Soon it was being said that he was a person of divine origin, probably the long-awaited Messiah who was expected to appear in the Islam year 1300 or 1881. His name and family were very similar to that of the Prophet. As his popularity and following increased, the British and Egyptian rulers of his country became alarmed over the discontent he was spreading among the people and ordered his arrest. With his first disciples he fled to an island up the Nile. Here the Mandi religious movement was born. People from all over the Sudan made pilgrimages to the island, beseeching him for blessing and crying for liberation from their oppressors. Much later, the inevitable came to pass. The Mandi religious movement was made into a military force that miraculously defeated the combined Sudan armies of Egypt and England and freed his country from 60 years of slavery and cruel taxation. From Aba Island, Mohammed Ahmed, now called the Mandi, went to the district of Kordofan where his fame had already taken hold of the population. People flocked to him for blessings, the blessings of a holy man, one who had been bold and brave enough to rebuke a teacher for his sins and his lack of reverence for the laws of the Holy Quran. In preaching and exhorting the people, the Mandi had one subject and one theme: our religion is becoming debased and corrupted, our prophet is insulted, and every true Muslim is humbled by the corruption of the government officials and their utter disregard for the true faith. Now Mohammed Ahmed and Gordon Pasha at Khartoum became rival claimants for supremacy over the minds of the Sudanese people. They were also rivals in another sense, for both of them claimed to be the messengers of God. The Mandi claimed, as the word implies, to be the guide or messenger of God, and called himself Mohammed Ahmed el-Mandi Monotazar, that is to say, the prophet and guide awaited by the world. His followers had already adopted the cry of Mohammed Ahmed Rasul Allah Nili Allah. Roughly translated, Mohammed the Messiah and Messenger of Allah. Of the many rumors that were being circulated about him and his followers, one was that he intended to invade Egypt, to convert the Muslimen to the true faith from which they had strayed, and after a massacre of the Christians in Egypt, to go to Mecca, the holy city of his faith, where he expected to receive the caliphate and be ordained the Grand Sheikh of Islam. Gordon Pasha's overtures of friendship toward him were treated with disdain. In replying to one of the Governor-General's gestures he said, "I send you back your presents. I will not accept your offer to be Emir, Governor, of Kordofan. You say you have come to make peace because you are with God. We are with God. If you are with God you are with us, on the contrary if you are against us you are against God. Be converted, then, and become a Mussulman, if not, we will inflict upon you the same punishment we have accorded to Hicks Pasha." The future battle lines had been drawn and both contestants had been pushed beyond the point where a compromise could not be reached. Gordon Pasha said in reply, "I go to Khartoum to make peace. We can come to an agreement, if, however, you wish for war, come on. I am ready." The Mundi was invited to Khartoum to be examined in the Quran to see if he was really the expected Messiah. He rejected the invitation and sent back the message, "By the grace of God and His holy Prophet, I am master in the Sudan. Never shall I come to Khartoum to justify myself." With this sort of preaching he struck the right chord in the character of the Moslem and all other Sudanese tribes. His plan and thought were to unite all in one great faith. Wisely for his scheme, he recognized the general state of discontent and most astutely used it as a fertile ground for his message. He was a religious leader, but he also was a shrewd politician. He based arguments of the prevailing, hard times and traced these to the existing government. His astuteness was again shown in the way he selected, as the field of his earliest efforts, the most disturbed section of the country. The British authorities offered a large sum for him dead or alive. This action forced the Mundi to declare a holy war. He promised his rapidly increasing followers the majority share of the spoils he intended to take from the oppressors. A quarrel developed between the commanders sent to seize the Mundi. The quarrel broke into an open fight and their two separate companies of soldiers were weakened to ineffectiveness. The Mundi and his followers fell on these troops with clubs, sharp sticks, and stones. In a short while they were destroyed. More troops were sent but these too were destroyed. Then came the Mandi's attempt to capture El Obeid, the capital of Kordofan, and though driven back with great losses, he prevailed until after a siege of 5 months, the town and garrison surrendered. Now he was hailed as the maker of miracles. Praise Allah! The Messiah had come. The government no longer looked upon him as a holy man, zealous for religion but poor and without influence whom they could silence easily. The government had already come to be despised by the people because of its weakness and corruption, while the prestige of Mohammed Ahmed was in the ascendancy. The spirit of rebellion which prevailed in Egypt no doubt helped to augment fanaticism in the Sudan. The government again sent for Mohammed and he again refused to go. There now followed in surprising rapid succession, defeat after defeat for the government, and success after success for the Mundi. Now the personality and activity of the Mundi stirred the whole of the Sudan. The hopeless became hopeful and the leaderless had found a leader. From the hills and the plains, deserts and forests, the tribes rallied to the black flag of the Mundi and pledged allegiance to his crusade. Tens of thousands of them, the Selim, Baggara, Raiska, Homer, Dirka, Bongo, Mahdi, and Bari, poured into the new Messiah's camp. They came on horseback and on foot armed with rifles and lances, or with homemade spears. Some were the poorest of the poor and wore only filthy loincloths. The British and the Egyptians braced themselves against this tide and reshuffled their plans and forces. Still the tribes gathered thicker in the Mandi's camp. All, fanatically brave, they had but one goal in view, freedom or paradise. Mohammed Ahmed had all the qualities of a great revolutionary leader, the sure self-confidence of one who believed himself divinely endowed, tremendous force of character and great personal integrity. These qualities were combined to persuade great masses of people to the truth of his message. Besides, he had emerged at the time the long-awaited Messiah had been prophesied to appear. Convinced that he was indeed sent by God to help them, his adherents hailed him as the long-awaited Mundi, El-Mahdi el-Muntazar. This was to be a jihad, or a holy war, and the Mundi reminded his followers that, according to the words of the Prophet, those who met their death in battle would be immediately received in paradise. It was the fanatical courage which this doctrine inspired that enabled the poorly armed dervish force to defeat the British Egyptian army in battle after battle. Each new victory was an inspiration and added other followers to the leadership of the Mahdi, until practically the whole Sudan lay at his feet. The Egyptians recalled Rauf Pasha and sent another governor-general with a stronger army to turn back the Mahdi's fanatical armies. Still this army of formerly misbegotten creatures swept to defeat everything before them. At Sinar, of 6,000 Egyptians only 20 escaped alive. At Jebel Gadir in June 1882 two whole army corps were wiped out. At Saraba, July 11 of the same year the Mahdi destroyed all except 12 of an army of 6,100 men. In October he overran and defeated an Egyptian force of 10,000. After attacking El Obeid, a city where he had previously suffered a temporary defeat, he turned his attention and military prowess toward Khartoum, capital city of the Sudan. The English, who previously were only concerned with the decline of their power and prestige in the Sudan, now began to fear for their very lives. The Egyptian forces, first to rear up against the Mahdi's power, had been crushed. Sir William Hicks, called Hicks Pasha, a veteran fighter of colonial wars, was placed in charge of 10,000 men armed with the latest weapons. With his force he crossed the Nubian desert and proceeded up the Nile, hoping to encounter the Mahdi's army somewhere near Khartoum. Before the Mahdi met Hicks Pasha's army he had crushed the Egyptian forces at Abu Ahmed and at Behab, therefore leaving no appreciable Egyptian army in the field against him. Hicks reached Khartoum first after defeating some hostile tribes on the way. The Mahdi's followers and prestige had increased to a proportion where he was now considered an infallible military leader as well as a true messiah. With this accelerated status, he led his main army toward Khartoum. Hicks left 3,000 men to hold the city and set off with the rest of his army to meet the Mahdi, who in the meantime had altered his plans by withdrawing the army headed for Khartoum. He encamped at El Obeid just long enough to entice Hicks Pasha to move his army in that direction. However, when Hicks reached the city, the Mahdi had moved further into the desert. Hicks followed him into this well-laid trap, as he expected him to do. On November 3, 1883, after Hicks Pasha's army had been weakened by thirst and some had died from drinking poisoned water, the Mahdi and his loyal cohorts swept down upon them. This was the Mahdi's most decisive victory so far. A mound of dead men covered the body of Hicks Pasha, also dead. Now the anxiety of the English in the Sudan became panic. They were afraid that the Mahdi's example would spread to other colonial areas. The force that the Mahdi had sent to Suakin under the leadership of his most able general, Osman Digna, had defeated an army commanded by the British general, Sir Samuel Baker. Later, another British general named Graham, was able to hold Osman Digna's army at bay. More victories for the Mahdi followed. He captured Berber, Dongola, the home of his tribe, Darfur and the rich equatorial provinces. The British, realizing that they were about to be pushed out of the Sudan, brought in their most able general, Charles George Gordon, a renowned figure better known as Chinese Gordon. He had served in this region before and already had a respected reputation here. He was known to most of the people and liked by a large number of them. Gordon was devout Christian and, like the Mahdi, had illusions of being divinely endowed. When Gordon arrived at Khartoum he found the situation more desperate than the force at his command could master. Knowing the country and its people better than most Englishmen, he decided to use diplomacy. After the collapse of his ill-advised attempts to bring the ex-slave trader, Lobayer Pasha, to his assistance, he finally had to deal directly with the Mahdi. Gordon offered to make the Mahdi governor-general of a large province. The mighty Mahdi interpreted this gesture as an insult and ridiculed him for making it, thinking, why should he be a mere governor-general of a province when the whole of the Sudan, except one or two places, was already his? In reply he urged Gordon to forsake his devout Christian beliefs and become a Muslim. To Gordon, this of course, was unthinkable. Being a practical military man, he knew that he did not have the power he needed to defend Khartoum. He sent the women and children out of the city and awaited the Mundi, who arrived soon afterward and laid siege to the city. After the siege had lasted many months, the British sent an expedition of 25,000 men under the command of Lord Wolseley to support General Gordon's army at Khartoum. Lord Wolseley, whose victory over the Egyptians at Tel El Kebir in 1882 was the decisive factor in establishing British rule over Egypt, proceeded up the Nile with his expedition in 800 boats, hoping to reach General Gordon before his army was overrun by the Mandi's dedicated adherents. At Abu Klea, he met part of the Mandi's forces and won a victory in the battle that followed, while suffering heavy losses. The bright memory of Lord Wolseley's victory barely had time to become real before his second-in-command, General Stewart, was beaten and killed. After weeks of hardship, part of Lord Wolseley's expedition reached Omdurman, a few miles from Khartoum. In the journey, the British ships had to sail through severe attacks by Moslem Krupp guns. Lord Wolseley's success at Abu Klea and in bringing the expedition up the Nile was a commendable feat of leadership, but it did not save General Gordon, 2 days before his arrival. January 25, 1885, Khartoum had fallen to the Mandi's army. The long 321-day siege ended when 25,000 of the Mandi's fanatical army swarmed over the ramparts of the battle-scarred city and surrounded the palace of Governor-General Gordon. Gordon, a stalwart soldier to the end, walked calmly out on the steps, where a giant Kordofan soldier follower of the Mundi ran him through with a spear. An officer named Nasser beheaded him with his sword. Hundreds of soldiers fell upon Gordon and plunged their spears into his body. His head was sent to the Mundi, who at least admired him as a soldier, and had hoped to make him a Moslem convert. The story of Gordon's attempt to save the Sudan was the more pathetic because his task showed every indication of failure before he set himself to it. The fall of Khartoum and Gordon's tragic end was a severe blow to English pride that might have been avoided. To add to this, another expedition composed of 11,000 English and Egyptian soldiers was defeated with great losses at Kassala, by the Mandi's most able general, Osman Digna. General Gordon had made the city of Khartoum his headquarters, then had been hemmed in on all sides until the city was cut off from the outside world, while his supplies of food, guns, and ammunition were used up in a lost and hopeless cause. He had stood bravely to his port, trying to inspire 100 men to do the work of thousands. Then, being baffled and harassed by the shiftlessness and incompetency of his officers, he made promises he could not keep until his word as an Englishman began to fall on unlistening ears. Yet, he inspired a listless population to resist for 321 days. Then came the night attack, the mad rush to the palace, the javelin throw, and he, who was said to be the father and savior of the Sudan, lay dead. In the midst of this chaos, Lord Wolseley retreated to Cairo with what remained of his army. Later, bent on avenging his and England's honor, he asked for a chance to attack the Mundi again and was permitted to do so. He returned the same year with 13,000 white troops and was beaten back. Now England withdrew from all of Sudan except the part of Suakin, which could be defended by warships. The Mundi prevailed over the rest of the Sudan. The Mundi and his forces crossed the west bank of the White Nile and there in the desert laid the foundation of the capital of his new kingdom. He was now supreme master of a rich empire 1,600 miles long and 700 miles wide. His subjects had been gathered from every district and tribe. Some gave him homage willingly, some through fear. The Sudan is peopled by many racial types with every form of physique, and all of them were represented among the Mandi's followers. There were Christians, Muslims, and heathen. There were those who loved the Mundi and his cause, and others who followed him in order to obtain protection, clothes, food, and shelter. The Mandi's ambition was still running high. He thought of himself as another Mohammed. He planned to bring all adjoining territories under his rule, subdue the Christian part of Ethiopia, march into Egypt and convert the world to Islam. His amazing career ended before any of these dreams were realized. On June 22, 1885, 6 months after the death of General Gordon, he died of typhoid fever. With his last strength he shouted the Islam creed. His followers mourned him for months and later erected a magnificent tomb on the spot where he had died. The Mundi was succeeded by his second-in-command, Abdullah the Khalifa, who ruled the country for 11 troublesome years before the British gave Lord Kitchener enough men and guns to reconquer the Sudan. In avenging what he thought was England's honour, Lord Kitchener showed no mercy and considered nothing to be sacred while he was accomplishing his mission. He more than earned the name, the Butcher of Omdurman. He bombarded the tomb of the Mundi and took his bones and threw them into the Nile. It was said that the Mandi's head was packed in a kerosene tin and later used by Kitchener as a tobacco container. In spite of Lord Kitchener and those who came after him, the followers of the Mundi continued to fight the British until about 1930. As for the unanswered question, was Mohammed Ahmed, the Mundi, really a messiah? Well, millions of people in the Sudan believed he was, and some still do. But let this truth suffice, the Mundi and his successors were right. Fully fighting against injustice and colonial misrule, among other reasons. The aftermath of this fight moved the British to adopt a more humane and enlightened administration in the Sudan. This policy eventually helped to make the Sudan the free and independent country we know today. Section E, Bambata, last of the Zulu rebel chiefs. John Henrik Clarke. Sethway died in 1884, and the Zulu tribe was broken up into 13 subdivisions without a central head. The Europeans in South Africa breathed easier and said, "At last the power of the Zulu is broken." They had spoken prematurely. The period of easy breathing did not last long. The 13 subdivisions of Zulus, each with conflicting views and aspirations, created more confusion than stability. Soon the trekkers from the Transvaal into Zululand were glad to recognize Dini Zulu as the paramount chief of the 13 petty chiefs who were ruling the remaining portion of Zululand haphazardly. Dini Zulu was the son and rightful successor to Sethwayo. The proclamation of Dini Zulu as paramount chief was followed by a grant of land to the Boers, who soon afterward established a new republic with Verheer as its capital. Paul Kruger, the Boer leader, wanted the territory of St. Lucia Bay and an outlet to the ocean that would free the Boers from the heavy duties that the British were placing on their imports. The recurring hunger for more land brought the Boers once more into armed conflict with the Zulus. The British attempt at peacemaking involved them in a war with Dini Zulu. After brave and stubborn resistance, the Zulu chief had to surrender and was exiled to St. Helena Island, along with his uncles, Ndabuko and Shingain. In 1898, they were allowed to return, and it was then that Dini Zulu was appointed chief of the Yuzutu tribe in the Nongoma district and was recognized as the hereditary head of the Zulus. The colony of Natal was having trouble with its East Indian subjects who, under Mahatma Gandhi's leadership, were relentlessly fighting the drastic restrictions imposed upon them by the Asiatic Law Amendment Act. Farther south in the country that is now Rhodesia, another crisis had unfolded and ended in defeat and sorrow for another branch of the Zulu tribe. Lobengula, king of the Ama-Ndab, Matabele, or Abukwe Zulu, had been overwhelmed by Cecil Rhodes' army of well-equipped mercenary soldiers. His country, Matabeleland, his people, and his conquered subjects, the Mashonas, had been reduced to vassals. When Lobengula died in 1893, the Europeans in South Africa once more breathed easier and said again, "At last, the power of the Zulus is broken." Once more they had spoken prematurely. Before the Zulu uprisings were finally brought to an end, more men and issues had to be dealt with. One man in particular, Bambata, chief of the Zondi tribe. Bambata was born in 1865 in the region called Mbanzo Valley. His father was Mansinsa, sometime called Sobuza. A small and not particularly distinguished branch of the Zulus, the Zondi tribe had as its chief Mansinsa. The Zondas have also been referred to as the Amazorita, meaning the haters. Bambata's mother was the daughter of Pakad, a well-known chief of the Kuna tribe. As a boy, Bambata was headstrong and restless like most Zulu boys. He was fond of fighting and frequently neglected the cattle he was told to watch in order to engage in fights with other boys. He became an expert in the use of the assegai, the traditional tribal fighting weapon. Bambata's father, Mansinsa, died in 1883. Bambata was too young to ascend to the chieftainship of his tribe. A trustworthy uncle, Mgwebaba, was appointed to the chieftainship. His relations with the Europeans in South Africa were never satisfactory. Unlike most of the Zulu chiefs, he would not accept the reduced status of his tribe, in spite of the fact that the Zondas were small in number and had only about 24 rifles between them. The total strength of the tribe at the end of 1905 was 90 huts in the Umvoti, 120 in New Hanover, 21 in Umbani and 91 in Lions River. These divisions of 1,142 in all represented a total approximate population of 5,000 men, women, and children. Less than 1,000 were capable of bearing arms. He had only a few oddly mixed regiments, not comparable in strength or organization to the other Zulu clans in and around Natal. This did not keep Bambata from trying to avenge the past and present wrongs imposed on his tribe. He knew of the Zulus' greatness in victory and in defeat. He wanted to redeem and enhance the name Zulu. He was resentful of most Europeans and felt no compunctions about raiding their farms for cattle. The Boer War lasted 3 years and the British colonists were heavily in debt. In spite of the fact that the native African got nothing out of the war but some promises that were never kept, the British decided that they should help pay off this debt. Accordingly, a poll tax of $5 was imposed upon every male African. This was in addition to the regular hut tax of $15 and a dog tax. Bambata decided that his small tribe of 5,500 would pay no tax at all. Immediately Bambata started to search for allies among the other Zulu tribes. The government ordered him deposed and named Mgwebaba, formerly the regent of the tribe, to replace him. Bambata had ignored all the government orders and told his tribe to pay no tax. He threatened to kill the detachment of white policemen sent to arrest him. Later he fled into Zululand to see his paramount chief, Dini Zulu. Other chiefs sympathized with Bambata and respected his daring while letting him know that they could not commit themselves to following his course of action. Some of them had reluctantly ordered their people to pay the tax. Dini Zulu considered his position and became cautious. He could not afford to let it be known that he sympathized with Bambata, though much of the action that followed proved he did. His most able general, Kakijana, was slyly and unofficially assigned to assist Bambata. They went secretly through Natal and Zululand recruiting followers and stirring up feelings against the tax and European rule. Bambata found his strongest ally in Chief Sinanata Shazi of the Cube tribe. The chief had 5 taxable sons and could not see why they should pay tax for living on land that had been theirs for centuries. Sinanata was about 95 years old at the time. In age he was the senior chief among the Zulus and a kind of elder statesman and oral historian. He had practically lived through the rise and fall of the Zulu Empire and had participated in most of the important wars and events that brought the Zulus glory and defeat. He had personal knowledge of incidents during the reigns of former Zulu chiefs, Chaka, Dingaan, Panda, and Setwayo. He had been present at the death and funeral of Chaka's mother, Nandi. He had served in the Mgudalshana regiment of Chaka's half-brother and successor, Dingaan. As a member of this regiment he witnessed the massacre of Piet Retief and his party of Boer settler in 1838. Sinanda fought on the side of Setwayo at the Battle of Ndindakusaka in 1856. Later, he fled to the Greytown district where he was befriended by Mansinsa, the father of Bambata. Setwayo recalled him to Zululand in 1871 and appointed him a petty chief. Because of this background and Signanata's friendship with his late father, it was a natural turn of events for Bambata to seek refuge in and assistance among the Cube tribe on the eve of the Zulu Rebellion of 1906. On the 8th of April a detachment of British troops under the command of Colonel Lookers surrounded and shelled Bambata's kraal, seemingly not knowing that Bambata and his followers had crossed the Tugela River and escaped into Zululand. Bambata was reported to have taken refuge in Setwayo's old stronghold in the Nkandla Mountains, which were considered to be inaccessible, even to the Zulus. As the crisis grew more drastic, C.R. Saunders, Commissioner of Native Affairs, left Ishau for Ngandla. Orders were issued to the chiefs of that district to arm their people and capture Bambata. On April 14, the government offered a reward of £500 for his capture. On April 17, Chief Signanata's tribe broke out in open rebellion. Dini Zulu, fearing that his indirect support of Bambata would become known, sent a message to the natal government asserting his loyalty and ordered his chief leader, Mankolamana, to seek out Sinanata. The situation had become critical and the gravest anxiety was rampant. It was feared that the rebellion would spread into Zululand. On April 20, offers of assistance were received from other South African colonies. 2 companies of troops left for Ishau and 1 for Jinjanlove. An irregular corps of 500 men was raised for special service. Dini Zulu, the paramount chief, again offered to help the government drive out Bambata and put down the rebellion. His offer was not accepted. There was a possibility that his part in starting the rebellion had already become known to the British. His most able general, Kaikijana, was serving very boldly at Bambata's side. On the 23rd of April the Transvaal government offered to send a completely equipped cavalry regiment of 500 men to the troubled area. The offer was accepted by the natal government on April 26, and the first contingent left Johannesburg for Dundee. The reward for the capture of Bambata was withdrawn after his location became known. With Chief Signanata's help, he had collected 3 strong rebel chiefs and was given a hospitable reception. On April 28, Colonel Mackenzie was placed in command of the Zulu field forces. The rebellion was spreading. Col. Sir Aubrey Wool Sampson, a hero of the Boer War, was appointed Chief of Staff to Colonel Mackenzie. The whole of the Zululand field force except those left behind to maintain order in other areas was camped in Dundee waiting for the order to march on the rebels in the Ngandla forest. Trouble was also smouldering in other places. A detachment of troops had to be sent to help Makar, where a powerful chief named Kula was suspected of sedition. At the same time there were disquieting reports about Chief Melikazulu in the Nkutu district. On May 3, the Zululand field force left Dundee with 20 days' supplies. There were 150 wagons with 2 columns. Before they arrived at Ngandla, news was received of an encounter with the rebels in the vicinity of Setwayo's grave. These rebels were mostly from Chief Signanata's tribe, though Bambata was seen leading them and giving instructions from a white horse. The battle was just a little more than a skirmish, with each side testing the other's strength. The rebels led back to the protection of the forest. More troops were brought into the area and the battle started again in the vicinity of Setwayo's grave. Before sundown 3 columns arrived and took a position about a half-mile from the grave, near the junction of the Nkungzana and Insuzu rivers. A heavy thunderstorm broke over the camp during the night. Colonel Mackenzie led a detachment of troops into Bambata's mountain stronghold, Mome Gorge, and the final and decisive phase of the rebellion began. Over 5,000 well-equipped troops were sent against Bambata's rebel army. The ammunition for Bambata's few rifles had long been exhausted. Now his men were fighting only with ox-hide shields and spears. In spite of the inequality of weapons, Bambata achieved some success. In every encounter with the Zululand field forces, he knew the mountainous terrain and could move his fighters skillfully over it. Most of the fighting was done from ambush. The African soldiers fighting with the Zululand field forces wore identifying armbands of white and black cloth to distinguish them from the rebels. Bambata put similar strips on his spies and sent them among the white soldiers to learn their plans. 20 other chiefs had joined the rebellion. Some less confident ones doubted that he could succeed in his desperate mission and refused to commit themselves and their people. The sacrificial bravery of Bambata's followers could not stop the latest model machine guns in the hands of well-seasoned soldiers who had recently won the Boer War. The more cautious chiefs who had failed to support Bambata's rebellion were right. In one case at least Bambata did not have a chance. He and his men had fought bravely, but this was not enough. In every engagement at Ngandla, Otomatai, Payana, Insuzu, Macrae's store, and now at Mome Gorge, Bambata and his adherents had fought with courage befitting the best patriots of any land. The defeat, which was inevitable, gave them a strange kind of victory and a kind of martyrdom that was not strange at all. Bambata was killed in the engagement at Mome Gorge. His rebellion collapsed soon after his death. 2,300 of his 12,000 followers had been killed and 4,700 were taken prisoner. Among the prisoners was Sinanata, the aged chief of the Cube tribe, the most remarkable Zulu alive at that time. He was bitter and defiant and treated his captors as if they were his prisoners. A few days later the old warrior died. The rebellion had lasted 9 months and had cost the Natal government $5 million. 25 of the leaders were exiled to St. Helena Island. Other insurgents were sentenced to long prison terms. Dini Zulu, paramount chief of the Zulus, was accused of complicity and was sentenced to 4 years. Bambata's followers refused to accept the fact that he was dead, though the government publicly exhibited his head as proof and a warning to all others who might have thoughts of rebellion. Bambata's wife, who was one of his most devout followers, did not go into mourning. Like some of his other followers, she stubbornly and wishfully thought that only the body of Bambata was dead and his spirit would soon return to lead the Zulus. The death of Bambata and the old chief, Sinanata, represented the end of an era in South African history. The first Europeans settled in South Africa in the middle of the 17th century. The European conquest of South Africa was not completed until the end of the Zulu rebellion in Natal, April 1906. Africans transported to faraway isles were as determined to escape oppression as Europeans were to maintain it. Here is no extensive assessment of the impact of Europeans and the slave trade on African culture. In order to rationalize the slave trade and the colonial system that followed it, European historians, in most cases, had to deny the existence of an African culture that could be compared, in age and in influence, with cultures in other parts of the world. The tendency was not only to deny the Africans' culture but, also, to deny the logical adjunct to culture, the Africans' humanity. Using their favorites as slave catchers. A number of African nations went into the slave trade in order to buy guns and other European manufactured items. Others were forced to capture slaves or become slaves. The Europeans did not come to Africa initially to find slaves. For years they had been hearing stories about the great riches of Africa. At the Battle of Ceuta against the Muslims in 1415, Prince Henry of Portugal, who later became known as Prince Henry the Navigator, heard about the prosperity of Timbuktu and the wealth of the great states along the west coast of Africa. He also heard stories about a great African Christian king named Prester John. Before the end of the 15th century, the Portuguese sailors had come to know the general shape of the continent of Africa. They traded regularly with African countries from 1471 on. Forts were built, along the coast of West Africa. The most famous of these forts, still in existence, is Elmina in what is now Ghana. This fort was started in 1482 by a Portuguese captain, Don Diego de Zambuja. Because of the large profits gained by the Portuguese in their trading in this country, they called it the Gold Coast. During the latter half of the 15th century, European nationalism was reflected in the expansion of trade in both slaves and manufactured goods. The marriage of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand gave Europe the unity to drive out the Moors. Both Spain and Portugal were becoming powerful Mediterranean nations. In 1488, Bartholomew Diaz had sailed around the southern tip of Africa. About 10 years later, another Portuguese sailor, Vasco da Gama, sailed past the point reached by Diaz. With the help of an Arab pilot, Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. For Europe, the door to the vast world of Asia was open. In order to understand the historical setting, already referred to, it is necessary to look, at least briefly, at some of the main currents of history that led to it. The rationale for the slave trade had already begun in Europe with attempts to justify the enslavement of other Europeans. This discord was a result of the religious wars that prevailed in Europe for hundreds of years. Inside most of the European countries, peace was unknown. Kings ruled like tyrants. The farmers were without land and had to work most of their lives on the farms of rich landlords who had private armies to put down all unrest. Education was not available to the common people. Very few could read and speak up for their rights. People regarded as witches predicted the future and claimed to have magical powers. Children believed in fairies and were told cruel stories as a form of punishment. During the religious wars, many Roman Catholic kings would burn their Protestant subjects to death. Then Protestant kings would return the cruel compliment and burn their Roman Catholic subjects. Europeans were skilled in all kinds of torture. These internal disputes within Europe were only partly settled when they, using their new maritime skills, began to explore the broader world of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, North and South. The story of the African slave trade is essentially the story of the consequences of the second rise of Europe. In the years between the passing of the Roman Empire in the 8th century, and the partial unification of Europe through the framework of the Catholic Church in the 15th century, Europeans were engaged mainly in internal matters. With the opening of the New World and the expulsion of the Moors from Spain during the latter part of the 15th century, the Europeans started to expand beyond their homeland into the broader world. They were searching for new markets, new materials, new manpower, and new land to exploit. The African slave trade was created to accommodate this expansion. The basis for the European Industrial Revolution had already been established. They had already created embryo technology, including the gun. In the years that followed, they also used other advantages, mainly a large fleet of ships and rabble soldiers and sailors with no sentimental attachment to non-European people, to take over most of the world. In so doing, they destroyed a large number of nations and civilizations that were older than any in Europe. The main problem with the African, in dealing with the European during this early period, was the African's tragic naivete. He had never dealt extensively with this kind of people. He came out of a society where nature was kind, nature furnished food, adequate land, enough of the basic things needed to live a pretty good life. These old African societies were governed by honor and obligation. Land could neither be bought nor sold, there were no fights over the ownership of land. The land belonged to everyone. The European, coming from a society where nature was rather stingy and where he had to compete with his brother for his breakfast, his land, and his woman, had acquired a competitive nature that the African could not deal with. In order to justify the destruction of these African societies, a monster that still haunts our lives was created. This monster was racism. The slave trade, and the colonial system that followed, are the parents of this catastrophe. The Europeans, mainly the Portuguese, who came to the west coast of Africa in the 15th century, did not have to fight their way into the continent, they came as guests, and were treated as guests. Then they grew strong, decided to be conquerors, and turned on their hosts. In the meantime, Portugal and Spain, having broken part of the Moorish power in the Mediterranean, began to vie for spheres of influence. As good Catholic nations, they went to the Pope to settle a dispute, and the Pope told them, in essence, you take the East, and you take the West. Spain began to gravitate toward the West, and Portugal toward the East. Using maps made by Jews who dealt in gold in northern and western Africa, a Portuguese prince called Henry the Navigator, who, incidentally, never went to sea, began to send Portuguese expeditions down the coast of West Africa, first for trade, then to establish Portuguese holdings in that area. When the Moors were expelled from Spain, they returned to Morocco, where the Emperor El Mansur arranged with them to invade Equatorial Africa, the old empire of Songhai. This invasion broke up the structure of the last great empire in Western Africa. And the chaos that followed, set up Africa for the future European slave trade. The slave trade prospered, and Africans were herded into the New World. Figures on the subject vary, but it has been established that during the years of the African slave trade, Africa lost from 60 to 100 million people. This was the greatest single crime ever committed against a people in world history. It was also the most tragic act of protracted genocide. The first Africans who came to the New World were not in bondage, contrary to popular belief. Africans participated in some of the early expeditions, mainly with Spanish explorers. The best known of these African explorers was Estevanico, sometimes known as Little Stephen, who accompanied the de Vaca expedition during 6 years of wandering from Florida to Mexico. The remarkable thing about Estevanico, who came to America in 1527, is that he was an accomplished linguist. He learned the language of the Indians in a matter of weeks. Became of his knowledge of herbs and medicines, he was accepted as a deity by some Indian tribes. In 1539, Estevanico set out from Mexico in a party with Fray Marcos de Niza in search of the fabulous 7 cities of Cibola. When most of the expedition, including Fray Marcos, became ill, Estevanico went on alone and opened up what is now known as New Mexico and Arizona. The greatest destroyer of African culture, and the greatest exploiter of the African, was the plantation system of the New World. The African was transformed into something called a Negro. He was demeaned. This is the thing that is uniquely tragic about the African slave system. Of all the slave systems in the world, no other dehumanized the slave more than that initiated by the Europeans in the 15th century. Using the THRS religion as a rationale, they began to set up myths that nearly always read the African out of human history, beginning with the classification of the African as a lesser being. The Catholic Church's justification for slavery was that the African was being brought under the guidance of Christendom, and that he would eventually receive its blessings. There were several competing slave systems in the New World. In order to understand the effects of these various systems on the personality of the Africans, we have to look at each one individually. In Cuba and Haiti, often the Africans were a majority in the population. This is also true of certain portions of Brazil. The system operated differently in these areas, although it was still slavery, the African had some cultural mobility. In South America and in the West Indies, the slave master did not outlaw the African drum, African ornamentations, African religion, or other cultural manifestations dear to the African. This permitted a form of cultural continuity among the slaves in the West Indies, Cuba, and South America that did not exist in the United States. In the Portuguese areas, in the West Indies, and often in South America, the plantation owner would buy a shipload or part of a shipload of slaves. These slaves usually came from some areas in Africa, and they naturally spoke the same language and had the same basic culture. Families, in the main, were kept together. If a slave on an island was sold to a plantation owner at the other end of the island, he could still walk to see his relatives. This made for a form of cultural continuity among the slaves that later made their revolts more successful than revolts in the United States. It can be said, with almost absolute justification, that these revolts, and the personalities involved, were the Caribbean antecedents of Marcus Garvey. It is against this historical background that he can best be understood. In an article, A Birth of Freedom, Guyanese writer Sidney King, Yoziquayana, makes this point graphically, when he reminds us that, the Caribbean tradition, taken as a whole, is a revolutionary tradition. It is the stage on which acted Cudjoe, and Cuffy, Akabara and Accra, Toussaint, Quamina and Damon, Ado and Arabi, all leaders of slave revolts. Blows delivered against the European system in 1750, or in 1850, served to shake that system, sometimes to its foundations and to cause it to make democratic concessions as a price of recovery. It was never the same again, and although financial exploitation became more intense and complicated, a constitutional superstructure was raised for dealing with human anger and for sidetracking revolution into peaceful awe-inspiring chambers. The revolts referred to here were epitomized by the Burblu Revolution of 1763. This revolt, Mr. King observes, struck the first blow for Guyanese independence. It was a blow that the theoreticians of human subjugation will never forget. It was part and parcel of the Caribbean movement, begun by the Caribs against European penetration and domination. While deploring the fact that this revolution has received scant treatment in the bulk of West Indian literature, Mr. King states that the purpose of his essay is to restore the Berbice Revolution to its proper context, not only in West Indian and Caribbean history, but in world history. He further maintains that, it will be found that many of the initiatives for human freedom, credit for which has been claimed by the well-publicized and advertised revolutions, which were not without great merit, were in fact foreshadowed in Berbice. The essence of the Berbice slave rebellion and how it started is this: from time to time, the Africans not only escaped their cruel masters, but they killed them before doing so. These killings are spoken of as rebellions and scores of them are recorded. But the Berbice slave rebellion was one rebellion that was more than a mere attempt to throw off the yoke of slavery, for it had in it the germ of a revolution. Cully, the leader of the rebellion, was a house slave who had been brought to the colony very young and, became of his intelligence, had been taught coopering by his master. When the rebellion started in February 1763, at PLN Magdalenburg on Kenya, Sidifi was there from the start, but he was angry at it. He had hoped to secure better conditions for the slaves without having to resort to war. But, this was not to be so. Ironically, while the slaves were rebelling, the governor of Berbice was putting a plea for them to the directors of the association. When he heard news of the rising, he did not hesitate to send what help he could to the planters on the Kenya. By the beginning of March, the rebellion had spread to the Berbier River, where the first plantations to be attacked were those of certain private planters who had been extremely cruel to their slaves. Plantation after plantation was overrun and the whites captured and killed. Meanwhile, the whites had rushed for all the places of safety. They took refuge in a brick house at Pier Boom. The whites had turned the house into a virtual fortress, each window being defended and the approaches strewn with broken glass. But this did not deter the Africans, who bombarded the building with hobnails bounded round with burning cotton. Soon the roof was afire, but it was quickly extinguished. Kasala, the leader of the attack, told the whites that the Africans were determined to take the estate. The whites held a hasty council. They knew that the governor of Berbice had planned sending a recently arrived slave ship to cover with its guns their retreat to the river. But the ship was nowhere in sight, and provisions and water were running out. The manager of one of the estates spoke to the Africans. He asked why they were treating the Christians in that manner. Kasala's reply was virtually a declaration of independence. He said that the Christians were too cruel, and that they had decided that they would not tolerate any more Christians or whites in their country, further, that they intended to be masters of Berbice since all the plantations belonged to them. For a summary of the significance of the Berbice slave rebellion and its place in world history, I go back to the article by Sidney King. He says, the Berbice slave rebellion, as it is mistakenly called, was an episode, in the 18th century, of worldwide historic significance. To be of worldwide historic significance, an episode needs only to present new historical aspects that are at the same time qualitatively important. West Indian activities cannot afford to pay obeisance to humanity, and so we are best fitted to redefine historical magnitude. Numbers, then, are not of first importance. It is sufficient that there is new historical precedent. A small number of human agents in a human drama can conceivably do something that has not taken place before, something astonishing to informed observers. This was the case with 1763. The Rising of 1763 took place before the revolt of the American colonies in North America, known to history as the original type of colonial revolution and the forerunner of modern republicanism. It took place before the Haitian Revolution, which fulfilled some of the aims of Berbice. It happened 100 years before the Paris Commune, 150 years before the October Socialist Revolution in bourgeois Russia, and nearly 250 years before the launching of the Cuban Perpetual Revolution. It contains, in embryo, features of all these revolutions, and it foreshadowed, as so many other risings have done, some of Lenin's revolutionary principles. On the other hand, it came after the Jamaican Maroon and the Suriname Bush Negro movements and aimed at carrying these to their logical conclusion. The closeness in time of the Berbice rising to the Bush Negroes movement in Suriname, and Jamaica to the revolutions in Haiti and North America, reminds us that it took place in a period of world convulsions, when the established order stood in jeopardy every hour, apparently to remain so eternally. The spirit of man, after the refinement of the Renaissance, and the nationalism and heresy of the Reformation, had been made extremely vigilant by the self-centered individualism of the bourgeoisie. Now it was in quest of liberation. So it was too in the West Indies, a mainspring of the Industrial Revolution. The War of the Maroons of Jamaica predated the Berbice Rebellion and is better known in history. The word Maroons once spread terror along the skirts of the Blue Mountains of Jamaica. There were times when they swept down, unsuspectedly, upon the outlying European plantations, startled the assembly from its order, and according to an official statement of that day, endangered public credit, civil rights, and the prosperity, if not the very existence, of the island colony of Jamaica. The Maroons have been compared to the European rebels called the Circassians. The difference is that while the white mountaineers numbered 400,000 and only defied Tsar Nicholas of Russia, the black mountaineers numbered less than 2,000 and defied Cromwell of England. The Circassians, after years of revolt, were finally subdued. The Maroons, on the other hand, whose revolt started in 1655, were never completely conquered. The events that led to the Maroon Rebellion are only briefly outlined here. The African slaves in Jamaica, under the leadership of a man named Cudjoe, who is better known in history as Captain Cudjoe, had withdrawn from a fortified citadel manned by the Europeans and had begun to harass the people in this fortress with spasmodic attacks. This first Maroon War came about because the English had reneged on the promises previously made to the Maroons, and were now encroaching on their territory. The English had made concessions to the Maroons as a reward for their alliance against the Spanish. In the protracted wars that followed, the Maroon distinguished themselves as a military power, but accepted a settlement that was less than independence. The settlement, that is still being questioned by some Caribbean historians, gave the Maroon internal autonomy while making them responsible directly to the governor of Jamaica. Sidney King appraises the effects of this settlement and the impact of the Maroons in this way. He says, "The Maroons therefore seemed to lack a total conception of liberty which could rally all the oppressed in the island for an assault on the slaveholders' power. They were willing to buy a limited freedom by pledging in advance the liberty of their fellows. We can be excused for thinking of them at this level as a little aristocratic, as a material interest. Nevertheless, the Maroon movement was a mighty contribution to the West Indian and to world freedom, but it lacked the indispensable guarantee of national sovereignty. The Maroons were a people, a remarkable people, but not a nation, and they did not set up a state. Yet without them, Berbice could not have taken place. What is called the Bush Negro movement of Suriname, or Dutch Guyana, has a closer relationship to the Maroon movement than to the Berbice movement of 1763. In their cause and in the way they executed their battle strategy by withdrawing from the European-dominated plantations, they related directly to the Maroons. In fact, they are referred to as the Maroons of Suriname. Both of these movements used some of the same tactics, though the Suriname movement was not as effective. These movements were pre-nationalist in their aims and scope. In general, they were freedom movements that, given time, would have developed into autonomous black states. In Suriname, some of the Africans who had been brought into the country at an earlier date had escaped into the wooded hinterlands and had established independent communities. These communities became havens for other Africans who escaped from the plantations. This situation, in part, helped to set the Suriname revolt in motion. The first open outbreak occurred in 1726, when the slaves on the plantations of the Sirimica River revolted. After the government found it impossible to subdue these rebels, they tortured 11 captives to death, thinking this would frighten the other rebels into submission. However, this act of cruelty only spread the rebellion into other areas. It continued for almost another generation. One of the leaders of the rebellion, named Ado, signed a peace treaty in 1749. In 1761, when the Suriname rebels were under the leadership of two black generals, referred to as Captain Arabi and Captain Baston, another treaty was signed. The plantation owners did not seem to learn anything from their past experience. They did not feel called on to honor any of the treaties they had made with the blacks. In 1722, another leader, named Baron, led the Suriname Maroons in another uprising. Some of the planters liberated their slaves and used them against the rebels. This was only partly successful. In increasing numbers, the liberated slaves joined the rebels. These wars lasted until 1831. The revolt of the Maroons, both in Jamaica and in Suriname, helped to create the condition and attitude that made the Berbice revolt in Guyana possible. These revolts, collectively, helped to create the condition and attitude that went in the making of the most successful slave revolt in history, better known as the Haitian Revolution. This revolt was brought into being by three of the most arresting personalities in Caribbean history: Toussaint L'Ouverture, Jean Jacques Dessalines and Henry Christophe. The distinguishing features of this revolution is in the fact that it achieved what the others were not able to achieve: nationhood. The dramatic beginning of the Haitian Revolution is told in the following statement, taken from the book, Great Negroes Past and Present, by Russell L. Adams, 1969. In 1630 the French came to the island and took control of the western side of Saint-Domingue. With the sweat of the blacks they made their territory the richest European colonial possession, sending to France a steady stream of sugar, cotton, and indigo. By the end of the 17th century, some 20,000 Frenchmen, 50,000 mulattoes, and 2 million blacks lived there in an uneasy balance. Caste and class separated the three groups. Complicating these divisions was the presence of the Spanish rule on the eastern half of the island. High, well-nigh impassable mountains sliced Saint-Domingue in two parts. While France, itself, was astir with talk of the rights of man and of freedom, equality, and fraternity, autocratic. The following excerpt from Great Negroes, Past and Present, by R. L. Ad, is reprinted by permission of the Afro-Am Publishing Co., Chicago. Governors General held absolute sway over thousands of slaves who produced the wealth of Saint-Domingue and over dissatisfied mulattoes who could own land, but had no political or social standing. When the Bastille fell in 1789, the island trembled as though in anticipation of some dreaded catastrophe. In this same year the mulattoes revolted. France then loosened its rule a bit and allowed the mulattoes to have seats in the new colonial assembly. But the enslavement of the blacks continued, harsh and cruel as ever. As the revolution in France gained momentum, the faraway island of Saint-Domingue became increasingly restless. The blacks became fired with the desire for freedom, and deep in the forest at night they gathered and plotted. The tom-tom language of the Africans told the blacks of the planned uprising. On August 1, 1789, in the late night hours, Bookman, a voodoo priest, whose name and reputed deeds struck terror in the hearts of slaves, held a meeting of leaders. Among them was Pierre Domingue Toussaint, known for his wisdom and respected for his learning. That night the conspirators plotted their revolt. 8 days later, the entire 2,000 miles of French territory reverberated to the rhythm of hundreds of drums. The whites were terrified. With a mad sweep the blacks moved from village to village, putting the torch to everything that would burn and killing every white encountered. For weeks the sky glowed with the flames. More than 6,000 coffee plantations and 200 sugar refineries went up in smoke. The French rallied their forces and finally routed the slaves. Bookman, leader of the revolt, was captured at Cap François and his head was impaled on a pale to put fear in the hearts of the slaves. Toussaint succeeded Bookman as leader of the slaves and sought an honorable peace for the blacks, who had taken refuge in the forests. At the same time, across the ocean, France had declared war on Spain and England. Thus the French and Spanish halves of Saint-Domingue were at war. Following the Arab dictum that he who is the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Toussaint collected his forces and joined the Spaniards to war against the French army. Second in command to Toussaint was Jacques Dessalines, a homely African who had been brought to the island as a young slave but was virtually free because his master feared him. The Spaniards equipped the slave rebels, and they began attacking the French from the northern and eastern portion of the island. Aided by the Spanish, Toussaint drove the French forces from the area. France sent 3,000 soldiers to subdue Toussaint and his black Spartans, but they were soon overcome by the forces of Toussaint or the fever which spread throughout the island. Recognizing that it was helpless to control the revolt, France proclaimed an end to slavery. Toussaint was not satisfied with the proclamation. He abandoned his Spanish allies and fought his way through the French territory, routing the enemy in town after town. His victories won for him the nickname of Théouverdeur, the Opener, and the title of General of Saint-Domingue for life. All of the blacks praised him, and when he conquered Cap François, called him the Deliverer. It was here that he was joined by Henry Christophe, a slave who was born in Granada in 1767. As a mere boy, Henry worked as a mason and later was bought by a Negro master who operated an inn where Christophe served as a waiter. In the army of Elovicha, Henry used his native ability to promote himself to the rank of sergeant in short order. After conquering all of the French territory, Toussaint established himself as Governor-General of Saint-Domingue. Jacques Dessalines, his comrade in arms, was made governor of the province. Henry Christophe was promoted to the rank of general and made governor of Cap François. To the south of Cap François, there was a region that was predominantly inhabited by mulattoes. This region was ruled over by Alexander Sabès Pétion. Before Toussaint had time to pull the country together, the mulatto problem, that had been somewhat latent during the revolution, surfaced and added new problems to Toussaint Elovich's nation building efforts. While Toussaint was turning his attention to the arts of peace and nation building, Emperor Napoleon, to the contrary, was planning the reconquest of Haiti. To this effect Napoleon spared nothing. He ordered 86 ships to be built to carry 22,000 fighting men. The commander of this navy was General Leclerc. This fleet arrived in the waters of Saint-Domingue in February, 1802. The main force of the fleet was directed at Cap François, then under the governorship of Henry Christophe, who refused to receive Leclerc. This led to an attack by the French forces. Christophe put a torch to the city, including his fabulous palace, and fled to the hills. Belatedly, the peasants rushed to join Christophe. General Leclerc had attempted to re-enslave the blacks and return all plantations to their former owners. When this tactic failed, he reversed himself and declared all blacks free forever. He offered Christophe and Dessalines Jean ships in the French army. He went through the motions of retiring the aged Toussaint with honor. This was part of an overall scheme to destroy the three main leaders of Haiti. Toussaint was captured and taken to France, where he died in prison in 1803. An attempt was made to assassinate Dessalines. This act of deception by Leclerc started another revolution. Christophe and Dessalines joined forces and drove the French army into the sea. In this crisis, the mulattoes put aside their loyalty to the French and fought with the blacks. Dessalines came to power. After his assassination in 1806, Christophe literally rebuilt Haiti and ruled it until his death on October 8, 1820. The Land Question in Palestine and Eastern and Southern Africa: A Comparative and Historical Study of Two Colonial Tragedies by John Henrik Clarke. The land question, in general, is as old as people and nations. It is part of a world problem and must be seen in this context in order to understand the specific land question that is the subject of the present paper. The quest for land and the attempt to recover it when it is lost, is a recurring theme in the drama of human endurance and survival. Stability on a piece of land that a people can call its own is the basis for its nationhood, its culture and religion, in essence, its humanity. In my assessment of the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people, I will be, figuratively, looking through several historical windows. My main focus will be the land question. I will emphasize the importance of the land question in Palestine by comparing it with the land question in Eastern and Southern Africa. My intent is to show that the method and rationale that were used by the Europeans to take the land from the Africans in the so-called White Highlands of Kenya, in Zimbabwe, then called Rhodesia, and in South Africa, where the Dutch or Boers encountered the Khoisan people whom they called Bushmen and Hottentots, were basically the same. 1. Further, I intend to show that the pattern of land encroachment by the Europeans was part of a war against the cultures and customs of non-European people, and it differed, only by degree, at different times and in different places. In her PhD thesis, The Dominant Modes of Western Thought and Behavior, an Ethnological Critique, Professor Donna Richards referred to this behavior of Europeans as the concept of the cultural other. She says, "It is in the nature of the Western ethos that one of the most accurate indices of Western man's self-image is his image of other. The essential characteristics associated with this concept, within the Western worldview, are control, and consequently power, the theme which reverberates endlessly in the ethnological unfolding of Western culture, echoed in every Western statement of value." 2. In another work, entitled The Ideology of European Dominance, Professor Richards continues her examination of the European worldview. She says, "It is possible to isolate certain seminal ideas which have served as organizing principles in Western scientific thought. These themes are intimately related to the Western European attitude toward other peoples and imply a particular relationship to them, which will subsequently be referred to as ethos. The Western European ethos appears to thrive on the perception that those who are culturally and radically different are inferior. It relates to other cultures as superior or inferior, as powerful or weak, as civilized or primitive. The European worldview reflects these relationships. It was the Western European ethos that created the savage." 3. If we understand what Professor Richards has said, we will also understand, at least in part, that temperament and attitude of the Ashkenazi Jews who control that part of Jerusalem that is called Israel. They are more European than Jewish. They are, in fact, a European nation. Their problem, however tragic it is, was started in Europe by Europeans and should have been resolved in Europe by Europeans. In the books Democracy in Israel, the writer Norman F. Dacey calls our attention 1. to the main aspect of this dilemma when he says, "Jews in Israel don't persecute just Arabs, they persecute each other. The discrimination which is the hallmark of the life in the Zionist state is responsible for a widening gap between Western Ashkenazi Jews and the Oriental or Sephardi Jews. 4. Discrimination against the Oriental Jews continues in housing, in jobs, and in education. Their plight in Israel is the plight of a subject people. These Oriental Jews once lived all over Western Asia, called the Middle East. Zionist propaganda enticed them to come to Israel, when the state was created. The European Jews never accepted them as their equals, although they belonged to the same religion. Oriental Jews had established communities in Baghdad in Iraq and in other Middle Eastern countries 12 centuries before Islam arrived. These Jews have not related to Zionism because Zionism was not created by them or for them. 5. Zionism has a direct relationship to European colonialism. It developed out of the same political incubator at about the same time. In its racist attitudes and treatment of Arabs, Oriental Jews, and the small number of American blacks who have settled in Israel, Zionism relates more to the Calvinist Christianity of the Boers in South Africa. The Arab communities in Israel and on the West Bank are surrounded by Jewish settlements that are armed camps, established to contain the Arabs and control the land. These Arab communities are similar to the black communities in South Africa that the Boers call Bantustans. In both cases the intent is the same, to deny the Arabs and the Africans any kind of sovereign rights in their own land. Whether the system is practiced in Israel or in South Africa, it is what the Boers call apartheid. 6. The word apartheid was coined by the Boer intellectuals for the general election of 1948 that brought the Boers to political power. The condition of apartheid existed long before the word, and the British are more responsible for creating the condition than the Boers. The word, with the promise to keep the Africans in their place, caught on immediately among the white racialists who saw apartheid as a means to advance themselves at the expense of the Africans. The condition of apartheid also meant that the Africans, like the Arabs in Palestine, could be made to feel alien in their own land. The Palestinian writer and scholar, Fayez A. Sayegh, emphasized this point in his pamphlet, 20 Basic Facts About the Palestine Problem, when he said, 7. Israel has additionally imposed a system of apartheid upon the Arabs who stayed in their homeland. More than 90% of these Arabs live in security zones. They alone live under martial law, restricting their freedom to travel from village to village or from town to town. Their children are denied equal opportunities for education, and they are denied decent opportunities for work, and the right to receive equal pay for equal work. Dr. Sayegh reminds us that, in spite of this fact, Israel is generally portrayed in the Western press as the bastion of democracy and the champion of peace in the Middle East. The propaganda in Israel's favor could not turn the facts around. This nation was established, at the expense of the Arabs, at the intersection of 3 continents. Geographically, Israel is located at the back door of Europe, the side door of Asia and the front door of Africa. Since its inception as a state, the rules of Israel have behaved as though they were the colonial masters in this part of the world. The Arabs in Israel are treated like colonial subjects. Dr. Sayegh explains this dilemma more precisely in his pamphlet, Palestine, Israel, and Peace, when he said, 8. 2. The crux of the Palestine problem is the fate of a people and its homeland. It is the piecemeal conquest and continued seizure of the entire country by military force. It is the forcible dispossession and displacement of the bulk of the indigenous population, and the subjugation of the rest. It is also the massive importation of alien colonists, to replace the evicted, and to lord it over the conquered. And it is the colonization, by the foreign settlers, of both the expropriated private land and the seized national resources of the overpowered people. It is, indeed, the destruction of the native Palestinian society of Christian and Muslim Arabs, and its replacement by a society of transplanted Jews and a foreign body politic, which views itself as the vanguard of the Jewish nation, currently spread throughout the world but declared destined sometime to assemble in the seized land. The refusal of the Arab world to acquiesce in this fate of Palestine and its people explains both the bitterness and the persistence of the Arab-Israeli conflict. It also underscores the essential difference in character between this conflict and ordinary international disputes. And it explains why the Arab-Israeli conflict cannot be resolved until the Palestinian problem is settled through restoration of the rights of the Palestinian people. There is no intent on the part of the Israelis, not even the liberals or the communists, totally to restore the rights of the Palestinian people. The liberals and communists want an improvement in the living condition of the Palestinians. They do not want the Palestinians to come to power, nor are they willing to share power with them. What is called Israel and the West Bank is European-controlled territory. This means Ashkenazi control. The slight improvement in the living and political conditions of the Oriental Jews in Israel in recent years does not mean that they will ever come to power. In an article contributed to the book Zionism and Racism, the writer Nasser Haruri explains the plight of the Oriental Jews of Israel in this manner. 9. That Israel's Oriental Jews have been subjected to social, economic, and racial discrimination is no longer considered controversial. Although constituting about 60% of the population, they are less than first-class citizens. Their representation in the state's social, economic, and political institutions is strikingly incompatible with their numerical majority, while the European American, Ashkenazi, communities are represented far out of proportion to their numbers. Disabilities imposed on the Oriental sector are rampant in employment, education, housing, income, social welfare, and political participation. Disparities between the two Jewish communities have grown worse in all these areas since the establishment of the Zionist state in Palestine, and there are no indications that the social gaps are narrowing. On the contrary, the available statistical data reveal a widening of the gaps. The largest share of the national income in Israel goes to the highest strata of capitalists, and managers, workers, and government bureaucrats are strategically situated to push for higher incomes. Jews of the Oriental communities have no professional skills to speak of and, consequently, are unable to compete in their category. Their presence is most prominently observed in the lowest strata of the socio-economic pyramid, that of the manual workers in industry and agriculture, the only group whose share of the national income has increasingly diminished. Poverty in Israel is closely linked with ethnic origin. There is no need at this point to argue whether Zionism is a form of racism. In the face of so much persuasive evidence, proving that it is redundant and a waste of time. The Arabs in Israel, and to a lesser extent, that is slight, the Oriental Jews, live in a condition that does not differ appreciably from the system of apartheid in South Africa. The Ashkenazi Jews of Israel have almost complete control over their lives, their land, their jobs, their housing, and their education. 3. The chairman of the Israeli League for Human and Civil Rights, Israel Shahak, states that, Israel is about as apartheid as South Africa. He referred first to the difficulty Arabs and Oriental Jews have in obtaining decent housing. 10. His comments are: this isn't the only thing. If you go any place where there are so-called twin cities, like Nazareth and New Nazareth, you will see that the old Nazareth is an open city. Anyone can come, and by buying or selling or by agreement can dwell there. But in New Nazareth, the so-called Upper Nazareth, to obtain a flat, you have to bring proof that you are a Jew. A society in which such a thing is required for more than 90% of its inhabited areas has no other name than an apartheid society. Exactly the same proof is required in Johannesburg. The only difference is that people know about Johannesburg, but not about Nazareth. This goes for many other areas too. For example, you have now an official plan in Israel for what is called the Judaization of Galilee. This means that the government thinks there are too many Arabs in Galilee, so it has decided officially and openly to confiscate some of their land, convert it into pure Jewish land, and settle only Jews there. What we need to consider here is that the treatment of the Arabs and the Oriental Jews in Israel has no justification in Judaism or Christianity. This treatment violates the moral codes of both of these religions. Again referring to the treatment of the Arabs and Oriental Jews in Israel, Mr. Shahak says, "We are on a much lower level than blacks in the United States because there is no recourse. No one can even do the same sort of job that the NAACP National Association for the Advancement of Colored People does in the United States. There is no possibility of bringing any case about discrimination, even the most blatant, to any court, because in Israel there is no law forbidding discrimination against non-Jews. On the contrary, all discrimination against non-Jews is completely legal. What we have here is the lack of recognition of the Arab people as human beings. This attitude towards the Arabs is as racist as any attitude the Nazis ever held toward the Jews. In a booklet on the subject, Looking Beyond Coexistence, Prospects of a Binational Palestine, Alan R. Taylor recalls the official nature of this attitude. 11. In 1967, just after the June War, a delegation from the United Kingdom representing the House of Commons visited Jerusalem and was told by the chairman of the Knesset Foreign Affairs Committee that the Palestinians are not human beings, they are not people, they are Arabs. The same sentiment was expressed by Golda Meir 2 years later in a Sunday Times interview. There was no such thing as Palestinians. It was not as though there was a Palestinian people in Palestine considering itself as a Palestinian people and we came and threw them out and took their country away. They did not exist. This inclination to dehumanize an entire people, to deny its very existence, comes out of Western racism. Israel's main difficulty in the Middle East stems from the failure to recognize the Arabs as a people with the right to live in peace, in all or part of Palestine. Before the introduction of Zionism this was no problem. Jews and Arabs had met many times on the crossroads of history and most of 4. The time they complemented each other. Zionism introduced a conflict between the Arabs and the Jews that did not previously exist. The pogroms and persecutions that the Jews suffered in Europe had no counterpart in the Arab world. The early settlement of European Jews in Palestine, in the late 19th and in the early part of the 20th century, had the goodwill and cooperation of the Arabs. The early settlers presented themselves as a simple humane people escaping from the religious and political persecution of Europe. Behind this idealistic guise the real and previously unannounced intentions of Zionism were introduced. The leaders of the movement did not want a part of Palestine. They wanted all of it. Humane Zionists who respected rights of the Arabs and advocated a binational state were ignored or expelled from the Zionist movement. 12. It became known that the leaders of the Zionist movement intended from the outset to colonize and take over Palestine and to establish there a Jewish state as Jewish as England is English. To this end the Zionists propagated the myth that Palestine was an empty land crying out for settlers. The existence of a large population of Arabs was ignored or brushed aside. 13. The European Jews who carved a country called Israel out of Palestine, created a country with double standards, one for the Israeli Jews and another for the Palestinian Arabs. The conflict between the Arabs and the Jews was built into the fabric of the government. The main intention of the Zionists was to destroy every element of stable life among the Arabs and control the land. The conveners of the 23rd World Zionist Congress, held at Jerusalem in 1951, were very clear about what they expected of Zionism. This was the first such Congress after the establishment of the State of Israel. The program that was adopted began by saying, "The task of Zionism is the consolidation of the State of Israel." The sponsors of this Congress were boldly talking about a political and not a religious action. While Zionism might mean different things to different people, to the sponsors of this Congress it meant control over the lives of the Arab people, especially control over its land. The following information extracted from the pamphlet, Zionism and Racism, A Case to Answer, explains in some detail what I mean. In summary, the nature and extent of racial discrimination which is built into the administrative and social framework of the Zionist State of Israel are these. 1. An Arab living under Israeli rule in Israel may be arbitrarily excluded from land which he and his forebears have owned for generations. He may have his land confiscated and handed over to Jewish settlers. He may then be prohibited from even working on that land. His whole village may be razed to the ground. 385 Arab villagers in Israel have been wiped out in this way. He and his whole community may suffer gross discrimination in housing, municipal services, education, and social welfare. He may be refused nationality and citizenship even though he was born in the territory of Israel and has lived there all his life, and even though any Jewish newcomer from anywhere in the world automatically receives Israeli nationality. Thousands of Palestinian Arabs are in this stateless condition in Israel. 2. An Arab living under Israeli rule in the occupied territories may be arrested arbitrarily and detained without trial. He may be deported from his native land without judicial process or appeal. His home may be blown up or bulldozed on a simple order from the local military commander. His land may be confiscated for ostensibly military purposes, but in fact for the purpose of Israeli Jewish colonization. His freedom of movement may be restricted. He 5. Cannot express political opinions or engage in political activities without risk of arrest and detention or deportation. 3. An Arab refugee living in exile whose home is in Israel or the occupied territories and who was uprooted from it in the wars of 1948 and 1967 is prevented from returning home because he is an Arab and not a Jew, and this in spite of repeated United Nations resolutions calling on Israel to allow him to return. Meanwhile, any Jew is free to enter and settle in Israel, even though he has never seen the country before in his life. 14. The land question was at the base of the Arab-Israeli conflict from the beginning, and it still is. The Camp David Agreement, which I will come back to later, only accentuated the conflict and further alienated the Arabs. This conflict has long historical roots, and it was fully developed before the representatives of the Zionist movement signed Israel's Declaration of Independence on May 14, 1948. They declared that the new state would be open to Jewish immigration and the ingathering of Jewish exiles. In the meantime, nearly 1 million Arabs were forced into exile. The leaders of the Zionist movement, now the new rulers of Israel, had stood before the world and promised to maintain complete equality of social and political rights for all its citizens, without distinction of creed, race, or sex. Further, they had called on the sons of the Arab people dwelling in Israel to keep the peace and play their part in building the state on the basis of full and equal citizenship. This was a hollow promise that was never meant and never kept. In his report of September 1948, United Nations mediator for Palestine, Count Folke Bernadotte, issued this warning. It would be an offense against the principles of elemental justice if these victims of the conflict were denied the right to return to their homes while Jewish immigrants flow into Palestine, and indeed offer at least the threat of permanent replacement of the Arab refugees who have been rooted in the land for centuries. 15. The report laid bare the crucial essence of the Palestinian conflict. It did not move the Zionists from their position or help the Arabs at all. Israel's new Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, said, "We must do everything to ensure that the Arabs never return." No influential Israelis raised their voice in defiance of Count Bernadotte's call for elemental justice for the Arabs now being driven from their homes. The day after completing his report, Count Bernadotte was murdered by Jewish terrorists. The Arab refugee problem became an international problem, and as the Jewish American journalists would later remark, the moral millstone about the neck of world Jewry. The defense laws that the new state of Israel had inherited from the British Mandatary government that had ruled Palestine between 1922 and 1948 were rewritten and made more stringent against the Arabs. Now, at last, some influential Israelis found their voices and spoke out against these laws. At a conference of the Jewish Lawyers Association, held at Tel Aviv in February 1946, a future justice of the Supreme Court in Israel made the following statement about these laws. These laws contradict the most fundamental principles of law, justice, and jurisprudence. They give the administrative and military authorities the power to impose penalties which, even had they been ratified by a legislative body, could only be regarded as anarchical and irregular. The defense laws abolish the rights of the individual and grant unlimited power to the administration. 16. The representative of the Jewish Agency, Bernard Joseph, who was later to become Israel's Minister of Justice, went even further. 6. With regard to the defense laws themselves, the question is, are we all to become the victims of officially licensed terrorism, or will the freedom of the individual prevail? Is the administration to be allowed to interfere in the life of each individual without any safeguards for us? There is nothing to prevent a citizen from being imprisoned all his life without trial. There is no safeguard for the rights of the individual. There is no possibility of appeal against the decision of the military commander, no possibility of resort to the Supreme Court, and the administration has unrestricted freedom to banish any citizen at any moment. 16. Even more emphatic was a future Attorney General of Israel, Yaakov Shimshon Shapiro, who later succeeded Mr. Joseph as Minister of Justice. The system established in Palestine since the issue of the defense laws is unparalleled in any civilized country. There were no such laws even in Nazi Germany. They try to pacify us by saying that these laws are only directed against malefactors, not against honest citizens. But the Nazi governor of occupied Oslo also announced that no harm would come to citizens who minded their own business. It is our duty to tell the whole world that the defense laws passed by the British Mandatary government of Palestine destroy the very foundations of justice in this land. The Israeli legal system is based mainly on the defense laws, and they have used them more ruthlessly than the British who originally created them. The purpose of these laws is to continue the movements of the Arabs and control the land, by any means necessary. This hunger for the land had manifested itself among European Jewish settlers in Palestine long before the creation of the State of Israel. Unfortunately, the Arabs were not aware of the intentions of the Zionist movement. In his pamphlet, 20 Basic Facts About the Palestine Problem, Fayez A. Sayegh raises these questions about the progression of the land problem in Palestine. Do you know? 1. That, when the Palestinian problem was created by Britain in 1917, more than 90% of the population of Palestine were Arabs. And that there were at that time no more than 56,000 Jews in Palestine? 2. That more than half of the Jews living in Palestine at that time were recent immigrants, who had come to Palestine in the preceding decades in order to escape persecution in Europe. And that less than 5% of the population were native Palestinians Jews? 3. That the Arabs of Palestine at that time owned 97.5% of the land while Jews, native Palestinians and recent immigrants together, owned only 2.5% of the land? 4. That, during 30 years of British occupation and rule, the Zionists were able to purchase only 3.5% of the land of Palestine, in spite of the encouragement of the British government? And that much of this land was transferred to Zionist bodies by the British government directly, and was not sold by Arab owners? 5. That, therefore, when Britain passed the Palestine problem to the United Nations in 1947, Zionists owned no more than 6% of the total land area of Palestine? 7. 6. That, notwithstanding these facts, the General Assembly of the United Nations recommended that a Jewish state be established in Palestine? And that the Assembly granted that proposed state about 54% of the total area of the country? 7. That Israel immediately occupied, and still occupies, 80.48% of the total land area of Palestine? 8. That this territorial expansion took place, for the most part, before May 15, 1948, i.e., before the formal end of the British Mandate and the withdrawal of British forces from Palestine, before the entry of Arab armies to protect Palestinian Arabs, and before the Arab-Israeli War? From its inception, the State of Israel and the Ashkenazi Jews, who are its rulers, were an extension of Europe. This is reflected in their temperament, in their intentions and in the arrogant, racist attitude they have towards the Arabs and the Oriental Jews. Israel is the most westernized country in the Middle East. It is only geographically a part of Western Asia. The socio-culture of Israel is completely alien to the Middle East. The Oriental Jews are more a part of the history and culture of the Middle East. They are an Arabized people who have lived in peace in North Africa and in Western Asia for more than 1,000 years. If there are any descendants of the Jews of biblical times, the Oriental Jews are most likely those descendants. I repeat, the Ashkenazi Jews are European creations. 17. There is a need now to look at the history of the Arabs and the Jews, at least briefly, in order to see that the conflict over Palestine and who is entitled to it as a homeland, was not completely settled in ancient times and it is not settled now. Palestine is at the crossroads of the world, a meeting place for the people of 3 continents. Since 3500 BC the main population in this part of the world has been a people called Semites. They were then, as they are now, a people of many colors and cultures. In 2500 BC a branch of the Semite people settled in what is now Palestine. They were called Canaanites, after the first name of the country, Canaan. About 2000 BC, the migrants from the Arabian Peninsula stabilized themselves into new state formations. When we meet the people now called Jews for the first time in history, they are migrants from that crossroads of the world in Western Asia, now called the Middle East. Their leader is Abraham. At the time he led his people into Egypt, the civilization and the monarchy of Egypt was already old. The pyramids had been built hundreds of years before, and the origin of the Sphinx was already a mystery. 18. Egypt was invaded for the first time in 1675 BC by a people from Western Asia called the Hyksos, or Shepherd Kings. This invasion turned Egypt's first age of greatness into a nightmare. According to tradition, and the Bible, during this time, 70 Jews, grouped in 12 patriarchal families, nomads without industry or culture, entered Egypt. These Jews left Egypt 400 years later, 600,000 strong, after acquiring from African people all of the elements of their future religion, tradition, and culture, including monotheism. Whoever the Jews were when they entered Africa, when they left 400 years later, they were ethnically, culturally, and religiously an African people. The people called Jews did not enter Europe in any appreciable numbers until after 70 AD. It is open to question whether the European Jews have any traceable ethnic and cultural ties to the Jews of the ancient world, who were the first Jews to claim Palestine as their homeland. This first 8. claim by the Jews of Western Asia was based on evidence that is shrouded in myth, and a question that still begs for an answer. Who said that Palestine was theirs to be taken without the consent of the people who were living there? For over 1,000 years the country that the Jews would later call Palestine was populated by a people called the Canaanites. According to the traditional account of the Jewish flight from Egypt, around the year 1200 BC, the Hebrews, led by the prophet Moses, fled from Egypt, and crossing the Sinai Peninsula settled in the area east of the Dead Sea. Under the leadership of Joshua, the Hebrews invaded the state of Canaan. Crimes of the most heinous nature were perpetrated against the inhabitants. These crimes are recorded in the Old Testament. This was an imperialist invasion, no different from many others in history. The inhabitants who were not killed were reduced to servitude, and thus the Jews took over Palestine for the first time. They were only able to occupy parts of Palestine and the area east of the Jordan River. In the year 1020 BC, King Saul established their first state. He was followed by King David and King Solomon, who ruled until 923 BC. Here the Jews gained their first experience in agriculture, urbanization, and statecraft. In 586 BC the Babylonians brought an end to the reign of the Hebrews in Palestine. During the years of their reign, the original inhabitants of Palestine remained in continuous residence. For the next 400 years, one invader after another laid claim to Palestine: the Persians in 538 BC, the Greeks, under the leadership of Alexander the Great, in 331 BC, and the Romans, in 64 BC. A great wave of Arabs from the Arabian Peninsula settled in Palestine in the year 636 AD. This massive migration was not the first Arab population in Palestine. The Arab identity with Palestine was reaffirmed, and that identity with Palestine has not been broken to this day. From 1517 to 1917 Palestine was under the rule of the Ottoman Empire. For Arab support of the Allies in the First World War, they were promised independence. This promise was not kept. Colonialism and subsequently Zionism followed. This was part of a broader picture of European expansion that had started in the 15th century and would climax in the closing years of the 19th century. The Europeans were looking for new land, labor, and raw materials. Jews were a part of this search, more as Europeans than as Jews. 19. When the European age of exploration started in the 15th century, the Portuguese were searching for a sea route to India by way of the Cape, now Cape Town, South Africa. During one of their early expeditions, they attempted to establish a refueling station along the coast of South Africa. This expedition was undertaken upon the advice of Abraham ben Samuel Zacuto, a Jew, who was then the royal astronomer for the King of Portugal, Manuel II, before the Edict of Expulsion was issued against Spanish Jews in Spain, then the greatest institution of learning in the world. One of the first Jews to land in South Africa was a seaman, Fernando Martins, or Fernam Martins. He was a mariner of Vasco da Gama's ship San Gabriel. He was with the Portuguese fleet that landed at St. Helena Bay in November 1497. Between 1492 and the end of the 16th century, nearly 500,000 Jews left Spain and Portugal. The status of the Jews varied from one European country to another. In Holland, Jews participated in the formation of the Dutch East India Company. When the company's undertaking included the occupation of the Cape of Good Hope, in 1652, the Amsterdam Jewish community was part of the settlement. Holland had absorbed a large number of Jewish refugees who had spread throughout the provinces. When Jan van Riebeek and his company of servants were preparing to sail for the Cape of Good Hope, the Jews of Holland were petitioning Cromwell for readmission to England. By the end of the 17th century, the Jews of Holland 9. Were the principal stockholders in the Dutch East India Company. The Dutch East India Company established the forerunner of the South Africa of today. The Dutch were welcomed to South Africa by the Khoisan, whom they later betrayed and enslaved. This small people, small only in stature and in numbers, fought the Dutch in order to hold on to its land and cattle in a series of well-planned wars that the Boers or Dutch call Kaffir Wars. Finally they lost both their land and their cattle. After the great Zulu warrior Shaka was killed in 1828, the British began to push the Boers, and Boers tried to move inland and establish a new republic away from British influence. This started a land war between the Zulus and the Boers. The British came to the rescue of the Boers when they were about to be defeated by the Zulus. These wars did not end until 1906. By now, because of the superior weapons of the Europeans, most of the land was lost. The continued loss of land and the plans to make Africans strangers in their own land led to the establishment of artificial African communities called Bantustans. In 1970, Dr. P. Kornhoff, the Deputy Minister of Bantu Administration and Development, admitted that the Bantustans made Africans foreigners in their own land. He said, "I am afraid to say that the African males from the homelands have no rights whatsoever in South Africa. Their rights are in their own homelands, and they are in South Africa only to sell their labor." 20. The best known of the Bantustans is Transkei, one of the first to be established. When it was declared independent in 1976 by the apartheid regime, 3 million Africans were stripped of their citizenship and they lost 13% of their land area. The whites own or control 87% of the land, although they are only 17% of the population. Most Africans do not live in Bantustans but work in mines, factories, and on farms owned by whites. Under the Bantustan program, these Africans will be turned into foreign migrants and be stripped of all rights in the country where they have lived and worked for centuries. The Bantustans are completely dependent economically on the South African government. The Bantustans have been imposed on the African people against its will. They are white-controlled black communities. The ways in which the Africans are treated in these Bantustans can be easily compared to the way the Arabs in Israel and on the West Bank are treated in their own land, which explains, in part, the unholy alliance between Israel and South Africa. The most tragic aspect of the alliance between Israel and South Africa is that it is a perfectly logical alliance. By the rationale and intent of Western racism and colonialism, the alliance makes sense. Both Israel and white South Africa are artificial settler states, created by the political backwash of Europe. They are parts of Europe mentally and culturally while being removed from it geographically. This is the basis of the schizophrenia that prevails in Israel and in South Africa. These European settlers are involved in a perpetual contradiction. They are stubbornly trying to establish a nationality in nations that never belonged to them. They are doing this at the expense of the indigenous population in the countries where they have settled. In making an assessment of the relation of Israel to white South Africa, this dilemma must be taken into consideration. In order to understand the present dilemma and what it forecasts for the future, there is a need to consider the interplay of forces in South Africa, and in the world at large, that created the State of Israel and the apartheid-dominated State of South Africa. 10. This dilemma has long historical roots that predate the European settlement of South Africa and parts of Palestine now called Israel. It was in or near Africa that the people now referred to as Jews entered the pages of history for the first time. Like all people who came into Africa from other countries, they took more from Africa than they gave. Small Jewish settlements at what is now Cape Town and other parts of South Africa developed in the 17th and 18th centuries. On September 17, 1828, the Zulu king Shaka granted Nathaniel Isaacs the use of a large tract of land for himself and the Jewish people. This was a gesture of friendship from the powerful king who was assassinated by two of his half-brothers before the end of the year. The discovery of diamond and gold in South Africa profoundly affected the economic status of the Jews. They had a tradition of dealing in precious minerals. From the 1800s to the present time, the Jews of South Africa have been closely related to the marketing of gold and diamonds. The politics of Zionism in South Africa is mainly a vintage of the 20th century. This was for many years a quiet relationship with no appreciable international attention. The so-called Six-Day War in 1967 changed this picture and made a large number of people examine Zionism in general, as a worldwide political force. In the 10 years after the independence explosion starting in 1957 with Ghana, the new state of Israel had more goodwill in Africa than any other white-controlled nation. By November 1973, most of this goodwill had been lost and nations of Africa like the Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Zaire, and Liberia, otherwise considered conservative, had broken off diplomatic relations with the State of Israel. There are many factors involved and the assumption is that Arab influence is the main one. That is not true. The main reason for the break and the change of minds and hearts among African states is Israel's long relationship with the apartheid regime of South Africa. There are, of course, many other factors. The Africans seem to have been slow to learn the fact that the Israelis in Africa were no different than other whites who wanted to control the resources of this vast continent, by any means necessary. The land question in Zimbabwe did not disappear with the peace accord between the British government and the Patriotic Front. The roots of the conflict over the land are deep. What is now Zimbabwe was once a well-run independent country. In 1870, when Lobengula became king, the Zulu wars against the British were not over and the British settlers' designs on African land were intensified after the discovery of gold and diamonds in South Africa. The British used a missionary, Rev. Moffat, to get Lobengula to sign a treaty which the British the right to exploit the land and establish farms and settlements. Lobengula did not know that the treaty went that far. In 1870, parts of Mashonaland, later to be called Rhodesia, was occupied by an expeditionary force of mercenaries funded by the British Africa Company. It did not take long for white settlers to evict the Shona people from their land. In this case they did not buy the land. They took it. The Africans, in large numbers, were forced off the land. Others were brought in to work the land. Many Africans were forced off the land to see and work to pay the heavy British taxes. White political power was consolidated by the unequal tenure and the allocation of land by white control over the labor power of the blacks. White workers had a monopoly on skilled jobs and the trade unions. In her article, From Rhodesia to Zimbabwe, Marion O'Callaghan states that land became more important for the settlers as the hopes entertained by Cecil Rhodes of vast mineral wealth receded. The result was the continuing appropriation of African land from the 19th century on. Indeed, between 1936 and 1959, according to a Rhodesian Select Parliamentary Committee on Resettlement, 1960, over 113,000 Africans were 11. Compulsorily removed from white farming areas. By 1969, 250,000 whites had legal rights enshrined in the Constitution to 44.95 million acres, while 5 million Africans had the right to 44.94 million acres. 21. The areas in Rhodesia where the Africans lived, which the Europeans called reserves, were the same as what the Boers in South Africa called Bantustans. Taxes and the need for basic items of food and clothing forced the Africans to leave the reserves and work on European-owned plantations or in the cities. Their pay was poor in both places. The pattern for education followed along the same lines as the division of the land. 275 whites got the same appropriation as 6 million Africans. These are the conditions that led to the War for Independence. In Kenya, Land hunger among the Kikuyu people led to the Mau Mau uprising and stimulated the fight for independence. 22. My point in digressing from the land question in Palestine is that this question cannot be seen or answered in isolation. What is called Israel and the rest of Palestine is a part of an international problem created by colonialism and its handmaiden, capitalism. This is a European problem imposed on the Arabs in Palestine. The accompanying propaganda and mythology about who has a right to the land in Palestine now and who had that right in ancient times goes on in spite of a large body of scholarly writing that set the record straight years ago. Many people who are sympathetic toward Israel do not agree with the treatment of the Arabs and the settlements on land formerly considered Arab. Dov Ronan, a research association of the Center for International Affairs at Harvard University, made the following comment on this subject in the April 5, 1980 issue of the New York Times. I am an Israeli who does not support Jewish settlements in the West Bank, nor the opening of a yeshiva in Hebron. I personally do not claim sovereignty over Judea and Samaria on the basis of a biblical right, nor do I consider Israel's sovereignty there essential to our national security in all circumstances. Furthermore, although I would oppose any plan to redivide Jerusalem, I can envision a new administrative arrangement in the city that would address and seek to satisfy Muslim and Palestinian aspirations. Having studied the issue of self-determination in world politics, I recognize this as a right that the Palestinians must be accorded. The Palestinians should have the right, both in principle and in practice, to control their lives and not be ruled by Israelis or anyone else. If independent statehood rather than mere autonomy is what they want, I for one support their quest for statehood. In spite of strong Jewish voices such as Maïz Menuhin, Ahad Hayam, Martin Buber, Albert Einstein, Alfred Lilienthal, Israel Shahak, and I.F. Stone speaking out against the Zionist treatment of the Arabs and the settlements on Arab land, the expansion of Israel at the expense of the Arabs continued. Also continued is the attempt to justify this expansion on the basis of Bible texts. On this point the Jewish American writer, I.F. Stone, has this to say. These contradictions now play their part in the efforts at peace in the Middle East. At one end of the spectrum the Bible preaches justice and universal brotherhood. At the other end it contains some of the most primitive and bloodthirsty ethnocentric teachings in human literature. So Menachem Begin, Israel's fundamentalist prime minister and the religious parties on which he depends for a thin and precarious parliamentary majority, claim that 12. They cannot give up the West Bank because God gave it to the Jews. This can, of course, be supported from Bible texts. Indeed, if we are to go back to a literal reading of Holy Writ for guidance in the Middle East conflict, the religious ultras of the Israeli community can find much else along the same lines, and in the same direction, though carried to lengths that would make even the most fanatical among them quail. It is, of course, true that in the final chapter of Numbers, God gave the whole of Canaan, west of the Jordan, to Israel. But if the word of God is to be taken literally, whose who now dwell on the West Bank may tremble. For only 3 short chapters earlier, the Lord says, Ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, destroy their holy places and dispossess them. Nor is that all. Numbers 33 ends with the fiercest warning of all: if the children of Israel do not dispossess the inhabitants, I shall do unto you, as I thought to do unto them. If the Jews do not drive out the Canaanites, God will drive out the Jews. This is the harsh theology of depopulating the land to make room for one's own. 23. Palestinian leaders and organizations in the United States say Israel is trying to remove all vocal opposition to the Camp David autonomy plan by expelling Palestinian mayors in the occupied territories or forcing them to resign. I will conclude this paper with I.F. Stone's warning, relative to this situation. Some people have been cooking up a brew that could poison the peace not only of the Middle East but of the world. It is the duty of the American government and American Jewish leadership to use their leverage, financial and political, to put a stop to this criminal concoction before it is too late. Begin, characteristically, chose this moment to announce 10 more settlements on the West Bank. As usual, He promises these will be the last. Israel and Palestine, says his opponents on the right, would prefer a military takeover of the Israeli government. Only recognition of the Palestinian right to self-determination can revitalize the peace talks and avert the slide to catastrophe. The African in the New World. Their contribution to science, invention and technology. By John Henrik Clarke. A lecture delivered for the Minority Ethnic Unit of the Greater London Council, London, England, March 6–8, 1986. It was addressed mainly to the African community in London, consisting of African people from the Caribbean and African people from Africa. In this short talk on a subject that has many dimensions, and a long untold history, I am really talking about the impact of African people in the opening up of the Americas and the Caribbean islands. The appearance outside of Africa of African people in such large numbers tells us something about the greatest and most tragic forced migration of a people in human history. The exploitation of African people make what is called the New World possible, and the Africans' contribution to the sciences, invention, and technology that made this New World possible, is part of a larger untold story. In the United States alone there is supporting literature and volumes of documents on this subject. We need to examine the events in Africa and in Europe from 1400 through 1600 AD. This is a pivotal turning point in world history. This was a period when Europe was awakening from the lethargy of its Middle Ages, learning again the maritime concepts of longitude and latitude, and using her new skills in the handling of ships to enslave and colonize most of the world. Europe recovered at the expense of African people. African people were soon scattered throughout the Caribbean, in several areas of South America and in the United States. A neglected drama in the history of dynamic social change had occurred in the year 711 AD when a combination of Africans, Arabs, and Berbers conquered Spain and ruled the Iberian Peninsula for nearly 800 years. The aftermath of the African-Arab loss of Spain and the Arabs' use of European mercenaries and equipment wreaked havoc throughout Africa and broke up the independent nations of inner Western Africa, mainly Songhai. This drama had to play itself out, and the power of the Africans and the Arabs had to decline before the larger drama of the slave trade and, subsequently, colonialism could get well underway. Africa was now suffering a second catastrophe. The first catastrophe was the Arab slave trade, which was totally unexpected, and came over 600 years before the European slave trade. The second catastrophe was the Christian slave trade, which started in the 15th and 16th century. Many Christians could not deal with what African religions were before the advent of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, nor could they deal with early Christianity, which was a carbon copy of African universal spirituality. The first thing the Europeans did was to laugh at the African gods. Then they made the Africans laugh at their own gods. Europeans would go on to colonize the world. They not only colonized the world, they would also colonize information about the world, and that information is still colonized. What they would deal with was a carbon copy of Christianity as interpreted by foreigners. This was part of the catastrophe before it could recover its strength. In the Americas and in the Caribbean islands we find Bartholomew de las Casas, who came on Christopher Columbus' third voyage and who sanctioned the increase of the slave trade with the 1. Pretense that this would save the Indian population. When the Pope sent commissions to inquire into what was happening with the Indians, many of the islands did not have one Indian left, they were all dead. It was at Christopher Columbus' suggestion that the slave trade was increased to include more of the Africans, again, under the pretense of saving the Indians. It was the same Christopher Columbus who says in his diary, "As man and boy I sailed up and down the Guinea coast for 23 years. What was he doing up and down the coast of West Africa for 23 years? The assumption is that he was part of the early Portuguese slave trade. Now is he still your hero? When you look at the Western hero and how he became a hero, when you look at all those people they called, the great, and find out what they were great for, you will then have a new concept of history." There are a number of good books on this subject. Two of the more readable are by Eric Williams, late Prime Minister of Trinidad, formerly teacher of political science at Howard University. They are Capitalism and Slavery, and his last big book, The Caribbean from Columbus to Castro. The subject of this talk is really the African inventor in the New World and his contribution to technology, medicine, and science. While I may be going the long way round, I'll get to the subject. But you will have to know what happened behind the curtain of slavery and the consequences of the Africans' enslavement, and to what extent Europe recovered from its lethargy, and to what extent Europe exploited people outside of Europe. But the main thing that you have to understand is that the African did not come into slavery culturally empty-handed. In order to stay in luxury, Europe had to have large bodies of people to exploit outside of Europe, where they could get land and labor cheap. Where they could get control of other people's resources, cheap or for nothing. This is what apartheid is really all about. It is about Western control of the mineral wealth of the African. Africa is the world's richest continent, full of poor people, people who are poor because someone else is managing their resources. Do you think that if Africans had all the gold and manganese and zinc and bauxite and uranium that comes out of Africa, they would be going around begging anybody for anything, drought or no drought? Have you ever sailed down the Congo River and seen all the vast bodies of water flowing into the sea? The Nile River sustained the greatest civilization the world has ever known, and it rarely ever rains in the Nile River. Yet this one river sustained civilizations for thousands of years, because Africans, at that time, knew what to do with water, and how to direct it in the way they needed it. Still going to my subject, my point is that the African was brought to the Western world and survived through his inventiveness, imagination, and his spiritual attitude. Without these he would have not survived. The African was hit harder than the so-called Indian. Where one died the other would survive. It is not that one had spiritual attitude and the other did not, they both had spiritual attitude and they both had culture. But many of the Africans had come out of pluralistic cultures and were more accustomed to the nature of change. Now, let's get on to the African's inventive mind. The preface to all of this is to deal with the free African craftsmen in the Western world and how these craftsmen became free, that is, free with a question mark. In the Caribbean, where Africans were brought in large numbers, once they were taken over by the British and others, their condition as an enslaved people was exploited. A class of Englishmen who had earned no considerable respect in England, came to the islands as mechanics. Because their white face was a premium and because they were given privileges and guns and land and had access to African women, they considered themselves as belonging to the exploitive class. They literally exhausted themselves. But the Englishmen did not have the skills they found were needed on the islands, and they began to disappear, physically, due to death from exhaustion or return to England. The African craftsmen began to replace them. We now see the beginnings of the African's inventive mind in the Caribbean islands. The same thing was happening in parts of South America. Many times the English would bring over English-made furniture, and there were some termites in the Caribbean. Some of these termites are still there, and when the termites began to eat up the softwood in the English-made furniture, the African with his meticulous mind began to duplicate that furniture with local hardwood. This was done especially in Jamaica, where they had large amounts of mahogany then. Jamaica does not have mahogany now because the mahogany forests were overcut to the point where Jamaica now has no considerable variety of mahogany. Some of the most beautiful mahogany in the world used to come from Jamaica. As with the disappearance of the British craftsmen, when the African craftsmen began to emerge, something else began to emerge in the Caribbean islands. A class of people whose crafts maintained plantations. The Africans say how important they had become and began to make demands. This is the origin of the Caribbean freemen. These freemen were free enough to communicate with other Africans, free enough to go back to Africa, and free enough to go to the United States. These freemen from the crafts class began to mix friendship with another group of freemen in the United States. Now, how did the freemen become free in the United States? Mostly in the New England states, where the winters were so long that it was not economically feasible to support a slave all year round, when they could be used only for 4 or 5 months. Slavery would have been just as brutal as it was in the South if the weather permitted. In New England the slaves had become industrial slaves. A large number of them were employed as ship caulkers. In the era of wooden ships, every time a ship came in the caulkers would have to drill something in the holds of the ship to keep it from eroding and to keep it from leaking at sea. A large number of Africans became ship caulkers and a large number became industrial slaves, and they began to learn basic industrial skills. Professor Lorenzo Green's book, The Negro in Colonial New England, is specially good in explaining the details of this transformation during the period of slavery. There were also slave inventors, but these slaves could not patent their own inventions. They had to patent them in the name of their masters. Soon after the latter half of the 19th century, when the Africans understood that emancipation was not the reality they had hoped for, they began another resistance movement in the hope of improving their condition. They set up a communication system with all the slaves. There were no West Indians, no Black Americans. These were names unknown to us in Africa. We were and we saw ourselves as one people, as African people. In the 19th century the Africans began the inventive period, and before the beginning of the 20th century Africans had already invented some of the things that made life more comfortable for many in the United States. When you study a list of the numerous inventions of Africans, you will find that they would invent things first and foremost to make life better for themselves. Benjamin Banneker was the first notable black inventor. When the Africans arrived in the United States, in 1619, the year before the Mayflower people arrived, they were not chattel slaves, but indentured slaves. Indentured slaves worked so many years and then they were free. Most of the indentured slaves were whites. Many times whites and blacks did not see the difference in their lives. They were both exploited, and they both had to work so many years before they were free. Therefore, during this time, there was a period when Africans and whites saw no difference in their plight, and this was before prejudice and color difference would set in. Many times they married one another and nobody cared, they were both slaves anyway. Out of these marriages came some people who helped to change the condition of the slaves in the United States. Benjamin Banneker was a product of one of these relationships. In his mother's time, if a white woman had a black lover and because of her whiteness she worked her way out of the indenture ahead of her lover, then she came and bought him out of the indenture and married him. No one took notice. Benjamin Banneker, literally, made the first clock in the United States. He dabbled in astronomy, he communicated with President Thomas Jefferson, and he asked Jefferson to entertain the idea of having a Secretary of Peace as well as having a Secretary of War. He was assistant to the Frenchman L'Enfant, who was planning the city of Washington. For some reason L'Enfant got angry with the 3. Washington people, picked up his plans and went back to France. Benjamin Banneker remembered the plans, and Benjamin Banneker is responsible for the designing of the city of Washington, one of the few American cities designed with streets wide enough for 10 cars to pass at the same time. This was the first of many of the African American inventors that we have with good records. There will be many to follow, and I am only naming a few. James Forten became one of the first African Americans to become moderately rich. He made sails and accessories for ships. During the beginning of the winter of the American Revolution, it was noticed that the tent cloth they were using for the tents was of better quality than the cloths they had in their breeches. James Forten, the sail maker, was approached to use some of the same cloth to make the breeches for the soldiers of the American Revolution. These breeches, made by this black man, saved them from that third and last terrible winter of the American Revolution. Now, the role of blacks in the American Revolution is another lecture, in the sense that 5,000 blacks fought against the United States on the side of England in the American Revolution, and the English had to find somewhere for them to go after the war. They sent some of them to Sierra Leone, but some of them went to Nova Scotia. Jan Ernest Matseliger, a young man from Guyana, now called Suriname, invented the machine for the mass production of shoes. This invention revolutionized the shoe industry. In summary, African Americans continued to create inventions. They revolutionized the American industry. For example, Granville Woods not only revolutionized the electrical concept, but he laid the basis for Westinghouse Electric Company. Elijah McCoy invented a drip coupling for lubrication that revolutionized the whole concept of lubrication. He had over 50 patents to his credit, and so many whites stole from Elijah McCoy that any time a white man took a patent of lubrication system, or anything that related to it to the patent office, he was asked, "Did you steal it directly from McCoy, or did you steal it indirectly from McCoy, or is it the real McCoy?" This is how the word came into the English language, the real McCoy. In the closing years of the 19th century, the greatest talent was that of Lewis Latimer. He was not only a draftsman, but drew up the plans for the telephone. Alexander Graham Bell was the one who invented the telephone, but the patent that had to be drawn up, all the moving parts and all of the vital parts, was done by Lewis Latimer, a black man. Latimer also did a few other things that don't make me too happy. He improved the Maxim gun that became the forerunner of the present-day machine gun. He is also responsible for the fluorescent light. He wrote the first book on the incandescent light that you know as the fluorescent light. He worked with Thomas Edison. He was one of the Thomas Edison pioneers. While Thomas Edison created the principle of the electric light, his light went out in 20 minutes. But the man who created the filament made the light go on indefinitely. That was Lewis Latimer, and he deserves as much credit for the electric light as does Thomas Edison. And he and his accomplishments were completely left out of history. Only Thomas Edison's accomplishments are mentioned. Not only did African Americans invent a lot of other things, including labor-saving devices, African Americans have played a major role in getting America into space. In space medicine, the leading doctor is an African American woman. The person that designed the interior of the ship, including the disposal facility, is an African American man. When they sent some astronauts up without instructing them in his method of disposal of waste matter, a near catastrophe occurred. The space buggy that they used to walk on the moon was, basically, a black invention, and so is the camera that they used on the trip to the moon. You might wonder that after all that the African Americans have contributed in making the United States comfortable, even to the coupling that hold all the weights together when trains are moving around the country, why are they having so much trouble, and why are they still having difficulty? Principally because we were not brought to the United States to be given democracy, to be given 4. Christianity. We were brought to labor, and once the labor was done, we were an unwanted population in the United States. We were a nation within a nation searching for a nationality. When we put all of us together, we are larger, in number, than all of the nations in Scandinavia put together. Their population would not be as large as the African American population in the United States alone. According to the statistics of the United Nations and the Jewish Yearbook, all the Jews in the world would come to less than one-half the number of African American population in the United States. Yet Israel gets more financial aid than all of the African nations in the world put together. Principally because we have not developed the political apparatus to put the right pressures on the leaders in the world to make it otherwise so. I see no solution for African peoples, any place in this world, short of Pan-Africanism. Wherever we are on the face of this earth, we are an African people. We have got to understand that any problem faced by Africans is the collective problem of all the African people in the world, and not just the problem of the Africans who live in any one part of the world. Once we put all of our skills together, and realize that between the United States, the Caribbean islands, Brazil, and other South American countries there are 150 million African people, and the population of Africa has been counted as 500 million for over 50 years, implying that the African man has been sleeping away from home, and you know that is not true. In the 21st century there are going to be 1 billion African people on this earth. We have to ask ourselves, are we ready for the 21st century? Do we go into the 21st century begging and pleading, or insisting and demanding? We have to ask and answer that question, and we have to decide if we are going to be the rear guard for somebody else's way of life, or do we rebuild our own way of life, or will we be the vanguard to rebuild our own nation? We have to say to ourselves when we look at our history, the great Nile Valley civilization, the kind of civilizations we built on other rivers, the Niger, the Limpopo, the Zambezi, the kind of civilizations that gave life to the world before the first Europeans wore shoes or had houses that had windows. We need to say to ourselves, with conviction, that, if I did it once, I will do it again. 5. The American Antecedents of Marcus Garvey. By John Henrik Clarke. It is no accident that Marcus Garvey had his greatest success in the United States among black Americans. There is an historical logic to this occurrence that seems to have escaped most of the interpreters of Garvey's life and the mass movement that he built. For in many ways the scene was being prepared for Marcus Garvey for over 100 years before he was born. There is no way to understand this without looking at the American antecedents of Marcus Garvey, that is the men, forces, and movements that came before him. West Indians in the Afro-American struggle. Prior to the Civil War, West Indian contribution to the progress of Afro-American life was one of the main contributing factors in the fight for freedom and full citizenship in the northern United States. West Indians had come to the United States during the 18th and 19th centuries, and the most outstanding of them saw their plight and that of the Afro-American as being one and the same. In the 18th century America, two of the most outstanding fighters for liberty and justice were the West Indians, Prince Hall and John B. Russwurm. When Prince Hall came to the United States, the nation was in turmoil. The colonies were ablaze with indignation. Britain, with a series of revenue acts, had stoked the fires of colonial discontent. In Virginia, Patrick Henry was speaking of liberty or death. The cry "no taxation without representation" played on the nerve strings of the nation. Prince Hall, then a delicate-looking teenager, often walked through the turbulent streets of Boston, an observer unobserved. A few months before these hectic scenes, he had arrived in the United States from his home in Barbados, where he had been born about 1748, the son of an Englishman and a free African woman. He was, in theory, a free man, but he knew that neither in Boston nor in Barbados were persons of African descent free in fact. At once, he questioned the sincerity of the vocal white patriots of Boston. It never seemed to have occurred to them that the announced principles motivating their action made stronger argument in favor of destroying the system of slavery. The colonists held in servitude more than 500,000 human beings, some of them white, yet they engaged in the contradiction of going to war to support the theory that all men were created equal. When Prince Hall arrived in Boston, that city was the center of the American slave trade. Most of the major leaders of the revolutionary movement, in fact, were slaveholders or investors in slave-supported businesses. Hall, like many other Americans, wondered, what did these men mean by freedom? The condition of the free black men, as Prince Hall found them, was not an enviable one. Emancipation brought neither freedom nor relief from the stigma of color. They were free in name only. They were still included in slave codes with slaves, indentured servants, and Indians. Discriminatory laws severely circumscribed their freedom of movement. By 1765, through diligence and frugality, Hall became a property owner, thus establishing himself in the eyes of white as well as black people. But the ownership of property was not enough. He still had to endure sneers and insults. He decided then to prepare himself for a role of leadership among his people. To this end he went to school at night and later became a Methodist preacher. His church became the forum for his people's grievances. 10 years after his arrival in Boston, Massachusetts. 1. He was the accepted leader of the black community. In 1788 Hall petitioned the Massachusetts legislature, protesting the kidnapping of free Negroes. This was a time when American patriots were engaged in a constitutional struggle for freedom. They had proclaimed the inherent rights of all mankind to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Hall dared to remind them that the black men in the United States were human beings, and as such were entitled to freedom and respect for their human personality. It was racial prejudice that made Hall the father of African secret societies in the United States, what is now known as the Negro Masonry. Hall first sought initiation into the White Masonic Lodge in Boston, but was turned down because of his color. He then applied to the Army Lodge of an Irish regiment. His petition was favorably received. On March 6, 1775, Hall and 14 other black Americans were initiated in Lodge number 441. When, on March 17, the British were forced to evacuate Boston, the Army Lodge gave Prince Hall and his colleagues a license to meet and function as a lodge. Thus, on July 3, 1776, African Lodge number 1 came into being. This was the first lodge in Massachusetts established in America for men of African descent. Later, in 1843, a Jamaican, Peter Ogden, organized in New York City the first Odd Fellows Lodge for Negroes. The founding of the African Lodge was one of Prince Hall's greatest achievements. It afforded Africans in the New England area of the United States a greater sense of security and contributed to a new spirit of unity among them. Hall's interest did not end with the lodge. He was deeply concerned with improving the lot of his people in other ways. He sought to have schools established for the children of free Africans in Massachusetts. Of prime importance is the fact that Prince Hall worked to secure respect for his people and that he played a significant role in the downfall of the Massachusetts slave trade. He helped to prepare the groundwork for those freedom fighters of the 18th and 20th centuries whose continuing efforts have brought the Black American closer to the goal of full citizenship. In his book Souls of Black Folk, Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois points to the role of West Indians in the Afro-American struggle. They, he says, were mainly responsible for the manhood program launched by the race in the early decades of the last century. An eminent instance of such drive and self-assurance can be seen in the achievement of John W. A. Shaw of Antigua, who, later in that century, in the early 1890s passed the civil service tests and became Deputy Commissioner of Taxes for the County of Queens in New York State. In his series of articles entitled Pioneers in Protest, Lerone Bennett, senior editor of Ebony magazine, has written a capsule biography of John B. Russwurm, the distinguished Jamaican who was a pioneer in Afro-American journalism. As early as 1827, Russwurm, also one of the founders of Liberia, was the first colored man to graduate from an American college to publish a newspaper in the United States. The following information about Russwurm has been extracted from Bennett's article, Founders of the Negro Press, Ebony Magazine, July 1964. Day in and day out, the Negroes of New York City were mercilessly lampooned in the white press. In the dying days of 1826, the campaign of vilification and slander reached nauseous heights. The integrity and courage of Negro men were openly questioned. Worse, editors invaded Negro homes and impugned the chastity of Negro women. This was a time of acute crisis for all Negro Americans, and the New York leaders were agonizingly conscious of the forces arrayed against them. More ominous was the creeping power of the American Colonization Society, which wanted to send free Negroes back to Africa. John B. Russwurm and Samuel E. Cornish, two of the youngest and most promising of the New York leaders, were assigned the task of inventing a journal that could speak forcibly to both the enemy and joint friend without and the brethren within the 2. Veil. Samuel E. Cornish, who is virtually unknown today, was born about 1795 in Delaware and raised in the relatively free environments of Philadelphia and New York. He organized the first Black Presbyterian church in New York City. Russwurm was the son of an Englishman and an African woman. His father neglected to inform his white wife of the sins of his youth, but after his death, the widow learned of the boy's existence and financed his education at Bowdoin College, where he was graduated in 1826. Russwurm and Cornish made an excellent team. Despite the proposed paper, they idealistically state, "We shall ever regard the Constitution of the United States as our polar star. Pledged to no part, we shall endeavor to urge our brethren to use their rights to the elective franchise as free citizens." It shall never be our objective to court controversy, though we must at all times consider ourselves as champions in defense of oppressed humanity. Daily slandered, we think that there ought to be some channel of communication between us and the public, through which a voice may be heard in defense of 500,000 free people of color. On Friday, March 26, 1827, the first issue of Freedom's Journal, the first Negro newspaper in the Western world, appeared on the streets of New York City. In their ambitious first editorial, Russ Worm and Cornish struck a high note of positiveness that still has something to say to the Afro-Americans in their present plight. It read in part, "We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoke for us. Too long has the Republic been deceived by misrepresentations, in things which concern us dearly, though in the estimation of some mere trifles, for though there are many in society who exercise toward us benevolent feelings, still, with sorrow we confess it, there are others who make it their business to enlarge upon the least trifle, which tends to discredit any person of color, and pronounce anathema and denounce our whole body for the misconduct of this guilty one. Our vices and our degradation are ever arrayed against us, but our virtues are passed unnoticed." The timeliness of this editorial, written over 100 years ago, and the dynamics of its intellectual content, are far ahead of most editorials that appear in present-day Afro-American newspapers. During the later years of his life, John B. Russ Worm moved to a position that today would be called black nationalism. After receiving his master's degree from Bowdoin College in 1829, Russ Worm went to Liberia in West Africa, where he established another newspaper, the Liberia Herald, and served as a superintendent of schools. After further distinguishing himself as governor of the Maryland colony of Cape Palmas, this pioneer editor and freedom fighter died in Liberia in 1951. Repatriation in historical perspective. The Back to Africa idea has long been a recurring theme in Afro-American life and thought. This consciousness started during the closing years of the 18th century, and was articulated by the first Afro-American writers, thinkers, and abolitionists. This agitation was found mainly among groups of free Negroes because of the uncertainty of their position as freedmen in slave-holding society. One can see it late into the 18th century, Dr. Du Bois explains in his book Dusk of Dawn, when the Negro Union of Newport, Rhode Island, in 1788, proposed to the Free African Society of Philadelphia a general exodus to Africa on the part of at least free Negroes. Du Bois addressed himself to the broader aspects of the situation on the occasion of the celebration. 3. Of the second anniversary of the Asian Africa, Bandung, Conference and the rebirth of Ghana on April 30, 1957, when he said, "From the 15th through the 17th centuries, the Africans imported to America regarded themselves as temporary settlers destined to return eventually to Africa. Their increasing revolts against the slave system, which culminated in the 18th century, showed a feeling of close kinship to the motherland, and even well into the 19th century they called their organizations African, as witness the African Unions of New York and Newport and the African Churches of Philadelphia and New York. In the West Indies and South America there was even closer indication of feelings of kinship with Africa and the East. The planters' excuse for slavery was advertised as conversion of Africa to Christianity, but soon American slavery appeared based on the huge profits of the Sugar Empire and Cotton Kingdom. As plans were laid for the expansion of the slave system, the slaves themselves sought freedom by increasing revolt, which culminated in the 18th century. In Haiti they won autonomy, in the United States they fled from the slave states in the South to the free states in the North and to Canada. Here the free Negroes helped form the abolition movement, and when that seemed to be failing, the Negroes began to plan for migration to Africa, Haiti, and South America. Civil War and emancipation intervened, and American Negroes looked forward to becoming free and equal here with no thought of return to African or of kinship with the world's darker peoples. However, the rise of the Negro was hindered by disenfranchisement, lynching and caste legislation. There was some recurrence of the Back to Africa idea and increased sympathy for darker folk who suffered the same sort of caste restrictions as American Negroes. Professor E.U. Esenyudum of the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, outline the beginning of this consciousness and how it developed, in 3 lectures in the CBS Black Heritage TV series, Summer, 1969. In the first lecture on the antecedents of Marcus Garvey and his movement, Professor Esenudum gives this analysis. In the United States it may be said that Garvey's ideas or variants of his ideas, are becoming increasingly relevant for the independent African states in their struggle for real political and economic independence as well as relative cultural autonomy. A history of the freedom movements of Black Americans is the history of the aspirations for nationality and dignity. The reasons for this are not far to seek. Firstly, the Africans who were forcibly removed from their ancestral homelands to the New World were dramatically alienated from any vital human community, except the community of color, common deprivation and persecution. Because they were drawn from various and distinct African nationality groups and scattered throughout the New World, they lost many vital ingredients as a distinct nationality group, such as a common language, religion, traditions, and more important, the freedom to shape their own destiny. Secondly, because they were excluded from meaningful participation in the emergent American nationality, they became not only non-citizens, but also, in a sociological sense, non-nationals of the United States throughout most of their history. Early in their history, the Africans were simply an aggregation of persons who were non-citizens and consequently possessed no civic rights in the United States. Such for a long time was their political status. 4. Similarly, as a group without recognizable nationality, which derives from belonging to a definite and meaningful humane community, they could not feel a sense of human dignity. Inevitably, therefore, and from slavery to freedom, the Black freedom movement has had 2 ambivalent objectives. The first being the aspiration for nationality, a term which I shall use interchangeably with collective identity. And secondly, the aspiration for full citizenship in the United States. In the past, the history of the Black freedom movement, especially in the United States, was interpreted principally in terms of integration or in terms of assimilation into the mainstreams, whatever that is, of American society. If integration is understood as the enjoyment of full rights of citizenship and full participation in the live activities of the United States, then this has been one of the most important objectives of the Afro-American freedom movement. But to interpret this movement principally in terms of assimilation, is a misrepresentation of historical fact and a negation of the long and tragic history of the struggle for Black identity and dignity. Assimilation necessarily entails the withering away of the distinctly Afro-American nationality which has been forged by the history of the Africans and their descendants in the United States. The aspiration for Black nationality or a collective identity should not be understood in the narrow political sense, although there have been manifestations of the desire for political nationality, that is, a homeland. Nevertheless, the much abused term, Black nationalism, or its recent variant, Black Power, encompasses the various expressions of the need for collective identity. The formation of collective identity has been the result of both history and the conscious activities of Afro-Americans. On occasions, this aspiration for nationality has been expressed in terms of independence from white economic, political, and social control. More persistently, however, this collective Black identity has been expressed in the assertion of Afro-American cultural autonomy and the dignity of the Black communities in America. What Professor Esenudum is saying is, the Black Americans have been forced by a set of circumstances to walk down several roads simultaneously going to and from America. This seems like a contradiction, and maybe it is. The greater contradiction is America itself, and its relationship to Black people. Early in the 19th century, some free Blacks and escaped slaves began to have second thoughts about the future of African people in this country. These Blacks, in large numbers, responded to the program of the African colonization movement. Superficially, the program was good, but a number of Blacks, mainly Frederick Douglass and some of the men around him, examined the program and began to have some serious questions about it. The stated intent of the American Colonization Society was to solve the problems of slavery by advocating the removal of freed slaves to colonies along the west coast of Africa. The founders of the society believed this course would atone for the evil of the African slave trade, help put an end to slavery, restore the Africans to their divinely ordained homes, and help civilize Africa. By civilize, the white supporters of the movement really meant Christianize. Some of the most able black men and women of the 19th century were attracted to this movement and its concept. It is generally believed, according to Professor Esienudum, that Paul Coffey set in motion the ideas that led to the founding of the American Colonization Society. Coffey was one of the most unusual men of his time. He was rarity, being a black ship owner in New Bedford, Massachusetts, who made a small fortune hauling cargo to different parts of the world. A free man whose father had been a slave, he founded the Friendly Society for the Emigration of Free Negroes from America. One of his early acts was to change his family name from Slocum to Kofi, a Ghanaian. 5. Name. In 1811, Paul Coffey sailed one of his ships, the Traveler, to Sierra Leone on Africa's west coast, where he founded the Friendly Society from America. In 1812, he used his personal funds to take 38 black emigrants to Sierra Leone. But the most active years of the American colonization came after the death of Paul Coffey in 1817. A Mandingo descendant, Martin Delaney was proud of his African heritage. So much so, that, in a recent book by Dorothy Sterling, he is referred to as the father of black nationalism. Delaney was a multi-talented freedom fighter who seemed to have crammed half a dozen lifetimes into one. Dentist, writer, editor, doctor, explorer, scientist, soldier, and politician, he was a Renaissance man of his day. In an article in the supplement to the newspaper Tuesday, of November 1871, the writer Philip St. Laurent has this to say about the present-day relevance of Martin R. Delaney. Delaney was an articulate advocate of ideas that today, 85 years after his death, are topical. Even while the vast majority of his brothers remained in slavery, he was proud of his race and his blackness, resented his surname as a hand-me-down from a slaveholder, advocated black people's right to self-defense, demanded equal employment opportunities, urged a self-governed state for blacks in which they could control their own destinies, and, yes, argued for women's liberation. He was one of the leaders of the great debate following the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act in 1850, and as spokesman for black people who felt that the bitter racial climate in America had made life for them there unbearable, he advocated the establishment of a state by black Americans in the Niger Valley of present-day Nigeria. Said he of black Americans at the 1852 Emigration Convention, "Settle them in the land which is ours," he said, "and there lies with it inexhaustible resources. Let us go and possess it. We must establish a national position for ourselves, and never may we expect to be respected as men and women until we have undertaken some fearless, bold, and adventurous deeds of daring, contending against every consequence." In 1859, he led the first and only exploratory party of American-born Africans to the land of their forefathers. In the region of the Niger River, in the area that became Nigeria, Delaney's party carried out scientific studies and made agreements with several African kings for the settlement of emigrants from America. He was accompanied on this expedition by Robert Campbell, a Jamaican, who had been director of the scientific department of the Institute for Colored Youth in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and a member of the International Statistical Congress in London, England. His account of the expedition can be found in his book A Pilgrimage to My Motherland, an account of a journey among the Egbas and Yorubas of Central African 1859-60. About his report, Robert Campbell has said, "After what is written in the context, if I am still asked what I think of Africa for a colored man to live and do well in, I simply answer, that with as good prospects in America as colored men generally, I have determined with my wife and children, to go to African to live, leaving the inquirer to interpret the reply for himself." What needs to be remembered about this mid-19th century Back to Africa movement, is that, to a moderate degree, it was successful. There was, of course, no mass exodus to Africa. Individual families did go to Africa at regular intervals for the next 50 years. However, the emigration movement was not without its opposition. Frederick Douglass and several of his supporters thought that the emigration efforts would divert attention from the more important task of freeing the slaves from the plantations. General interest in Africa continued, though the pre-Civil War emigration efforts to establish an autonomous nation for Black Americans did not succeed. The Civil War and the promises of Black Americans that followed lessened some of the interest in Africa. Pat Singleton started an internal 6. resettlement scheme. His plan was to settle blacks in free separate communities in the unused areas of America, mainly, at this time, the state of Kansas. But the betrayal of the Reconstruction and the rise in lynching and other atrocities against Black Americans made a new generation of black thinkers and freedom fighters turn to Africa again. New men and movements entered the area of struggle. The most notable of the new personalities was Bishop Henry McNeill Turner. In his book, Black Exodus, Yale University Press, 1969, Edwin S. Redke gives this view of Bishop Turner's importance to the history of this period. He says, Bishop Henry McNeill Turner was, without a doubt, the most prominent and outspoken American advocate of black emigration in the years between the Civil War and the First World War. By constant agitation he kept Afro-Americans aware of their African heritage and their disabilities in the United States. Turner possessed a dominating personality, a biting tongue, and a pungent vocabulary which gained him high office and wide audiences, first in Georgia's Reconstruction politics and later in the Africa Methodist Episcopal, AME, Church. In his bitter disappointment with the American treatment of blacks, the bishop has an all-consuming nationalism which demanded emigration to Africa. To understand his forceful agitation in the years following 1890, one must know Turner's background and the nature of vision of Africa. Like most Afro-Americans who can be called black nationalists, Turner's vision of Africa grew out of his heartbreaking discovery that his love for America was unrequited. Earlier in his life, he thought that the status of a free black man should be no different from that of a white man. His awakening to reality was not long in coming. The new cause that he had found for himself and his energies during the Civil War, and the new hope that he had for the future of black Americans was consumed in the bitter disappointments that followed the end of that war. Like Turner, Edward Wilmot Blitten agitated during the latter part of the 19th century, calling attention to the important role that Africa could play in emerging world affairs. Blitten was born in the then Danish West Indian island of St. Thomas in 1832, but reacted against treatment of his people in the New World by migrating to Liberia in 1851. He was convinced that the only way to bring respect and dignity to his people was by building progressive new empires in Africa. He was of the opinion that the New World Negro had a great future in Africa. He saw Liberia in West Africa as the ideal place where African Americans could build a great new civilization by making use of the things that they had learned in the West and preserving the best of the African way of life. Because of his, and the work of many others, African consciousness was translated into useful programs of service to Africa. Afro-American institutions of higher learning joined in this service through their training of personnel for churches, as well as their support of Africans studying in their institutions. The Pan-African movement. The idea of uniting all Africa had its greatest development early in this century. In 1900 a West Indian lawyer, H. Sylvester Williams, called together the first Pan-African Conference in London. This meeting attracted attention and put the word Pan-African in the dictionaries for the first time. The 30 delegates to the conference came mainly from England, the West Indies and the United States. The small delegation from the latter was led by W.E.B. Du Bois. From the beginning this was a movement that was brought into being by Africans in the Western world. Years would pass before it would have any deep roots in Africa itself. The first conference was greeted by the Lord Bishop of London, and a promise was obtained from Queen Victoria through Joseph Chamberlain not to overlook the interest and welfare of native races. The 7. British were long on politeness and short on commitment. The aims of the conference were limited. They were obviously worded in order to appeal, without offending. The aims were, 1. To act as a forum of protest against the aggression of white colonizers. 2. To appeal to the missionary and abolitionist traditions of the British people to protect Africans from the deprivation of empire builders. 3. To bring people of African descent throughout the world into closer touch with each other and to establish more friendly relations between the Caucasian and African races. 4. To start a movement looking forward to the securing to all Africa races living in civilized countries, their full rights and to promote their business interests. At this conference, there was no demand for self-government for African nations, though the thought pattern was set in motion for later development. In the book, African and Unity, The Evolution of Pan-Africanism, by the Nigerian writer Vincent Bokpatu Thompson, 1969, this observation was made. As a forum of protest, the conference showed that Africa had begun jointly, through some of her sons, to make her voice heard against the excesses of Western European rule, a sentiment which has been re-echoed in the second half of the 20th century. Thompson further observed that, both protest and fellowship were to re-emerge in the African redemption movement formed by the Afro-Jamaican, Marcus Garvey, to uplift his downtrodden brethren. Garvey said, "I know no national boundary where the Negro is concerned. The whole world is my province until Africa is free." Assessing the conference, Thompson further says, first, it achieved the idea of oneness in experience and ideal. The spirit of fellowship reaffirmed at this 1900 conference was never lost. It has reasserted itself again and again. This was demonstrated when in the post-war period, Afro-Americans and Afro-West Indians joined forces with those who clamored for the dismantling of colonialism in Africa. The spirit lives on, though today the Afro-American interest in the freedom of Africa and the success of Pan-Africanism has three main themes. 1. The continuance of the idea of fellowship which has existed since slavery first took them away from the shores of Africa. 2. Self-interest, a hope for the enhancement of the stature for the Afro-American in the United States. The success of Africa, it is believed, will hasten integration for the Afro-American in American society. Whether this is so or not is another matter, but the belief was present in the Back to Africa fervor of the mid-19th and 20th centuries. 3. A genuine interest in the study of African history and culture with a view to taking a hand in rehabilitating what they genuinely believe, through scientific research, to be the true picture of life in Africa in pre-imperialist days. This is seen in the formation of organizations such as the American Society of African Culture. A number of African-oriented cultural and historical societies were formed before and after the active years of the American Society of African Culture, about 1957 through 1968. The long Afro-American interest in Africa is best reflected in publications of the American Society of African Culture, such as Africa as Seen by American Negroes, 1958, and The American Negro Writer and His Roots, 1959. In the preface to African as Seen by American Negroes, Alien Diop, president of the International Society of African Culture, states, "It is not without emotion that we welcome this evidence of 8. Solidarity between Negro intellectuals of America and Africa. What links us first of all is assuredly our common origin." Furthermore, he went on to say, "The struggle that African people are waging for their independence and entry upon the scene of international responsibility, is followed with understandable sympathy by Negro Americans. The liberation, unification, and development of African countries will be a real contribution to the success of the struggle of black people in America for their rights as citizens." In The American Negro Writer and His Roots, selected papers from the first conference of Negro writers, the historian, novelist, and teacher, Saunders Redding, addressed himself to the role of the writer in the self-discovery and the restoration of a people's pride in themselves. He said, "The human condition, the discovery of self, community identity, surely, this must be achieved before it can be seen that a particular identity has a relation to a common identity, commonly described as human. This is the ultimate that the honest writer seeks. He knows that the dilemmas, the perils, the likelihood of catastrophe in the human situation are real, and that they have to do not only with whether men understand each other but with the quality of man himself. The writer's ultimate purpose is to use his gifts to develop man's awareness of himself so that he, man, can become a better instrument for living together with other men. This sense of identity is the root by which all honest creative effort is fed, and the writer's relation to it is the relation of the infant to the breast of the mother. What we have here is a continuation of the search for identity, definition, and direction that started among Black Americans early in the 18th century. This search led to the founding of the first Black societies, publications, and institutions in America. In the years following the betrayal of the Reconstruction, 1876 to 1900, these Black societies and institutions were in serious trouble. Most of the white defenders of the blacks had either died or had given up the fight. Black leadership was in transition. The great Frederick Douglass was losing his effectiveness at the end of his century. A worldwide imperialism and the acceptance of the Kipling concept of the white man's burden gave support to American racism. Like England, France, and some other European nations, the United States had now acquired overseas colonies. A new leader, approved by the whites, appeared among the blacks. His name was Booker T. Washington. Washington took no action against the rising tide of Jim Crow, lynching and mass disenfranchisement of black voters. He advised his people to put their energies into industry, improved farming, and the craft trades. He said, "Agitation of questions of social equality is the extreme folly because an opportunity to earn $1 in a factory first, now is worth infinitely more than the opportunity to spend $1 in an opera house." White America, mostly editorial writers in white newspapers, responded favorably to the works of Booker T. Washington and made him the leader of Black America. These words, taken from his famous Atlanta Cotton Exposition speech, were still re-echoing early in this century when an anti-Booker T. Washington school of thought was developed and led by W.E.B. Du Bois. In what can still be referred to as the Booker T. Washington era, 1895 to 1915, new men and movements were emerging. The Niagara Movement, under the leadership of W.E.B. Du Bois and Monroe Trotter, was born in 1905. Some of the ideas of the Niagara Movement went into the making of the NAACP in 1909. During the years leading to the eve of the First World War and those that immediately followed, the flight from the South continued. Over 500,000 blacks migrated northward in search of better-paying wartime jobs, better schools for their children and better housing. For a short while, they entertained the illusion that they had improved and that they had escaped from the oppression of the 9. South. The illusion was short-lived. Race riots during wartime, East St. Louis, 1917, and in the post-war period, Chicago, 1919, awakened the new urban settlers to reality. In Washington, D.C., the President, Woodrow Wilson, and the Southern Democrats who had come to power with him introduced segregation in federal facilities that had long been integrated. Booker T. Washington had died in 1915. An investigation into his last years revealed he had privately battled against disenfranchisement, and had secretly financed lawsuits against segregation, but publicly he maintained his submissive stance. With Washington gone and the influence of the Tuskegee machine in decline, a new class of black radicals came forward. For a few years, W.E.B. Du Bois was at the center stage of leadership. As founder-editor of the NAACP's Crisis magazine, Du Bois urged in 1918, "Let us, while this war lasts, forget our special grievances and close ranks shoulder to shoulder with our fellow citizens." The continued discrimination against black Americans, both soldiers and civilians, soon made W.E.B. Du Bois regret having made this statement. The end of the war brought no improvement to the lives of black Americans, and the then prevailing conditions made a large number of them ripe for the militant program of Marcus Garvey. In his book New World A Coming, Roy Otley, 1943, has observed, Garvey leaped into the ocean of black unhappiness at a most timely moment for a savior. He had witnessed the Negro's disillusionment mount with the progress of the World War. Negro soldiers had suffered all forms of Jim Crow, humiliation, discrimination, slander, and even violence at the hands of a white civilian population. After the war, there was a resurgence of Ku Klux Klan influence, another decade of racial hatred and open lawlessness had set in, and Negroes again were prominent among the victims. Meantime, administration leaders were quite pointed in trying to persuade Negroes that in spite of their full participation in the war effort they could expect no changes in their traditional status in America. This attitude helped to create the atmosphere into which a Marcus Garvey could emerge. 10. West Indian Partisans in the Fight for Freedom. By John Henrik Clarke. The deportation of Marcus Garvey marked the end of an era when West Indians and Afro-Americans worked together and saw their plight as one and the same. Est Indians have been coming to the United States for over a century. The part they have played in the progress of the Afro-Americans in their long march from slavery to freedom has always been an important factor. More important is the fact that the most outstanding of these Caribbean Americans saw their plight and the plight of the Afro-American as being one and the same. As early as 1827 a Jamaican, John B. Russwurm, one of the founders of Liberia, was the first colored man to be graduated from Prince Hall to Garvey, an American college, and to publish a newspaper in this country. 16 years later his fellow countryman, Peter Ogden, organized in New York City the first Odd Fellows Lodge for Negroes. Prior to the Civil War, West Indian contribution to the progress of the Afro-American life was one of the main contributing factors in the fight for freedom and full citizenship in the northern part of the United States. In his book, Souls of Black Folk, Drive W.E.B. Du Bois says that the West Indians were mainly responsible for the manhood program presented by the race in the early decades of the last century. Indicative of their tendency to blaze new paths is the achievement of John W. A. Shaw of Antigua, who, in the early 90s of the last century, passed the civil service tests and became Deputy Commissioner of Taxes for the County of Queens in New York State. In 18th century America, two of the most outstanding fighters for liberty and justice were the West Indians Prince Hall and John B. Russwurm. When Prince Hall came to the United States the nation was in turmoil. The colonies were ablaze with indignation. Britain, with a series of revenue acts, had stoked the fires of colonial discontent. In Virginia, Patrick Henry was speaking of liberty or death. The cry "No taxation without representation" played on the nerve strings of the nation. Prince Hall, then a delicate-looking teenager, often walked through the turbulent streets of Boston, an observer unobserved. A few months before these hectic scenes, he had arrived in the United States from his home in Barbados, where he had been born about 1748, the son of an Englishman and a free African woman. He was, in theory, a free man, but B. knew that neither in Boston nor in ship among his people. So through Barbados were persons of African diligence and frugality he became a descent free in fact. At once, he property owner, thus establishing questioned the sincerity of the VO himself in the eyes of white people white patriots of Boston. It as well as the blacks never seemed to have occurred to. But the ownership of property them that the announced principles was not enough. He still had to in motivating their action was strong dure sneers and insults. He dear argument in favor of destroying side then to prepare himself for the system of slavery. The colonist's role of leadership among his PO held in servitude more than a half PLE. To this end he went to school million human beings, some of at night, and later became a meth them white, yet they engaged in the Odist preacher. His church became contradiction of going to war to the forum for his people's grief support the theory that all men answers. 10 years after his arrival were created equal. In Boston, Massachusetts, he was when Prince Hall arrived in the accepted leader of the Black Boston that city was the center of community. The American slave trade. Most of. In 1788 Hall petitioned the masked major leaders of revolutionary Massachusetts legislature, protesting movement, in fact, were slavehold the kidnapping of free Negroes. ERS or investors in slaves supported this was a time when American businesses Hall, like many other patriots were engaged in a Consti-Americans, wondered, what did Tushnell struggle for freedom? These men mean by freedom. Had proclaimed the inherent rights the condition of the free black of all mankind to life, liberty, and men, as Prince Hall found them, the pursuit of happiness. Hall was not an enviable one. Emanci dared to remind them that the black Padian brought neither freedom nor men in the United States were purely from the stigma of color. Man beings and as such were, and they were free in name only. They titled to freedom and respect for were still included with slaves, in their human personality. Dent-eared servants, and Indians in prejudice made Hall the father the slave codes. Discriminatory of African secret societies in the law severely circumscribed their United States. He is the father of freedom of movement. What is now known as Negro Moss by 1765 Prince Hall saw little ornery. Hall first sought initiation change in the condition of the into the white Masonic Lodge in blacks, and though a freeman, at Boston, but was turned down beleast in theory, he saw his people cause of his color. He then applied debased as though they were slaves to the army lodge of an Irish still in bondage. These things drove regiment. His petition was favor him to prepare himself for leader ably received. On March 6, 1775, Hall and 14 other black Americans were initiated in Lodge number 441. When, on March 17, the British were forced to evacuate Boston, the Army Lodge gave Prince Hall and his colleagues a license to meet and function as a lodge. Thus, on July 3, 1776, African Lodge No. 1 came into being. This was the first lodge in Masonry established in America for men of African descent. The founding of the African Lodge was one of Prince Hall's greatest achievements. It afforded the Africans in the New England area of the United States a greater sense of security, and contributed to a new spirit of unity among them. Hall's interest did not end with the lodge. He was deeply concerned with improving the lot of his people in other ways. He sought to have schools established for the children of the free Africans in Massachusetts. Of prime importance is the fact that Prince Hall worked to secure respect for the personality of his people and also played a significant role in the downfall of the Massachusetts slave trade. He helped to prepare the groundwork for the freedom fighters of the 19th and 20th centuries, whose continuing efforts have brought the black American closer to the goal of full citizenship. In his series of articles entitled Pioneers in Protest, Lerone Bennett, senior editor of Ebony magazine, has written a capsule biography of John B. Russwurm, the distinguished West Indian who was a pioneer in Afro-American journalism. The following information has been extracted from his article, Founders of the Negro Press, Ebony magazine, July 1964. Day in and day out, the Negroes of New York City were mercilessly lampooned in the white press. In the dying days of 1826, the campaign of vilification and slander reached nauseous heights. The integrity and courage of Negro men were openly questioned. Worse, editors invaded Negro homes and impugned the chastity of Negro women. This was a time of acute crisis for all Negro Americans, and the NCW York leaders were agonizingly conscious of the forces arrayed against them. More ominous was the creeping power of the American Colonization Society, which wanted to send free Negroes back to Africa. John B. Russwurm and Samuel E. Cornish, two of the youngest and most promising of the New York leaders, were assigned the task of inventing a journal that could speak forcibly to both the enemy and joint friend without and the brethren within the veil. Samuel E. Cornish, who is virtually unknown today, was born about 1795 in Delaware and raised in relatively free environments of Philadelphia and New York. He organized the first Negro Presbyterian Church in New York City. Russwurm, who is generally credited with being the first Negro graduate of an American college, was a Jamaican, the son of an Englishman and an African woman. His father neglected to inform his white wife of the sins of his youth, but after his death, the widow learned of his existence and financed his education at Bowdoin College, where he was graduated in 1826. Russwurm and Cornish made an excellent team, despite the difference in their backgrounds. In the prospectus for the proposed paper they idealistically stated, "We shall ever regard the Constitution of the United States as our polar star. Pledged to no party, we shall endeavor to urge our brethren to use their rights to the elective franchise as free citizens. It shall never be our objective to court controversy, though we must at all times consider ourselves as champions in defense of oppressed humanity. Daily slandered, we think that there ought to be some channel of communication between us and the public, through which a single voice may be heard in defense of 500,000 free people of color." On Friday, March 26, 1827, the first issue of Freedom's Journal, the first Negro newspaper in the Western world, appeared on the streets of New York City. In their ambitious first editorial, Russ Worm and Cornish struck a high note of positiveness that still has something to say to the Afro-Americans in their present plight. It read, in pen, "We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoke for us. Too long has the Republic been deceived by misrepresentations, in things which concern us dearly. Though in the estimation of some mere trifles, for though there are many in society who exercise toward us benevolent feelings, still, with sorrow we confess it, there are others who make it their business to enlarge upon the least trifle, which tends to discredit any person of color, and pronounce anathema and denounce our whole body for the misconduct of this guilty one. Our vices and our degradation are ever arrayed against us, but our virtues are passed unnoticed. It is our earnest wish," the first editorial of the first Negro newspaper said, "to make our journal a medium of intercourse between our brethren in different states of this great Confederacy." The timeliness of this editorial, written over 100 years ago, and the dynamics of its intellectual content, is far ahead of most editorials that appear in present-day Afro-American newspapers. During the later years of his life, John B. Russ Worm moved to a position that today would be called black nationalism. After receiving his master's degree from Bowdoin College in 1829, Russ Worm went to Liberia in West Africa, where he established another newspaper, the Liberia Herald, and served as superintendent of schools. After further distinguishing himself as the governor of the Maryland colony of Cape Palmas, this pioneer editor. 22 June 1966, Negro Digest. And freedom fighter died in Liberia in 1851. The same year John B. Russ Worm died, another West Indian, Edward W. Blitten, went to Africa and established himself in Liberia. He was destined to become the greatest black intellectual of the 19th century. He concerned himself with the plight of African people the world over and eventually built a bridge of understanding between the people of African origin in the West Indies, the United States and in Africa. More than anyone else in the 19th and during the early part of the 20th century, Edward W. Blitten called upon the black man to reclaim himself and his ancient African glory. The concept now being called negritude started with Blitten. Blitten was born in the then Danish West Indian island of St. Thomas in 1832, but reacted against treatment of his people in the New World by emigrating to Liberia in 185. He was convinced that the only way to bring respect and dignity to the people of African descent was by building progressive new empires in Africa whose civilization, while remaining basically African, would incorporate useful elements of Western culture. It was the great Edward W. Blitten, who, with the immortal Fred Crick Douglass, placed before the bar of public opinion in England and other countries in Europe the case of the black man in America. As far back as 1881, the renowned scholar and benefactor of West Africa, Dr. Edward Wilmot Blitten, speaking on the occasion of his inauguration as president of Liberia College, sounded the note for the organized teaching of the culture and civilization of Africa and decried the fact that the world's image of Africa was not in keeping with Africa's true status in world history. I quote from his address on this occasion, "The people generally are not yet prepared to understand their own interests in the great work to be done for themselves and their children. We shall be obliged to work for some time to come not only without the popular sympathy we ought to have but with utterly inadequate resources." In all English-speaking countries the mind of the intelligent Negro child revolts against the descriptions of the Negro given in elementary books, geographies, travels, histories. Having embraced or at least assented to these falsehoods about himself, he concludes that his only hope of rising in the scale of respectable manhood is to strive for what is most unlike himself and most alien to his peculiar tastes. And whatever his literary attainments or acquired ability, he fancies that he must grind at the mill which is provided for him, putting in material furnished to his hands, bringing no contribution from his own field, and of course nothing comes out but what is put in. Blitten made several trips to the United States and to his former home in the West Indies. With the Gold Coast nationalist, J. E. Casely Hayford, Blitten developed the idea of a federation of West African states. He died in 1912. Of all the West Indians who influenced the Afro-American freedom struggle, the most colorful and the most controversial was Marcus Aurelius Garvey. Among the numerous black Manassas who presented themselves and their grandiose programs to the people of Harlem, Marcus Garvey was singularly unique. He was born in Jamaica in 1887, the grandson of an African slave, a fact that was his proudest boast. He had grown up under a three-way color system: white, mulatto and black. Garvey's reaction to color prejudice and his search for a way to rise above it and lead his people back to Africa, spiritually, if not physically, was the all-consuming passion of his existence. Marcus Garvey's glorious, romantic, and riotous movement exhorted the black race and fixed their eyes on the bright star of a future in which they would reclaim and rebuild their African homeland and heritage. Garvey came to the United States as a disciple of Booker T. Washington, founder of Tuskegee Institute. Unfortunately, Booker T. Washington died before Marcus Garvey reached this country. Garvey had planned to raise funds and return to Jamaica to establish an institution similar to Tuskegee. In 1914 he had organized the Universal Negro Improvement Association in Jamaica. After the failure of this organization, he looked to the United States, where he found a loyal group of followers willing to listen to his message. Garvey succeeded in building a mass movement among American Negroes while other leaders were attempting it and doubting that it could be done. He advocated the return of Africa to the Africans and people of African descent. He organized, very rashly and incompetently, the Black Star Line, a steamship company for transporting people of African descent from the United States to Africa. Garvey and his movement had a short and spectacular lifespan in the United States. His movement took really effective form in about 1921, and by 1926 he was in a federal prison, charged with misusing the mails. From prison he was deported home to Jamaica. This is, briefly, the essence of the Garvey saga. The self-proclaimed provisional president of Africa never set foot on African soil. He spoke no African language. But Garvey managed to convey to members of the black race everywhere, and to the rest of the world, his passionate belief that Africa was the home of a civilization which had once been great and would be great again. When one takes into consideration the slenderness of Garvey's resources and the vast material forces, social conceptions, and imperial interests which automatically sought to destroy him, his achievement remains one of the great propaganda miracles of this country. The deportation of Marcus Garvey and the decline of his movement marked the end of an era when West Indians and Afro-Americans worked together and saw their plight as one and the same. In spite of the contributions that West Indians continued to make to the Afro-American freedom struggle, the relations between these two basically African people deteriorated. There are indications that the present freedom struggle in Africa, the Caribbean area and in the United States will become the basis for a new era of understanding and cooperation. Marcus Garvey, The Harlem Years. John Henrik Clarke. There is now a renaissance of interest in the life of Marcus Garvey. The African independence explosion, that started in 1957 when the former West African colony called the Gold Coast, became an independent country, now called Ghana, helped to set this renaissance in motion. Some of Marcus Garvey's dreams about African redemption were being realized. In his lifetime, he was a man who had a stubborn belief in the impossible, and came close to achieving it. During the uncertain years that followed the First World War, he built the largest black mass movement that this country has ever seen. There was never a leader like him, before or since. His popularity was universal. His program for the redemption of Africa and the return of African people to their motherland, shook the foundations of 3 empires. In nearly all matters relating to the resurgence of African people, in this country and abroad, there is reconsideration of this man in his program that seemed impossible in his lifetime. His prophecy has been fulfilled in the independence explosion that brought more than 30 African nations into being. The concept of black power that he advocated, using other terms, is now a reality in large areas of the world where the people of African origin are predominant. Marcus Garvey's principal areas of agitation were the Afro-American struggle in the United States, his native Caribbean islands and the universe of black humanity everywhere. From the year of his arrival in the United States in 1916 until his deportation in 1927, the ethnic community called Harlem was his window on the world. From this vantage point he became one of the great figures of the 20th century. It is no accident that Marcus Garvey had his greatest success in the United States among black Americans in the community called Harlem. He came to the United States and began to build this movement at a time of great disenchantment among Afro-Americans who had pursued the American dream, until they had to concede that the dream was not dreamed for them. They had listened to the American promise, and also conceded that the promise was not made to them. Marcus Garvey gave them the vision of a new dream, a new promise, and a new land. He restored hope where hope had been lost. This is the real relevance of Marcus Garvey for today. In the years following the end of the First World War, when America's promise to us had been betrayed, again we looked once more toward Africa and dreamed of a time and place where our essential manhood was not questioned. A leader emerged and tried to make this dream into a reality. His name was Marcus Garvey. The personality and the movement founded by Marcus